Hi, everybody. It is 9:11, so we're a little late. All right, you got me. Sorry. Woke up Saturday, went to bed a little late. But we're here today. My name's Anurag, and I'm joined with Jonathan Sukenik, a.k.a. WatchWolf92. Jonathan, what's up? Welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of coverage, and by that, it's actually a lot of coverage of Eternal Week in Asia. Jonathan, guess how many rounds we have today?
8.
We've got 10 rounds, apparently. With a cut to top 8 too, so there's like a lot of legacy, and I think the top 8's actually already finished, so we can just what we're gonna be doing is we're just gonna like grind through the whole thing.
So like the winner's already like announced if someone wants to look it up or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like the
theoretically you
whole
could just
thing.
you could catch up on all of it.
All right, no spoilers though.
Yeah, no spoilers. So we're good. We're gonna be watching this for the first time. I haven't watched anything, and I mean honestly, I'm ready to dive right into it. But before we do that, I guess Jonathan, I mean everyone's who's watching right now has been here before probably, so they're somewhat familiar with who I am. But tell me about yourself. What's your background and legacy? And then I
Yeah.
guess we'll just get into it.
Yeah, so I'm currently a gold pro that's played Magic for 20 years. My background and legacy is primarily with the Delver archetypes. I started with Stoneblade right before, or not Stoneblade, um, like Jeskai before Treasure Cruise was around, so a lot of people thought Jeskai Delver was the best. I guess before that I played No Rug with Mental Misstep, so some good Star City results. And then, but since Jeskai Delver and then subsequently Grixis Delver Dig Through Time, I've only played Delver. I've spent a lot of time talking to people like Noah Walker, Bob Long, just like really trying to learn. But I learned kind of like trial by fire first. I just like did my own thing. And turns out like I have slightly different philosophies than a lot of like common Delver play, like the common Delver play pattern, which leads to a lot of like interesting conversations. My most recent result that has some meaning was Pro Tour 25th.
Hey.
I lost playing for day 3, like the top 4, but we came in 7th, and it kind of helped put my name on the map. We had 3 camera feature matches. One of them I got to play a really nice Delver mirror, and yeah, so I definitely pride myself on the Delver, like my Delver play, but on Magic Online, I'm free to play anything, and I try anything and everything, and it's a lot of fun. So I'm gonna have a lot of fun, kind of seeing how the format's developed. I haven't played as much Legacy recently as Anurag here has, but I'll have a fresh set of eyes. So then I'm ready to be wowed by some of the things that will happen today. And we usually do find that like there's kind of like a regional metagame too. So like for instance, in the States here, there's a lot more like depths and lands players from the Maryland and Canadian people. Similarly, for a while at least in Europe, there's a lot more Czech pile or Death and Taxes type of variants, and then we've seen stuff like Wasteland and Days and Miracles from Japanese players, for instance. So I'm expecting a lot of like things that are just totally different that might shake up the metagame globally.
Yeah, actually, so we're gonna do that real quick. Let's pan over to so this is what the metagame breakdown looks like. I don't know if you're able to see it. I can also send you a link if you want it, like a little bit.
I got it. I got
Okay, cool. So what's interesting to me, I mean, just reading off the top, we've got what Blue Red Delver with an 8% share. Stoneforge, I don't know what Shiraishi means. I'm gonna assume that it's some sort of control deck,
I've heard that word before.
yeah. That's 7.6%, and then I guess they're lumping together all the 4-color Delver decks with the Grixis Delver deck. So when I say 4-color, that's one of the more recent decks that have come into the meta, which is just Ren and 6 Delver Tarmogoyf, basically Jund Delver with a bunch of just like soupy good stuff.
So apparently Shiraishi means white rock in Japanese.
Okay.
I still don't know what that means though.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Maybe it's no.
Maybe
Death and
it's
Taxes
maybe
is
it's
lower.
blue white. Like
Yeah.
maybe that's how they say Azorius or something. Who
Yeah.
knows?
But otherwise, if you're just looking down the list, we've got Mono Red, we've got Sneak and Show, Miracles, and then we've got 4-color Control. I wonder if this is like the snow variations that have been recently popping up thanks to Arkham's Astrolabe or not. And then basically, actually, if you think about it, like all the represented decks, first of all, the one thing I'll note is that it's a very like even spread of decks. You've got like 8% at the most, and then everything else is hovering around 5 to 6%, which is reasonably good. That's a really good sign for the metagame. I know you were excited about this one right here, Dark Depths. Oh wait, this is without Hogak. which means that
Yeah, I want the Dark Depths with Hogak.
yeah, to see what that looks like. So that's about 2% of the metagame, which is still like a decent showing. So yeah. I guess we can get into the first round off the bat. So now we have like a general idea of some of the decks that we're looking at. I don't think any of these decks are necessarily like a surprise or anything like that. So by the way, chat, you are in charge of letting me know when something looks wrong. I'm not gonna lie, I spent maybe like an hour on all the overlays and things like that. So yeah, I guess we'll just dive right in. And off the bat, looks like we have
It could be Death and Taxes, like maybe Merfolk or something, but
yeah, or goblins.
oh yeah, goblins.
I'm trying to get a sneak peek into their hands, see what's up. By the way, shout out to Big Magic for streaming this event. We wouldn't be able to have this experience without them, so I do really love.
Sweet playmats. I mean,
Yeah,
that's like swamp art.
Oh yeah, you're right.
No, I think it might be Bayou. I don't know.
Well, turn one island on the other side. It's unhinged. What does that tell you about the player?
It has to be, yeah.
Delver of Secrets. All right.
Yeah, I feel like on average the Miracles players like unglued land or unhinged lands, and then you'll only play these if you're playing Delver. So.
Yeah, online I see a lot more variety, but in paper it's usually like the unhinged or. Oh wait, this
Unstable.
is another Aether Vial. So it looks like Caracas means death and taxes.
Yeah, so in general, if like the first vial's fine, the second one just has to be fine. So you can kind of like play a strategy as the Delver player that your opponent virtually has 4 lands in play right now, the 2 Aether Vials and the Caracas and Wasteland. So you want them to draw more lands and more Aether Vials, and you just want to fight over everything else. So you can actually just save your Force of Wills for Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
Or maybe a Giver if like the vials get too high. Like Force of Will's still not going to be dead because you still have things that will be forced, especially if he's playing like Dreadhorde Arcanist, for instance.
Yeah. Forcing like a Swords to Plowshares to get some damage through or just keep your threat on the board seems very relevant here. But also, like, one of the situations... Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't understand. There's a request in the chat for...
Make our mics a little bit louder. Yeah, I can try. I'm already at about 20, which is where I'm normally at.
Or you can make a speaker louder, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, let's get a pull from the chat. Sure. How's our audio doing? We kind of just set up, so we're not completely sure.
All right, so that was definitely a tempo days there. I see it. I see the line, and it looks like Delver is going to flip on turn 2 to Brainstorm. Okay, cool. So
I'm trying to digest what the stays means, though. Like.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm trying to see. So in the hand, I still don't see the Brainstorm. A Wasteland is going to hit the Caracas, but with the Aether Vials in play, there's certainly and ooh, that's an interesting card to vial in. Giver of Runes. Does this card see a lot of modern play?
Some in like the Devoted Druid deck to protect your combo.
Okay, gotcha.
And in Death and Taxes.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's recently started picking up a lot of play in Legacy. Just because -1, just having an X1 body in Mother of Runes is kind of a liability these days with Ren and 6 just all over the place.
Yeah.
So it's exciting to see it already round 1. We've got to see like the impact of the new sets in the format. Thalia's kind of a problem here, especially with the Giver of Runes in play.
So it is also important to note that the guy on the left doesn't have another land. Mm-hmm. So a play pattern later on could involve like, since the guy on the right, the Delver player played an island, he's allowed to wasteland the wasteland, and then he'll be able to have days up later on if he draws a land on the Swords of Plowshares. So once vials are in play, really the only thing I think about are equipment and Swords of Plowshares. But now that there's a Giver of Runes in play, the Stoneforge Mystic that could come down will just live. So.
Yeah, that makes it tricky. Also, I guess the island is kind of a dead giveaway that maybe the opponent's playing blue-red Delver. As a Delver expert, tell me, how does that change this matchup maybe in terms of how, how should the Delver player be scripting out their game?
So what colors of Delver doesn't matter the most here. It doesn't change the fact that you're playing against 2 Aether Vials. Mm-hmm. So, like, you kind of view what the opponent's doing, and then you need to use your cantrips. Like kind of the power of blue is that you are more probable to be able to do the things you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And once vials are in play, you need removal spells, which doesn't work as well when the Giver Runes is in play, but you still
Okay.
gotta do something about it. Or you just need to kill them.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna kill them, Swords of Plowshares is the only card that matters then,
Okay.
besides the equipment. So we see the Spatter Skull here, but it might just not matter because we've already seen that the Death and Taxes player doesn't have another land.
Yeah, yeah. What's pretty incredible here, these Aether Vials are doing so much work already. They've generated, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana over the course of just a couple turns. So for anyone who's new to the format, like, this is what I would call the premier white weenie control deck. I don't even know if it's fair to call this like an aggro deck, because really Death and Taxes nowadays is more of like a tricky, taxi, control you sort of deck. So but this is what the deck tries to do, right? It tries to get an Aether Vial out on turn 1 and start like vialing in these pesky, you know, I guess taxing white creatures. Often, so not frequently, you'll see some splash colors in, like, you know, maybe red or black or something like that. But this is the end result where you start vialing in these Thalias that start taxing, you know, your opponent's spells. Stoneforge Mystic to get equipment to make your creatures, you know, individual threats. And then, I mean, even Recruiter of Guard, I just remember, like, it feels like yesterday when it was introduced to the format, but it's been around for a while.
Yeah, and in some ways, these creature-based wasteland decks can play out very similarly, but how they interact with each other is kind of based on the tools that they're using. So goblins and Death and Taxes being able to have Aether Vial is kind of like how Delver used to have Deathrite Shaman. It pushes a mana advantage while you still can use your remaining mana to deny the opponent. But then the way advantage is pushed is slightly different, where Delver's trying to use blue counter spells and removal spells, and Death and Taxes is trying to use cards like Thalia and Mother Runes to say your cards don't matter, whereas Delver kind of goads the opponent to try to do something, and then I'll stop the ones that do matter.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, I would definitely say advantage bar seems to be favoring the Death and Taxes pilot. The board state is just much wider, and now that this Batter Skull is entering play, that line that you mentioned earlier, where, you know, the Delver player can either try to, like, control the board with removal spells or just kill their opponent, doesn't really seem to be getting there. I mean, gaining 4 life return is probably a problem.
Part of the structure of the problem is the Delver player had an opportunity when the Vial was tapped. The Vial on 3 was tapped. He could have wastelanded the Wasteland. When the Death and Taxes player tried to Vial in Recruiter of the Guard.
Gotcha.
So if he did that, then he wouldn't be facing Batter Skull, and he could still attempt to race with this Insectile Aberration. So it feels like that might be a slight misstep. He might not have been able to beat this Spliker Wisp regardless, because Spliker Wisp plus Giver Runes and no access to red mana. But even if you did draw red mana, unless if it's exactly Mountain, he had to wasteland the Wasteland anyways. That way his Volcanic Island would be able to live. So
yeah,
you know, maybe some early round jitters, but
yeah, it's also tricky because there's a weird dynamic in the Delver decks nowadays because Deathrite Shaman doesn't exist, right? So the 3 mana spell in True Name Nemesis is actually somewhat taxing to cast sometimes, especially when you're trying to jiggle around, like holding up counterspell and removal when the Aether Vial is in play, right? You don't want to tap out for a True Name to have your opponent violent and a Mother of Runes or something like that. Or you know what I'm saying? So there's a tricky dance, and I could understand that maybe the opponent here is, or the Delver player is, like, leveraging that Wasteland for a True Name Nemesis, because clearly, you know, they're short on lands too now. They haven't made a land drop for a couple turns. So the question is,
so what you're saying is true in a general sense, that like you can use Wasteland as a mana source, and it is true that Thalia is in play, but you kind of have to choose what avenue you're going to use to win, and the Giver sort of blanks the True Name aspect of your game. So you need to just try to lock cards in the opponent's hand, like make cards unplayable. Like if you waste the Waste, at the time it was just a Wasteland in play, so then he would be 2 lands off of casting Swords of Plowshares, and I'm willing to just lose to Flicker Wisp. Like, I don't think we're beating Giver Runes plus Flicker Wisp missing this many land drops.
Yeah.
So I think you just need to hope that this Insectile Aberration is good enough and do everything you're empowered to do that.
Yeah.
So Wasteland in the Wasteland does that, and then if you have Force of Will or even Days in some spots, you have the island untapped. So there's no way it's like gonna get ported like within
Yeah.
I don't know, 3 turns or something.
So there are two things that I want to point out. The first is I really, really, really like sort of the overarching principle that you're talking about, right? Which is like identifying the most successful game plan and then just like all in committing to it in certain situations where you know you're like, well, there's nothing I can do if this and this happens, so you just kind of like own it and then just continue playing the sort of best Magic that you can based on whatever routes are actually viable for you. The other thing I want to point out, oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. I was just gonna say it's real easy for us watching too. Like every time I play Magic, I get pretty nervous, and I've made a misstep or two just due to playing live Magic, and especially round one. You get those round one jitters.
Yeah, yeah. Also, I want to point out is how crazy different this game would have looked on the if the play draw was reversed, right? Because if you think about it, that turn one Vial would have gotten dazed, and then the land would have gotten wastelanded, and I'm guessing the Caracas would have allowed the second the Vial to come into play, but that's still like dramatically, you know, like the tempo differential is so dramatic.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Like the Death and Taxes player would probably just be at 5 or something, and maybe he would have been able to cast that Ponder like before the Thalia or something like that.
At this point, I'm a little nervous. I don't even know what kind of outs the Delver player has to get back into this game.
Yeah, I missed what the recruiter got this time. I'll just assume it's another Flag Wisp. But if it is, like, you can't get True Name and Angler and kill the Giver and be taxed by Thalia. It's looking very grim.
Yeah. Plus once the GT enters play, which looks like what's going to happen, then even the Delver is going to go bye-bye, so...
Well, one trick that if the Delver player had more mana that is kind of interesting is when people are being aggressive with a Giver or Mother Runes effect in play, you're able to actually block with your creatures that would normally die, because if they try to use the Mother or Giver to protect the creature and you have a removal spell, now you goaded them into having like a tapped Mother or Giver, and you'll find that a lot of high level Death and Taxes players will just let the trade happen. So that's a cool like play pattern.
Interesting. Yeah, and I'm sure that actually makes a big. Well, it depends. I mean, like obviously,
it doesn't work here because you only have 1 mana.
Yeah. All right. Well, in expected fashion, it looks like Death and Taxes will take game 1. Oh, nice. That's a big Magic T-shirt. Oh no, these audio things, I don't know where they're coming from. All right, whatever. It's not a big deal. Sorry, I had like notifications like when somebody like follows and subscribes and stuff like that. I gotta figure out how to.
Is it still coming up, or is it that you want them to come up?
Well, no, like it's normally what I have going on during the stream, but right now it's not or right now it's there. I don't know if I really want it because like it would just take over everything. So, but anyways, let's talk about sideboards here. So. This is very interesting. How, like from the Delver perspective in this matchup, what are some of the cards that you're interested in having to, you know, just win game 2 against Death and Taxes?
So any removal spells, Abrade's probably one of the best. If you're, you know, hateful enough to have Dread of Night or Plague Engineer in your sideboard, which has been picking up a little bit due to how it interacts with True Name Nemesis, Dreadhorde Arcanist, and whatnot. You can also Engineer Explosives has been in the sideboard before. The most interesting thing for me, though, is what does the Delver player side out? So Spell Pierce is a pretty obvious one to side out. Then after that, you usually want to trim on some number of Dazes and Force of Wills.
Okay.
And for a long time, I would probably do something close to a 2-2 sort of thing.
Okay.
Especially on the play, because you get to snipe an Aether Vial, and you're pressuring with Wastelands a lot better.
Yeah.
And then on the draw, I would have 4 Force of Wills. And I talked to Pro Tour 25th champion Alan Wu.
Nice.
Alan Wu, who's played Death and Taxes about as long as I have played Delver, and he was of the mindset that Delver players should just leave in all 4 Dazes on the play and draw and just have no Force of Wills. So since then, I've kind of tried to judge how both game 1 and 2 go, and then I usually do 2 and 2 in game 2. That way I can make the hedge and acquire more information, and then I'll go 3-1 or 4-0, judging by how game two goes.
Okay.
So because the biggest haymaker that the Death and Taxes player can play is getting an ally of Zendikar
Mm-hmm.
and the equipment.
Yeah.
So you're planning on killing the Stoneforge Mystics. So there's still enough things that you would be dazing anyways.
Gotcha.
And you want to be able to tap out for True Name Nemesis and be able to counter a Council's Judgment, for instance.
Makes sense, yeah. One of the things that I always picked up was like Death and Taxes with Aether Vial and Death and Taxes without Aether Vial are basically like worlds apart in how the games play out, right?
Yep.
Because if you look at the mana curve for the Death and Taxes deck, it is pretty on the heavy side. I mean, the more powerful cards you play in the deck, obviously the more mana you should play to pay for them. So things like Recruiter of the Guard, Flicker Wisp, Sanctum Prelate, whatever it might be, there is just like a heavy chunk of change in the 3 CMC slot. And so without Aether Vial to sort of like cheat your creatures into play, it suddenly becomes a lot more difficult to put pressure on the board, pull ahead, while also sort of mitigating what your opponent is doing, right? So one of the things that I really like doing, just from the Miracles perspective, and I also imagine from whatever perspective, like every perspective, is to keep that Aether Vial off the table, right? So slow them down so they can't just play unfair Magic. And I imagine once that actually happens, so for example, if the blue-red Delver player boards in what, like Ancient Grudge, Null Rod, I don't know, a Braid, or I'm just saying I'm just saying a number of cards that can kill Aether Vial. Then Daze suddenly seems also very good because when they pay the full premium for like a turn 3 recruiter of the guard or a turn 4 player, whatever, you suddenly just pick up a land and you're just like, well, haha, I have board presence. I'm just keep pushing forward. So I am kind of looking forward to see what the games look like without Aether Vial.
The Death and Taxes deck, due to how it's structured along its curve, it's stuck one spelling a lot of the time and can't even utilize Wasteland that well when it doesn't have an Aether Vial in play. So yeah, which is why I'm kind of uncertain as to like how many Dazes and Force of Wills you want, because if I know that they know that this whole back and forward game, but like if they know that their deck is so much better with Aether Vial, it could be possible that they played on turn 2 even on the draw.
Yeah.
And it probably just comes down to what pressure the Delver player presents. But having more important cards like Delver Secrets, Young Pyromancer, Dreadhorde Arcanist, and then Angler or like True Name Nemesis, there's so much urgency for the Death and Taxes player to play to the board that on the play you probably can't play turn 2 Aether Vial, but I could see it being, or on the draw you can't play turn 2 Aether Vial because you spend too long doing nothing and then take too long to ramp up.
Yeah.
And then on the play you would just play it on turn 1, which is why I think you would want Force of Will on the draw. But it would be really interesting to see how these games play out, whether or not like there's just Aether Vial games and not Aether Vial.
Yeah, for sure. One thing I want to point out, I don't know if you caught it, but the way that the sideboard was just presented, that's like, this is just a random aside, and I brought this up before, but it's interesting how, just like geographically, how Magic is just played in different ways.
Yeah.
So for example, what I've heard, and I guess what I've just seen, in Japan, like this is something that just I never see in the States, is where people will present their sideboard out and count the full 15 cards to show, like, hey, I'm going into game 2 and 3 with, illegal this and that. I guess
there's a few other things that are really cool regionally. I actually have like a breakdown of things that I tell first-time Pro Tour competitors when they're friends of mine, like at the Pro Tour. So one thing that's really cool is amongst like players where English isn't their first language and they're of Southeast Asian descent. The phrase that they know the most is "nice to meet you." You shouldn't say "how you're doing" or whatever. If you say "nice to meet you," they'll say "nice to meet you," and they know like what you're trying to say. But the second thing is they prefer when you lay out the 7 cards and verify with each other, and they'll say the word "check."
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, as a courtesy, whenever I play someone that I think might be of that origin, I lay out my 7, wait for them, and I also say "check," and they feel very comfortable as a result.
Gotcha. Yeah. By the way, Chad is asking if we can skip between just dead time, so we'll probably do that between matches. I do want to get some discourse in between, just like the matchups and stuff like that, because there's a lot to explore in I guess new Legacy, since there's so much injected in the format. But definitely we're not gonna sit through the dead time between rounds and stuff like that. And I'm sure if we saw
a Delver deck against Death and Taxes again, we wouldn't be saying the same exact
Yeah,
thing.
we just like reference this is what we said earlier and on to game 2. So yeah, we'll try to be as time efficient as possible. I mean, there's a lot of Magic, so hopefully, like we also there's the end goal of having this stream finish right before the top 8 starts. For I guess it's happening technically tomorrow, so it'll be later this evening. But that way we could just like seamlessly, finish this. And yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right,
so that was something that was interesting. I haven't played that much Legacy with the new Mulligan rule, but the Death and Taxes player did Mulligan down to 6, which increases the chance of having Aether Vial in the opening hand. I do imagine that in this battle for resources, it is unlikely that you're taking an aggressive Mulligan, but it doesn't change the fact that the Mulligans don't feel as bad with the new Mulligan rule.
Yeah. 2 things I'm going to point out. We saw a Thought Scour accidentally slip out of the hand. That was interesting. I wonder if that's to pair with a card like Dreadhorde Arcanist. Is that a black card?
Or Gurmag Angler.
Yeah.
It's the most common one. So Thought Scour does 2 things when you're playing black. One of them is Gurmag Angler. You kind of Dark Ritual it out. And then the other one is with like Thoughtseize Inquisition, and that's one of my favorite combos in Legacy. So what you do against blue players is you can play Discard Spell, and then a very common play pattern is for them to play Brainstorm, and then you can Thoughtseize them, and then Brainstorm their best 2 cards off the top of the deck.
Hey.
Or Thought Scour, their best 2 cards from the Brainstorm, yeah.
That's a pretty powerful play. I like that a lot. So interesting here, turn 1 Vial from the Death and Taxes player. It resolves, so that's a very good sign for them.
Yeah, so the Delver player, he played turn 1 Ponder and then turn 2 Delver. This means A, this Delver has to flip, and B, there has to be a true name or at least 2 removal spells in the hand, or else the hand was probably a Mulligan.
Okay. All right, so Delver player in the tank. The way they tap their land, I wonder if they have a Brainstorm and they want to like guarantee the flip. How often do you Brainstorm to flip your Delvers?
Yeah, it's a really good question. It really comes down to the texture of your hand. So if your hand's already scripted and you need this Brainstorm to turn into a shock, or like maybe it's closer to Lava Dart or something, because like some percentage of the time it would have flipped anyways, and then this Brainstorm makes 100%. And here we see Diabolic Edict, so we know that they're playing black for sure.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to what you're doing with your mana, and the fact that the opponent had Rishadan Port means that your mana is going to be taxed. So I could see firing it off on the end step.
Yeah, makes sense. I actually forgot. I guess the Ponder was a no shuffle anyways, because I feel like I saw that Edict in the top 3 cards. So I guess that was a guaranteed reveal.
Okay, that's a Rich Noel Lightning Bolt. Just turn 2, send it upstairs.
Yeah, my Delver player is not here to play games. We're here to bolt face and take names.
So that means one of a few things. It means that his hand has to be composed of a way that can shorten the game. Because if your opponent vials in Giver Runes, then now your Delver's blanked by Flicker Wisp, whereas it would like trade a little more naturally before. So it's really tough. He better do something with this mana. Yeah, okay.
that would be very funny if it's just like bolt you pass. I would give applause right there. Straight face.
More realistically though, yeah, it has to be that he's either missing a land drop and or has a Gurmag Angler in his hand.
Okay.
But it doesn't change the fact that like, besides the Vial games, then there's the Giver Rune games. It used to be Mother Runes, but like the fact that you can Lightning Bolt it and it doesn't necessarily have to be that turn is pretty important.
Ooh, now that's big. That's big for the Swords to Plowshares to resolve here. Delver player doesn't seem to have... Well, first of all, we can tell they're a little bit choked on mana, right? There's no black source. The Rishadan Port is taking out 1 mana per turn, but it also now there's just no pressure on the board, and at 14 life, I'd feel pretty healthy from the Death and Taxes side. So this is an uphill battle already for...
I've definitely been a little bit more critical of like the Delver player stuff, but like I don't want to take away from the fact that I haven't seen the Death and Taxes player misstep at all. Like sure, there might be these opportunities that might not exist in other scenarios, but like the Death and Taxes player is doing a really good job of seizing the opportunity. Like he understands that this Rishadan Port should be serving this purpose, and that like he has the vial and how to play a vial game. Like he understands what to do.
Yeah. So this Thought Scour targeting themselves, trying to hit that black source. Unfortunately, we've been the underground sea.
Yeah, he definitely hit the black source.
Just not in the way that they really wanted to. So the vial, okay, it's doing work here, and I'm afraid with a couple more turns, the Death and Taxes player might be able to just like snowball the game in their favor. This is just like a random observation, but with the recent cards that have been printed in Legacy, like Karn, Narset, you've got Ren and 6 now in the format. Legacy suddenly feels a little bit more like a snowball format. I don't know if that makes sense, but like you get ahead a little bit and then you just like choke your opponent out because, well, there's so many good cards in the format now that just make it really, really hard to come back from.
It's a good observation.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. I like getting the batter skull in when there's not too much to worry about here.
Yep. Yeah, you don't have to worry about stifle, and under more mana, a reason why you would do it is vanilling click.
Yeah, and one of the risks here obviously is that the batter skull could get killed by like a flicker wisp or something like that. But I would imagine with the vial on 3 that there's some sort of insurance, something going on here to cover.
And even if not, it yields like a time walk, and Death and Taxes player has like two cards in hand, so it's pretty like probabilistic that he's in a commanding position, even if Batter Skull dies.
Yeah. So okay, we found the black source, so maybe we can get a Gurmag Angler into play if we have it. Diabolic Edict. Ooh. Diabolic Edict looks a little bit poor here since there's a Squire to hit the graveyard. What's interesting though is that Delver players is opting for the Diabolic Edict over the Liliana's Triumph. As someone who hasn't played too much Legacy, I'm going to put you on the spot here. What do you think are some of the reasons to play one over the other?
I think due to how it's phrased, it's just whether or not you would target yourself, right? Like, doesn't Liliana's Triumph just say each opponent, target opponent, or something like that?
Exactly. So one of the new cards I think that makes a big difference is Veil of Summer out of some of the black-green decks, to give yourself hexproof from black spells. So Diabolic Edict, not only are there random things like Colony Gardens and, yada, 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 as Elvish Reclaimers, but, like, imagine, like, you cast your one out, and then, that's exciting. And then you just,
So I think the only time I would ever target myself is versus Bridge from below, but then that would only be if I'm main decking Edict, right? Because like otherwise I would just leave in Lightning Bolts or Fatal Push or whatever post board.
Okay, so it looks like so the token gets handled, that's good, but Recruiter is going to come into play, and grabbing a Flicker Wisp is just absurdly powerful here because you get to reset the Batter Skull and get the token back on the next end step.
He should probably just make another Germ token.
Yeah.
Like on his main phase, like just not even play around Stifle.
Yeah. And like especially since the mana is tapped out here, I don't think there's like a good 1 mana artifact removal spell that Delver would play. So this would be prime time to do it maybe.
Yeah, like Delver could in theory play Smelt, but you would want something that beats Chalice on 1.
Yeah. I actually haven't heard that card in so long, so thank you for reminding me. I think the last time I heard it was like Andrew Schneider when he was tearing up the SCG circuit a long time ago. He was just playing Blue-Red Delver all the time, every time.
So one thing that like ties back to Stifle. So like imagine if the guy, like the Death and Taxes player, taps his vial and then lets it happen, and then Flicker Wisp goes to target Batter Skull, and then the living weapon or the remove trigger gets stifled. I would probably pick up the Batter Skull.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Because then you already have the Flicker Wisp in play, your opponent's down a card, and then you don't want them to be able to untap and then abrade it because you just have a bunch of Moby smaller creatures, and then you can get blanked by like some sort of weird like Plague Engineer would just blank your whole board, and you need this Batter Skull in your hand sooner than later.
Gotcha. All right, so this is actually interesting.
Right. Okay.
Interesting. So here, Death and Taxes is choosing to flicker the Recruiter of the Guard, and that's kind of a statement, right? What does that mean if you're flickering the Recruiter instead of the Batter Skull?
Well, so it means that, and I think correctly, I think it means that the Death and Tax player understands that if he puts enough unique things into play, Delver can't win.
Mm-hmm.
So if he spends too much time dirtling with this batter skull, that allows the Delver to try to like attack with precision on that axis.
Mm-hmm.
But once he gets Sword of Fire and Ice, he knows he can set up a tap Stoneforge Mystic, put sword in, and then like equip sword.
Yeah.
And now with this vial on the next turn cycle's end step, he can, or I guess second main phase, he can vial in the Flicker Wisp on their second main phase. And
Yeah.
then, like, or second main.
Yeah. Before the end step.
Yeah, and then be able to get the Batter Skull token. So at the sacrifice of a potentially better this turn, which could get blanked by True Name Nemesis or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
he's able to have the best next like turn cycle.
Okay, this is not a card I was expecting out of the Delver
Yeah, that's
deck.
sweet.
Yeah.
Like, you don't normally see that over Sudden Demise, but I could see if you want to board in the Delver Mirror with like Dreadhorde or Arcanist and True Name Nemesis, that it could be better because things are not necessarily sharing colors anymore.
Yeah, if there's one way for the Delver player to get back in this game, it is definitely Toxic Deluge. I mean, especially with like Plague Engineer in the format, I'm a little bit surprised to see this card, but I definitely do, acknowledge that Plague Engineer and Toxic Deluge do two different things, and it also sort of tells you, right, like what kind of role the Delver player like. I mean, if I were playing a card like Toxic Deluge, I would kind of assume, okay, wait, stop what I'm saying because this is insane.
Yeah, my intuition would have been to play Violent Flicker Wisp, Flicker the Batter Skull, play Sword of Fire and Ice, and then equip Sword of Fire and Ice to the Flicker Wisp, and just have two threats. He's saying I want to tussle long, which is not what I would have done.
Yeah.
But I could see like, what is realistically Delver player's best play from here? Is it True Name Nemesis? Because if it's True Name, he has Sword of Fire and Ice. And maybe his goal is to not expose the sword, but the problem is like it would take forever for Stoneforge Mystic to get into play. So your sword's going to be exposed anyways.
And this Bitter Blossom is actually kind of daunting. It's actually really good against the Monarchy. I mean, the 1/1 flyers are oh wait, but that's just a Council's Judgment off the top. That's insane. Okay, that's really powerful stuff here. I wonder, 3 cards in hand. Maybe Delver has a. Ooh, we're going for Sword of Fire and Ice. So we're just trying to clock him. Okay.
I think this is good.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So it's really interesting the way that you've been describing like how you would play these games out is very like board oriented, sort of to take over, through that avenue. Which I guess makes sense, right? Having played against Death and Taxes a lot, that once one side is sufficiently ahead, it's very hard for the other side to come back. So
yeah, it's kind of how I actually intuitively play Magic in general. I just believe that we're like as humans, we can't consider every single possibility, so we can't necessarily do everything 100% optimal.
Mm-hmm.
So if you focus on the board first and then pick an axis to fight on, then you can make all the best decisions given the axis. So then it helps a lot in Legacy because there's so many things you can do in Legacy, but then in Standard and Modern as well, you reduce board states to things that have had common paths before instead of caring about the individual components. So like, for instance, this Bitter Blossom, it kind of like stops the sword and the Batter Skull separately, but it can't stop the essence of what's happening now, which is the Death and Taxes player will just either draw a card every turn off of the Monarch, or like both players won't if you're exchanging hits with like a fairy token and I'm attacking with 2 creatures and it goes back and forward.
Yeah.
So this Bitter Blossom just promotes a version of parity that is still not favorable.
Yeah. The token is summoning sick. Can't attack with that just yet. I mean, once again, the advantage bar seems to be going towards
Death and Taxes.
Yeah. They're the ones who are sort of driving here. You can see with the equipment and the Monarchy and stuff there.
Yeah, I am curious what he's going to do with this Vial on 3. Because in theory, you could leave up the Vial on 3 the whole game and probably also win. So does that just mean you're never tapping this Vial? Because, like, if you do tap it, you're kind of exposing Batter Skull and Sword, but like even if it's just one Braid, are you still losing? And maybe you just want to develop the board, which would involve tapping the Vial here. So I feel like I would tap the Vial on either the end step targeting the token to get in another round with this Palace Jailer, or target the batter skull in the second main phase.
Gotcha. All right, let me ask you another interesting question here. Perspective. So the opponent, or the Delver player, 4-turn drew Thoughtseize. How do you feel about a card like Thoughtseize in this matchup? Where is it good? Where is it bad? And would you board it in this matchup?
Yeah, as a person that really popularized playing Thoughtseize and Inquisition and Delver decks, I really enjoyed in these types of matchups. So you have the advantage of being allowed to kind of hold it in your hand and wait until they play a Stoneforge Mystic, because they have more Stoneforges than they have equipment. So sometimes you could just tag the equipment and the Stoneforge doesn't do anything. Also, since the Delver player was on the play, you get to hit Vials. So it's kind of like a proactive, like, Days Force of Will or whatever. And the times where it does nothing, that means everything's about the board. So it's already decided if you're winning or losing. And like the cards you would have over it are the blue counter spells. So I think having a mix of counter spells and discard, like I wouldn't play, imagine Delver had access to like 7 discard spells.
Yeah.
I don't think I would ever play 7 discard spells. I really like the first 2 or 3 because you can make it do what you want either with Stoneforge Mystic, the early game, or snagging a Source of Plowshares before you play a creature in the controlling games.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so here we see kind of the blowout here, right? The Vial on 3 was very clearly telegraphing a Flicker Wisp, because, I mean, that's just the most powerful thing, I think, in this board state that you could Vial on 3 since it just covers so many avenues. It looks like Death and Taxes players just going through the motions now. Judgment to exile the Bitter Blossom, because I think they drew a second Judgment, too, off of the Monarch trigger. Oh, and a second Palace Jailer, too. Wow.
If he doesn't have a second Council's Judgment, I really don't like that play because I don't think the Delver player can win with the Bitter Blossom in play, but I think the Delver player might be able to win without Bitter Blossom in play.
Makes sense, yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, like, you've got 5 turns to take down and, like, min-max everything. I think you're right, yeah, that it would be very hard to manage life totals and board state at the same time, so that is interesting. I guess maybe Death and Taxes player is saying, like, what could go wrong in this game state? It probably involves the Bitter Blossom, so from there, so from their perspective, maybe they're just like, let's just get this off the table. I'm just maybe so far ahead that, you know, I don't need to worry about
like sometimes I also just get too lazy to think, and if I just drew the second Council Judgment, I would just say, like, I really don't see a world where I lose, but I guess, like, if I lose, I don't want to die with 2 Council Judgments in my hand.
The 1 in 14 million. So yeah, okay, cool. So it looks like Death and Taxes is going to take it 2-0. That is pretty sweet. We're going to transition back to our beautiful faces here. Thank you so much, everyone who's joining us. In the meantime, so Jonathan, give me your thoughts on the match. I was very impressed with how the Death and Taxes pilot played it out.
Yep.
I think
he even showed us like some things that we didn't prioritize the same way. The biggest one being the Palace Jailer turn. I think that's just like a really interesting choice. Like, sure, like on paper, the Death and Taxes player had an advantage in both games, having a Resolve turn 1 Aether Vial both times.
Yep.
But he also chose how to dictate the game, and not all of his plays were the same as what I would have done. I feel like I could learn a decent amount from that match, and I hope we get to see that Death and Taxes player again. Yeah,
definitely exciting. Did you play against a lot of Death and Taxes at the Pro Tour? I feel like that was one of the...
Yeah, I played against Alan Wu and beat him. I kept a 0 lander after mulliganing and won.
What?
It was really fun.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and then I lost to Marcio, where he had turn 1 Aether Vial, and in one of the games I even Inquisitioned it, and he drew another one and played it. So
okay,
it played a lot closer to the match we just watched.
Yeah.
So I did split game.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like with with Aether Vial, Death and Taxes is just like this monstrous deck, like able to leverage so many like random utilities that, you know, I'm just like not. Like no other deck can really, provide, I guess. Like you've got things like Thalia Caracas, Recruiter Flicker Wisp, even like vialing in something like Palace Jailer. Just that's big money.
The match against Alan was actually really interesting, where he ends up having just like Wasteland Port Plains for a lot of the game, because from behind I chose to Wasteland his Caracas, saying like, the only way I'm going to win this non-Aether Vial game is if he doesn't draw Aether Vial and he has a bunch of double white cards in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And then I end up playing a Gurmag Angler, he pats it. I play another Gurmag Angler, and he just dies with like 2 Mirran Crusaders and like some other double white card in his hand, a Flicker Wisp. It's just like, okay, like statistically I definitely lose that game, but like I knew that was the only way I could win when his mana base was just like Plains Caracas Wasteland.
Yeah. So were deck lists public for this one? I don't remember. No. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's what we were talking about earlier, right?
But we stayed in the same Airbnb, and my teammate knew his full deck.
Okay. Yeah, it's a big game. It's a small world actually, but yeah, I guess harkens back to what you were saying earlier, right? Where you are just supposed to like identify how you want to win the game, and then you just like stick to it. Find a game plan and stick to it. That's like one of those like overarching like macro. This is how you should play Magic the Gathering things that I learned about a long time ago. Still haven't really mastered it because I'm kind of a goofball, but we're going to use that as the segue into the second round. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to the power of the internet, we don't have to wait, 30 minutes in between every round. And this one seems like a treat. We've got Yuta Takahashi on the right. And
Fairy's expert.
Yeah, Fairy's expert in Modern, but in Legacy, your boy's got something to say. I think he's been playing a lot of Miracles and Grixis Control lately.
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, I played against him at that Pro Tour as well.
You
beat
played
him with a bitter block. Yeah. And
nice.
I used the Fairy token that he signed 4 years ago.
Oh my god. That's awesome, actually. That must be like such an honor too, right? Okay, yeah, so it does look like we have Miracles on the right. Let's see.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a treat.
Yeah, and then on the left, I feel like I see a...
sleeve.
Yeah, exactly. Is that a... Okay, turn 1 Prismatic Vista. That's a new card that actually came out in... I already forget. What set did that come out in?
Modern Horizons.
Okay, yeah. That card has been insane in Legacy. It's just given so much stability to the 2-color decks that want this, like Stoneblade and Miracles at the forefront. But it's also, when you combine it with a card like Arkham's Astrolabe, it's been doing some pretty dirty things in terms of mana bases and stuff like that. I mean, Arkham's Astrolabe, I could talk about it so much, but...
Another thing that's pretty subtle is it finally gives Eldrazi decks a fetch land that they could play. So like red Eldrazi can play Mountain and Waste.
Yeah. I feel like that doesn't... I haven't seen that too much in Legacy, but I know there are some red Eldrazi lists out there. I'm looking at Ujisma online, but their list has like Grove and Punishing Fire, and it's
just like giving the option for it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that card takes over. So we're looking at Jace and 2 other cards with a hand of Narset, Spell Snare. I think I saw a land. There's a Snapcaster.
Jace, and the top card looks like another Ponder or 1 mana cantrip.
Yeah, and in the hand we've got Flooded Strand.
I think the second card next to the Narset's a Spell Snare.
Yeah. Okay, so Spell Snare actually I think is pretty absurd in the format right now, given, or at least online, given how much red and 6 there is.
It also gives you some play against Chalice stacks. Like 2 is a very good number.
Yeah. So now I think the issue here is how important are these cards? The problem with cards like Snapcaster and Jace right now on turn 1, right? They're a little bit clunky. So we may not necessarily even get to a state where we're able to cast these cards. So I think here Yuta might be hedging.
So imagine if you were Yuta and you had land 2 and 3 rolled up.
Yeah.
Would you consider just not casting the Ponder on turn 1 until you know what you're playing against?
That's very interesting. So
like imagine if it's your only cantrip too.
Oh, okay. If it's your only cantrip, yeah, I could see definitely hedging towards not casting it just to get a better ponder on later turns, right? The more information you have, the more stacked your cantrips get. All right, well, but it looks like this prophecy is fulfilling, by the way.
Right. So that's exactly what I was going to point out. So if you play a turn 1 ponder and think for a long time, it means that there's a hole somewhere, and the most common hole would be A, not having more cantrips, and B, not having a third land.
Okay.
So even though I didn't cast Thoughtseize, I pretty much knew most of Yuta's hand from like how long he thought on that ponder.
Damn, that's really powerful. Okay, so that's
so given that you know your opponent has a spell heavy hand and thought a long time on the cantrip, you're expecting your discard spell to either hit a cantrip to like make him stumble more, or now it starts to talk about the other player's hand. So he could have deduced that Yuta's hand might be mana shy and therefore having a lot of spells. And if you assume Vista means like either one of these control decks or Miracles, how do you want to play against one of these controlling decks that might need to cast another like cantrip or might not be able to push a mana advantage? So he should have cast the Thoughtseize knowing that that's how it is.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have another 1-drop. So for instance, if he has say Elvish Reclaimer or another like one drop creature you could play on turn one or Thoughtseize,
Uh-huh.
you might actually want to Thoughtseize more because you know that they have more spells and one of them might just be a Source of Plowshare.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Also, I just want to talk about this main deck surgical extraction, giving the maximum punish here for the way this turn one ponder played out. Because now Yuta no longer has access to Swords to Plowshares, but also that ponder that he'd put on top of his deck. We're kind of just like driving blind right now. Elvish Reclaimer is the turn two play.
Yeah, so is that played in the normal Death deck now, or is it only the Hogak one? Because I'm excited for the Hogak deck.
That's a really good question. I think it's good enough that it's seeing played now in the normal depths deck, so I'm not really sure if, just seeing the Reclaimer means that we're on Hogak, but...
I think you might be right, actually. So I don't think you're allowed to play Surgical Extraction in your main deck if you're playing the Hogak deck, because you need a critical mass of multiple things.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Whereas this seems to me maybe more like targeted on doing like the get rid of your Wasteland or your Swords to Plowshares kind of deal, not have to worry about, how
So can you talk to me about this? So like the Tundra, it makes sense because he didn't have a third land most likely, but Counterbalance I know is in and out of Miracles decks just throughout its period of time after Top got banned.
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean to you about like how you think Yuta's approaching the matchup? Because he didn't really have anything else to play on turn two, but the fact that the card is in his deck has to be indicative of something. Like I like to think of other cards that they're playing once they see Counterbalance.
Yeah. So that's kind of interesting. I guess I'm not even sure if Utah's playing like pure blue-white. Maybe that's what the Prismatic Vista means. But if we think about in this game state, well, I mean, if we want to look at it from like a deck building perspective, right? One of the reasons why Counterbalance is good in the deck is because it just gives you this inevitable option where you are able to lock out your opponent by just, flipping all the relevant CMCs to counter all their spells here. I think that's the purpose, for why it's in the deck. And I would have to imagine that this means that Yuta's building the deck in a more control-oriented way. So I would also expect to see perhaps like some number of back to basics as well, just like a enchantment prison almost, if you might, and then use those cards to sort of build your way into playing Jace at a profitable opportunity. In this exact situation, I think Counterbalance is pretty good. Well, A, because it's the only option, but B, because with the Swords to Plowshares exiled, right now, Yuta has to find a way to handle, a turn 4 2020. And it might even just include like blind flipping some crop rotations or hoping that your opponent makes the misstep here because, I mean, Yuta's the one that doesn't have the options anymore, right? So we need to hope that...
So that is something that's pretty interesting and something as a Miracles player you're definitely familiar with, which is by playing Miracles, you play a lot more cantrips, which A, make your singletons a lot more potent because you're going to see them with a lot more frequency. Mm-hmm. But B, you play so many less cards that actually mean things. And they're always going to play like 4 Swords of Plowshares, or I guess there was that world where you played like 3 and like some amount of Red Blast. But like regardless, Swords is like the premier one and then Terminus. And then there's like Council's Judgment, but like when you can make 20/20s on the end step, it's actually very hard for you to win from the sports state.
Yeah. It's going to have to be some absurd setup like Portent into Terminus. If we have Teferi, maybe I don't even know. We could like instant speed a Judgment, but I mean, there's so many.
Like Teferi 3.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But there's just like so many pieces that like we don't even have mana to cast these expensive spells. So
it's almost hard to like fully realize how good that surgical was on that Source of Plowshares until you just think about yourself in Yuta's seat. It's like I just can't beat your plan A anymore, and I only have counter spells.
Yeah, I mean, in Yuta's defense, Surgical Extraction is not a card that I would maybe play around in game one of all things. I know that, a lot of the more experienced depths players, okay, and so there's the concession.
Got to put that Wasteland back into Miracles.
Yeah, or Reticles, but we're not going to talk about that here. So yeah, I don't know. In this sort of situation, I don't know. I wouldn't play around the game one Surgical, but I know it's a good card. Like just because.
No, nor could he. He didn't have a hand that allowed him to.
Yeah. I mean, the blue-white plan against against Merit Lodge is typically, it's pretty linear. So a card like, I mean, it's just like Swords your dude, right? So cards like Sylvan Safekeeper and Surgical Extraction, which are very, very good against these linear plans because they're just really, they're just really effective against those plans is what makes them, good enough to maybe main deck. So I see the reasoning to play it in the main deck. It does force you to play in certain ways. I'm wondering how that will play out for the Golgari player in
Yeah.
the tournament.
So would you be able to like walk me through kind of like what you expect the sideboarding to be on both sides? I'm not as familiar with playing like either of these decks.
Sure. So from the Miracle side, I know some of the things that I'm looking for. Well, the cards that I'm most alarmed about. Obviously, like the 2020 is a big thing, right? So I want to have any other answers to the 2020 that I have. This might include things like Celestial Purge. If we're super crazy and spicy, maybe unexpectedly absent, but that card hasn't seen play like in ever. I'm also thinking maybe a card like Back to Basics is actually worth it in a world where Elvish Reclaimer is putting lands into play tapped. That seems like a pretty nice way to mitigate the impact of some powerful cards, although cards like Crop Rotation might undo the power of Back to Basics. But even then, like, in a world, I would still probably want at least some number of that effect just to give myself that sort of like a play line.
And what can you cut then?
What's up?
What can you cut?
Yeah, so that's where it gets a little bit tricky.
Definitely a land. I've seen that a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say the depths deck isn't really like a wasteland deck as far as, well, they have like one wasteland to answer like utility lands like Caracas and things like that, or maybe like even opposing wastelands. So I wouldn't be too afraid of shaving a land, although there's a weird dynamic when you've got Back to Basics. I'm thinking you could also cut some of the chunkier planeswalkers. Like a card like Narset is powerful. It draws you cards, pulls you ahead. But really, like the game isn't necessarily about pulling ahead because you've already got Jason the Mind Sculptor, which is pretty unstoppable. Outside of like maybe like Vampire Hexmage, I don't really know.
They're also playing the Reclaimers though, so they can just have like dudes that will attack it.
Yeah, exactly, right. And so like Narset, I think, is more powerful when you have when you can extract more value out of that passive ability. This is not a matchup where your enemy is drawing cards, so I could definitely see like not having the 3-mana tap out to draw 1 card sort of thing. Brainstorm as a all right. Well, so we do have Negator77, who is Tom Hep, aka Depths Master. Maybe we can see how he would board from the from the Golgari side. But I'm also thinking
he and I have quite a history. So.
Oh yeah. Well, essentially, what I'm looking for is basically to lower down on the shaft. And I would probably keep in all my Forcibles kind of deal, because there's just so many crazy cards out of the depths deck that I would be worried about. Like even Reclaimer is Force of Willable. I think it's that good. Cards like Choke maybe. Even like discard spells, I wouldn't be afraid to counter, because that's how they sort of interact with you, and you want to be able to interact with their interaction, right? That's just the principle of control.
So I have a quick question for you.
What's up?
You know how we're kind of just like talking in the dark based on like what we saw in game 2 and deck lists aren't open, and like there are things that happen in game 2 that could affect your game 3.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine Yuta wins game 2, but it involves some like Force of Willing to Sylvan Libraries, which is a card that could be played. Yeah. Would you then leave a Narset? Like, how does that interplay?
Yeah. I'm not sure. That's a really good question, because. So I'm just going to let this run. But a card like Narset is also somewhat of a liability, because the Depths deck has access to Abrupt Decay. But, I mean, if you play in fear of Abrupt Decay, like, that's kind of not a withholding argument, because you've got other cards like Counterbalance and, like, Back to Basics. So maybe it makes sense to bring the Narsets back in. I don't know what cards you would, consider cutting. Okay, well, Terminus is actually a good cut, too. I would want to have some number of Terminus in my deck, because...
Because there are times that they're going to have multiple cards on the table with the Reclaimer now. Mm-hmm. And then also because of Sajiri's step with the Reclaimer and Crop Rotation, you might like need more of the Wrath sort of effect. I did have another question though. So I know that it's possible for Miracles decks to play creatures in their sideboard, such as Vanillion Click and more Mentors and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Since are you just trying to lock them out of the game so you don't care about winning, or do you view it as they have an advantage over the time so you need to close the gate? I don't really know the role or the pacing of these games.
Yeah, so that's interesting. I guess I do see the mentor option. The mentor option in my mind usually is just me saying, look, I can't really win if we play Fair Magic toe to toe, without top. That kind of makes sense. So I'm playing this threat and I'm going to try and kill you with it, right? That's not really the position you want to be in as a control deck, or at least from my perspective. I always want to be a little bit more elegant. I don't know if that's a fair way to describe it, but nowadays, I actually think mentor is probably one of the better ways, because it gives your deck so much I don't know, just like this other access to attack from, which is so powerful when players are like, they've identified the good cards in the matchups that can capitalize on you just trying to control them, right? Like you mentioned, Sylvan Library, Choke, Bitter Blossom, Artifacts, Enchantments, cards that are, you know, good against Swords to Plowshares and Terminus. We see a lot more of those cards nowadays, and so I think a card like Mentor, which is like, hey, you know, cut the crap, answer this card or I'm going to kill you in 2 turns, like forces your opponent to stop, like, you know, trying to like gimp you out of games, like trying to take advantage of your dirtle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like super interesting because like the power of blue should have like an advantage over time because you're allowed to sculpt your cantrips better, but then like the threats that the depth stack brings to the table just keeps on requiring like very specific things.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it is true that like over time the depths almost like unless if Yuta has like Jason Mind Sculptor and all these like counters and like swords and stuff in hand, that's a game that's already won.
Yeah.
But then like all the games that aren't already like locked, I feel like the depth stack can just always win. So that means that like you're like the aggro deck unless if you're totally the control deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I definitely see that. Right. I feel like this is not a good matchup for. I think I have the keys. Oh shoot. Oh,
it's okay. I have the keys too.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I feel like this matchup is actually favored for depths. I think you know, like some of the depths player would probably agree, just because, well, I don't know, with cards like Abrupt Decay and stuff like that, it's also just easy to shut down whatever whatever kind of, you know, plan of attack the Miracles player is trying to present. Outside of Jace, I guess.
I hope that regardless that depths player leaves in surgical because like being able to know what your Miracles opponent has access to is gonna be like super sweet for game 3.
I would be very surprised if they don't have surgical in post board. I think that's one of the more powerful cards.
Yeah, definitely.
Even if it comes down to something like Hex Mage or Jace, you know, Abrupt Decay or Mentor, surgical them both. Now you can't win the game. I'm just gonna hit you with these weenies. That kind of thing is also pretty powerful. And all right, so it looks like players are drawing their hands. I see Vista, Counterbalance, Back to Basics, Force of Will, Brainstorm. This hand is fantastic. Oh man.
Yeah, you almost couldn't draw it up much better.
Yeah, and there's a Swords to Plowshares too. So you actually literally have everything. I don't know if I saw a third land, so maybe not everything, but like if I were scripting the game out, this is how I would script it out. Just give me these like 7 overpowered cards and then let's...
So check out this awareness though. So getting Swamp means one of a few things. A, he's aware of Back to Basics, especially seeing Prismatic Vista.
Mm-hmm.
But B, it means that he has to have at least 1 to 2 more lands in hand, right? Because otherwise you don't have green mana.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just had Forest, you like, well, I guess you don't have any double green cards. So like when I see plays like this, I try to deduce as many cards as possible from their hand.
Yeah. That's so like, crazy because I definitely like... I'm seeing like the difference between you and me. So like as a player, like as a gold pro, right? Like these are the sort of things that you're like thinking about, and like I don't even begin to touch any of these observations. So I'm actually really impressed right now hearing all, you know, all, just like the way your brain works. That's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to do this with you, so I could, you know, just like sort of like gawk all over. But anyways,
that's fine. Like I have a problem with pace of play in Magic, and I have to do things that like make me feel okay that my opponent's taking so long to think. So I usually just think of random things, and this is one of them. But my opponent's like writing down all the cards for Thoughtseize and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like kind of bored. So then I just think about what can be in there.
Yeah, a lot of the other, there are a couple. Daniel Gochel is another player. I'm just gonna shout him out here. Like listening to him talk. What's up?
Is that Ghoul Ducat?
That is Ghoul Ducat. Yeah. That guy is just like. His brain operates at like 7,200 RPM or something.
Yeah, I've never talked to him before, but his list was part of how I came up with my Pro Tour 25th list.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right, so here we're looking at Brainstorm in response to the Duress, and what's interesting to me is we've chosen to hide the Counterbalance, and I think there was another Snapcaster underneath, so like best card, worst card kind of deal. But we're exposing the Swords to Plowshares again.
Yeah. Okay, so consider the alternative though. So if he hides the Swords to Plowshares, would it have to be 2 down then? Like,
I guess.
If you keep the second Snapcaster, you're risking Snapcaster getting surgical, which might not actually be that bad.
Yeah,
but like ignore that. Like I'm trying to think of like what Yuta could have done. So like he kind of wants Force of Will. The Force of Will is the weirdest card to me. I'll just start there.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with leaving Force of Will in your hand, yeah, good. He took it. I think Yuta made a bad play, and that's why. So what happens is you can't have force of will be
I'm
in
gonna
your
pause it
hand.
because yeah, go ahead.
So force of will can only be in two locations.
Hmm.
It can only be your top card or your second like highest card. There's no way force of will ends up in your hand. And the reason why is because you need to deduce like if I leave force of will in my hand, I can't beat Sylvan Library. I don't have any like I know my next card I'm drawing next turn. And like yes, you have to beat Sylvan Library with counterbalance with Snapcaster on top, but then you're like losing to other like forms of discard or whatever.
Yeah.
So force of will is either your most important card, which means it's the top card of your deck, or it's not important at all and it should be your second like top card and you shuffle it away with the delta.
I see. That's
So
actually really interesting, huh?
I just don't think it belongs in the hand because then you allow your opponent to make plays. And the only way it is okay is if you think the only cards that can matter are 2-drops and that you have the Snapcaster on top.
Okay.
So either this is exactly correct or it is 100% wrong.
I like that dichotomy. It's either that's one way or then there's no in between. That's awesome. And it looks like so if we just continue with the match, the turn 2 counterbalance comes into play. Opponent has the decay in their hand, so they're just like, there's no reason for me to act, no reason for me to. That's interesting though. They didn't decay the counterbalance.
Decay is another thing. Like I forgot that decay exists instead of assassin trophy, so that means that your counterbalance like might not even do the job.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, I think like I'm not the miracles expert here, but I think I would have left force well on top because I think it was your most important card.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I like the logic. I see the line. I'm curious. You know how Utah.
Well, he must believe that the only cards that would have mattered were 2-drops, and then since he was on the play, if it got decayed, then he had the turn cycle to have like mana untapped.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change the fact that he doesn't have a counter spell. So then decay plus library still beats you.
Yeah. I mean, it is possible that he's got other plans for cards like Sylvan Library, or maybe the 2-drop that he was worried about wasn't like a library, is like maybe like a Hex Mage or like a Sylvan Scrying or Into the North or whatever. There's a number of things that it could be, but
So do you think getting Island is greedy? Because like he does, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any lands in his hand, and then he gets Island because of Back to Basics.
Yeah.
And like I guess like the Depths deck can play a single Wasteland, but like if you're not getting Tundra, you might just die.
Yeah, we could see just like a crop rotation into, I don't know, and probably not this turn, like unless it's like double crop rotation, and like through the counterbalance is probably not happening either.
It feels pretty greedy to me to not get Tundra. Like, what's one land staying tapped with your Back to Basics versus like just dying with 2 Swords of Plowshares in your hand?
Yeah, and one thing I have to wonder is whether he had the Polluted Delta on turn 1 as well. I didn't actually get to see that. He may have drawn it afterwards, but leading with no, he definitely had an island in his hand. Leading with the Prismatic Vista may... Well, there's no way to actually use the Vista and have white and have counterbalance on 2, so I guess that's kind of weird. Now, that's an interesting card, though. I like that. The Relic of Progenitus. That is sweet.
I haven't seen that for a while. It's really good against Surgical, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good against Surgical. That's one thing, because you just exile the card in response to Surgical. But it's also good against what might be a read here on like the Hogak Depths deck. If you just exile their graveyard, they can't really delve for Hogak.
And Elvish Reclaimer, so like it's always gonna be a 1/1.
Yeah, what's really funny to me here is this Back to Basics actually doesn't even seem like it's doing anything, right? Like if the Depths player just gets a forest and like stages the forest or the swamp, like there's 3 basics in play on one side and 3 basics in play on the other side.
Yep.
But the other line is to maybe just abrupt decay the.
How important was this Back to Basics?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like that's also what I'm talking about with the Thoughtseize. It makes no sense. Like what percentage of the time is this Back to Basics doing anything? And if it wasn't going to do anything, the Forcible is more important to pitch it.
Mm-hmm. That totally makes sense. Yeah, and maybe the big read here is okay. Yeah, so here we're gonna abrupt decay the counterbalance.
Acknowledge. So what does that mean to you? So like he chose to abrupt decay the counterbalance instead of staging a basic.
Mm-hmm.
So like if he stages a swamp, it opens up like Hex Mage with Depths. So that way he has like multiple things that can target Depths. But maybe that doesn't matter as much in this matchup because there's no Wasteland from you to side. So yeah, maybe you just don't care about the Hex Mage aspect. So maybe there is nothing you're doing other than playing abrupt decay.
Yeah.
So if you have Depths, You're not allowed to make on your main phase because of Jace.
Correct.
And then Yuta skipped a land drop. So if you just play Depths and Pass, you could just win a percentage of the time.
Interesting here.
I thought a Depths was in his hand, though. Okay, so what does this mean?
No, there is a depths and there's a crop rotation as well. So it seems like...
Oh, maybe he's trying to set up like crop rotation can get you the depths, then you can depths.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So
Well, playing the herb board before the Thoughtseize makes no sense. But that's fine. I mean,
small thing, yeah. So here we're actually looking at like we could just like crop rotation the forest away for like a. Is that the line that opponent is thinking of here? Crop rotation the forest for a depths and then just try to kill them. You know the coast is clear. There's a relic in play though, and there's no white mana.
Well, so he has just like 2 cantrip Snapcaster Relic, right? All the cantrips are kind of interchangeable, but if you take Brainstorm, it like forces urgency, like that he would have to main phase a Ponder instead of like waiting on a Brainstorm should he draw something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would take the Brainstorm as well.
Makes sense.
It's either that or Snapcaster Mage, but he didn't have another cantrip in the yard, so.
Okay, Ponder is a good. Swords to Plowshares is a good draw here because it sort of unrestricts your mana. You can spend more time dirtling.
It's the same one he put back.
Oh, okay, yeah, he put it back. Okay, gotcha.
Because he fetched the Delta for the island
on the end step, yeah.
From Brainstorm, drew a card, played back to basics, so then he knew exactly the next card.
Absolutely. All right, so here's the Prismatic Vista. So this is going to give access to white mana. Now we have a 1 mana artifact and a 3 mana enchantment in play. It's not exactly the same as top counterbalance, but ooh, and we're crop rotating the swamp away. That is interesting.
Yeah, so I don't understand.
Okay.
Well, like maybe he just forgot that Yuta knows his top card.
That might be the case. Let's see. Are we comboing off here?
I hope not.
Because if we are, then oh no. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can see him. He's just like, you're tapped out. I'm doing it. I'm gonna get you right now.
Yeah. So like, what I actually like is this. I just assume that they play Jerry Step. So like this crop rotation is like an extra form of protection against the sword. So if you just like, and he has a depth in his hand. That's the part I don't understand the most.
Yeah.
Or yeah, because he crop rotated for the depths.
Yeah.
And he has a depths in hand. So that either means that he has to have another combo just like rolled up in his hand entirely. But the problem is Yuta has another Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
I feel like he just like, yeah, you could view it as like unlucky that, quote, unlucky that like Yuta chose to put as his last card for that Brainstorm as like the source of Plowshares and then got lucky and pondered into like a white source.
Yeah.
But if we just wait 2 or 3 turns, I don't know if we can lose.
I generally find that the more patient my depths opponents play, the harder it is for me to. Okay, well this makes more sense, right? So we're just going for the back-to-back. Wait, the whole. I don't know if the whole graveyard is supposed to get exiled. Okay, there's the clarification. Just one card.
Yeah, maybe he's just spinning the relic, so then just keeps on removing 1 card. Just tap. It's a joke, a bad joke. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just thinking like I'm not really sure how.
He knows that Yuta has Snapcaster Mage in hand, right?
Yeah, he knows about that for sure. Yeah, definitely for sure. Cause he saw it off the Thoughtseize, so.
And he took Brainstorm, definitely.
So now it's going to be kind of a grind here. There is an Elvish Reclaimer, so in theory, I guess this is kind of one of the cool things that Elvish Reclaimer can do. I'm not gonna lie. Now that the swamp is in the graveyard, so here's my thought. Let me just give it to you. Elvish Reclaimer, you can tap your land, your duel, to cast a spell, and then you can sack that tap duel to the Elvish Reclaimer to get something else. But I guess unless you're only getting basics, because everything's going to come into play tapped, right? So there's a power of back to basics that we were talking about earlier, how Dark Depths comes into play tapped. I guess you could still tutor for it technically, and then hope to draw like maybe a Thespian Stage or something like that. But going for the third here, oh man, and this is brutal. At this point, there's like another Swords excuse me, the Swords to Plowshares. One thing I'm worried about from the Miracles perspective is we got to close this game out.
Yeah, do you think you're ever allowed to just like trade this Reclaimer for Snapcaster and say like I have 17 turns or whatever? Like you just don't have many threats in your deck, so maybe I can just play like that probability game to win over time.
So I will say there are 3 lands in the graveyard, but there's a relic as well.
Yeah, exactly. So like it would be a trade.
Yeah. So it would be a trade.
And you get relic off the board, so then your future Reclaimers could be better.
Mm-hmm.
Like it might just be he might have bought more. Like Yuta ends up swordsing anyways, which leads to me like believing he just believed he wasn't gonna block and then did it later. But I think even independent of this extra swords, I think I would have just traded. It's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Plus, I don't know. I kind of want to just get Snapcasters off the table. Like I want to know. Like I surgicaled him game 1. I want to know. Like I want to see if there's other creatures or like threats.
Well, because that makes such a big difference in how you play out games 2 and 3, right? Like if you know that like Yuta is on like a creatureless win condition,
or Entreat. Like Entreat can block Merit Lage.
Yeah. Just so many things that are good to know. But from this perspective, from this position, I guess we found a new win condition in Jace. We're gonna like probably brainstorm for like 5 turns and then like just start fate sealing.
I don't even know if you need to fate seal. I think you just don't stop brainstorming.
Yeah.
I think fate sealing only works against lightning bolt, and otherwise it's a trap. I think if like
I like that you say that.
Well, like how often are you really going to lose by brainstorming every turn?
Mm-hmm.
I'd almost rather fate seal myself after brainstorming. Like you would. I only fate seal my opponent if I'm a literal 100% to win.
Okay, yeah.
And that's just because I want them to concede.
Yeah.
Like I'm not taking game act. Like why would I do anything other than brainstorming? Like
I love that you say that, and so, like this is how we know that Yuta's ahead. By the way, he's portenting his opponent and giving him a bunch of bad draws here. What is that black? Is that a Hex Mage?
I don't really got a good look of it.
Yeah. Well, we do see like a depths and a thing. Basically, I don't know if there's a draw here that.
Actually... Yeah, Yuta just wanted permission to be able to brainstorm more, but he had it the whole time. He has Jason play.
Yeah. So we draw a card for Portent on the upkeep, and I mean tapping the Bayou is probably more powerful than the actual spell that Yuta is giving his opponent. This is an upkeep brainstorm.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happening.
Okay, I guess there's nothing going on there. Yeah. So I guess the only reason that I would be worried about, or that I would be incentivized to fate seal, is maybe there's like because I mean I see two numbers on the screen that like make me panic a little bit, and that's 3 and 9. I need to close the game out, right? Time is one of the, like whenever you play Miracles in a tournament, you don't have one opponent, you have 2 basically. You know what I'm trying to say? So.
Like there's a third opponent to me. Like the third opponent is just like the actual like clock. And usually what I try to do instead is I would just brainstorm a lot and then just ask my opponent how many cards do I need to show you that show that you can't win. Because if I fate seal, then like probabilistically, like I could still just lose because
there's still
So, but like whatever works.
I mean, that's so funny though. All right, so from here, I think it's pretty elementary. We're just gonna play the brainstorm. How did the Tundra untap?
Oh no.
Okay. May have been like a misstep. That back to basics is okay. There we go. Okay, so now that's getting fixed. Wow, it's like they can hear me. It's like I'm there right now.
I mean,
in Japan.
Maybe you're just like from the future.
Or these VODs are from the past. Who'd have thought? All right, so yeah, I guess. From here, what are some of the draws that the depths player can have to win? I'm not even sure, to be completely honest. Okay, there's a second back to basics, a ponder, and a plains. I wonder if you're even supposed to play the second back to basics here. I guess I would. That makes it so that you don't have to worry about abrupt decay, or that abrupt decay becomes harder to play, right? Like you're just closing out outs from your opponent's deck at this point.
Yeah.
That Tundra is beautiful, by the way. Yeah, that's how you know that we've slowed down the pace of play where I'm talking about the art on the Tundra.
Yeah, like I'm not sure. I know if I was by myself, I would just fast forward to the next game.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fine.
Okay. I might do that actually if I get the green light from chat. If we get like a couple viewers to say that we're good to go to the next game, because I think this is pretty wrapped up. I'm not actually sure what the outs are here. Okay. There's the first phase.
Now that there's counterbalance, there's no out. Like in theory, he could have like set up surgical link, swords to plowshares if there was one. No, that doesn't even work because of relic. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just going to.
We can at least fast forward a little.
Okay. Like, yeah. So there's a Thoughtseize, and I really wonder what. Wow. This is like. Oh, so we did keep in some number of Terminus. All right. So there's the Fate Seal going on. I guess just for closure, we'll see how this game ends.
Well, yeah. My life expectancy has thanked you for this fast forward button.
Okay, and so the Liliana. So that's one good thing that we saw. There is a Liliana of the Last Hope in the sideboard of the depth deck.
I think that was a bad idea from the green black death player.
Yeah, you probably just don't want to. I mean, I get you play to win kind of deal, but giving away that valuable intel is sort of spooky when there's so many other aspects in there. Plus, well, I mean, in theory,
well, like a lot of people focus on their plan and what advantages them. Like they can, like Death's player in this example could just like think like, yeah, maybe I can win with this Liliana if it somehow resolves. But then like you just think about it from the opponent's like if you were the Miracles player, would you be happy that like it's almost like a zero-sum game. Like you have to really think you're that much smarter than your opponent, which just like isn't really the case, especially when like
would you show it to them to board it out or something like that? You'd have to go like big brain next level kind of deal.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense once you consider the other side, which means that guy just wasted all of our time. But that's okay.
The venue looks kind of venue-y.
Oh yeah.
It's just like maximum peak MTG. This is where I go to play card games in an underground basement. I respect that.
Yeah,
been there a bunch myself.
I do like how like in China and Japan that they like lay out the venue and like how it's portrayed through like streaming versus like how ours are.
Yeah,
it'll feel pretty cool. Like I feel like this one's a little more like transparent and I think it looks good, and then like some of the GP ones is like, well, you isolated this area that looks good, but I don't really see the rest of it, and when I'm there I'm like
oops. But... All right, so it looks like both players have kept their hands. I see Teferi, Terminus, Island.
Okay, wait. So this already means something. Pause. Okay, your turn. Your opponent played Bayou on turn 1. What does that mean about his hand?
Ooh, that's a good point. So we saw 2 back to basics in game 2, right?
Yeah.
So that means that this hand is probably looking to kill fast, right? We're just trying to ignore back to basics altogether.
Well, it has to mean that he doesn't have Verdant Catacombs, right? Because Verdant Catacombs, Swamp, or Forest is better than this.
Yeah.
Because if you do have Verdant Catacombs, if you play Bayou in turn 1 and have a Verdant in hand and draw a Verdant literally every turn, you have wished you played all those Verdants.
Yeah.
So then, would you play Urborg before this? No, you wouldn't. So you can still have Urborg, and then you can still have Dark Depths on stage. But like, it means that your opponent does not have Verdant Catacombs in his hand. That's pretty cool.
Okay, yeah. I wonder how that dictates the way the game plays out, but
probably not. But
yeah, but like no, it's good to like remove those sort of considerations from I mean that's what Magic is, right? You try to figure out what's in their hand, and then that you make a better play that way. So, and this is interesting. Both players have turn 1 artifacts. So I do see the Wasteland. There is an Urborg. Is that a Liliana? Oh man, yeah, it is. Okay, so that's interesting. Maybe leading with the Urborg would have been better.
No, I think they're the same.
Okay.
Or like similar. Like leading on the Bayou allows you to play Reclaimer and then like another like a colorless land, right?
Okay. How do you feel about this turn 2 Reclaimer?
It makes me wonder if he had one of each in his hand, like if he had both Map and Reclaimer, that means he thinks Map is more important than Reclaimer because Reclaimer gets swords and you're not activating Reclaimer for a while.
Yeah.
I think it probably just means he opened up on both.
Okay. Do you like playing the Reclaimer and leaving the 1 mana open, like not using all your mana for the second turn?
I mean, like, how's the Map gonna die? Like,
Less so that it's gonna die, but more like just like in terms of efficiency, right? Like,
I don't think efficiency matters. So
okay,
okay. So let me counter back to you.
sure.
Why? Like, why would you not want to crack map? Like, what's an example? Because when you play Reclaimer, you're exposing it to swords.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you not want to crack map? And there's like a very common reason with Expedition map that you wouldn't crack it in general for a while.
I mean, maybe you just want more time to figure out what to get off the expedition map. That could be
Right.
like a.
So in Tron, if you just have power plant in play and a map, you don't craft your map. That way you have 8 draws for the other Tron piece, then you map the other one. Imagine this scenario. He might just not have stage or depths. If he doesn't have either, this map doesn't do anything.
Okay.
So then you have 8 draws, and then you inform the next one instead of cutting it down to 4. So I would also draw that sort of conclusion if he doesn't crack it in this next turn cycle.
Okay.
So if he doesn't play stage or depths here, okay, I mean, like, whatever. But he played Wasteland. He played Wasteland, and all the other lands would have like been able to present like depths next turn. So I would deduce that my opponent doesn't have
the combo,
either part of the combo.
Okay.
So I think Liliana is the plan.
Interesting. So I'm gonna counter back here. Actually, there is a Hex Mage in the depths player's hand, but it is kind of mana intensive.
Well, you can just do that in one turn if you wanted to, though, right? That's a turn play. You can just play the Hex Mage and then crack the map once it resolves.
Yeah.
That's a play I didn't consider. I completely forgot about.
Actually, the curve would have been next turn. They would have cracked the expedition map and then used the Urborg in the dark depths to play the Hex Mage.
Yeah, on turn 4 you could have done everything.
So
but I did forget about Teferi 3.
Yeah. Okay, so Teferi's actually pretty interesting here. I think it's pretty good because it makes a lot of cards like Abrupt Decay and Crop Rotation a lot clunkier. Oh no, this is interesting. Tom, there's a Wasteland and a Ghost Quarter in this list. What is going on here?
I think that's actually really good because you get to punish the back to basics player. I don't know how I feel about exposing. It has to mean he doesn't have another land in his hand. And tapping the Ghost Quarter might just be worse than tapping Urborg.
Okay.
Because if he plays back to basics, all your lands tap for black. But not all of your lands are Ghost Quarter. So he should definitely be tapping Urborg, right?
Yeah, I like that a lot.
But regardless, so Ghost Quarter is really cool because like it could be possible that like they play a white spell and only have access to like 2 or 3 planes in their deck. Like I don't know how many planes like Miracles plays, but like it could be possible that like you get them with their pants down when they like try to set up a line and you go score the other land and they just get an island.
Yeah. Okay, so Tom is saying that he likes the Wasteland and the Ghost Quarter too. So that makes me feel a little bit better. There's the Dark Depths.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
It also gives you some play in. I wonder if there's like a scenario against like lands or depths where like there could be like a stage that's on a basic and that's like stopping you from winning somehow, and then you would want to Ghost Quarter it. I don't know.
You could, there are probably those sort of situations. Okay, but what I'm more worried about here is Liliana is at 6, and Yuta has a Snapcaster, a Vendilion Click. I see a Brainstorm, so we're just gonna try to like sacrifice creatures to Liliana to like reduce loyalty. That's fine. Bolting Liliana's not. I mean, conditionally bolting Liliana, I guess, is a thing.
Yeah, but until he finds another swords, one of the Snapcasters is just locked in on like Dark Depths duty, right? Like at some point.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing around crop rotation and stuff, right? Like it can happen anytime.
Yeah. Yep.
So that means it's really just Vendilion Click that gets to like
attack.
Yeah, it gets to Lightning Bolt Liliana just exactly once.
Fortunately,
I still. Oh yeah, Teferi's in play. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So we can't even like Abrupt Decay the click or anything like that. That's actually such a big game. I actually think Teferi is really good in this matchup.
Well, also like they can't crop rotate.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is just like face up. There's no gimmicks and tricks and things like that. So
interesting. So I wonder if Teferi being in play allows you to wait. If you had a land rolled up, no, that doesn't make sense either. I was trying to think if you could just play both of your creatures in one turn, then you deal more damage to Liliana over time. But the problem is you need 6 mana if you want to get value out of the Snapcaster.
Yeah.
So that's like way too long. So I guess you do just have to do this sort of thing.
All right, so we're debating between taking the Decay and I imagine nothing.
So is that Hex Mage on the bottom?
It is Hex Mage on the bottom, yeah. Okay, interesting. So we're taking the Hex Mage, which means
the combo.
Yeah, so there's no way to combo off here, which is.
I think I would have played Hexmage. Like, what is he doing with all this mana untapped? So like, playing Hexmage is bad if the opponent plays back to basics, but if you get Hexmage in play, you can just kill this Teferi. You can even just kill the opponent. Other than Mentor, how are you really like contesting a Hexmage like as a creature? 2/1 first strike is huge, and you have this like. Well,
when you said kill your opponent, I thought you meant like, oh, we're gonna make the 20/20. No, you just meant turn sideways like 10 times. Yeah, I like that.
I don't know if Miracles, other than with like Mentor, is going to kill the 2/1 first strike. And you can set up some really cool lines where like maybe you can pressure this relic by being able to like Hexmage Adepts, Liliana minus, Hexmage another Depths. Like you have Depths and play one for the turn. Like I just don't know if they're being 2/1 first strike.
Yeah. I mean, it could also be that our opponent is on like the Thaw plan, just like tap 3 mana and a turn. Okay, maybe that's it. But honestly, from this perspective, I'm not even sure. I'm not sure who's really ahead here. I mean, yes, the Liliana's a ticking time bomb, but right now it's not really like it's just that's it, right? Like it's like a suspend spell right now.
Well, so question: would you have Council's Judgment in against Depths?
I do.
I know you'd have Purge like 100%.
Yeah, I like Judgment, especially when I have Teferi in my deck because Sylvan Safekeeper is just that stressful of a card to me. Plus, when you consider things like Sylvan Library and Choke, it's almost like a free roll to keep that kind of card in.
Okay, so like advantage bar, give me a percentage chance you think Yuta's winning from just this board state. And then I have a number in my head too.
Okay. I would put it at maybe... So I got to see the other 2 cards in his hand first.
Nope, no cheating from this board state.
Oh, just from the board state? Okay, I'd put it at like 40%. I would not want to be in his...
I have Yuta at 30.
30? Okay, yeah. I wouldn't be like... This is a complete ballpark estimate, but I feel like the Relic doesn't do anything right now. The counterbalance is also kind of just...
Yeah, so like, I don't think he's been beating Liliana until he draws exactly Jace.
Mm-hmm.
And then he can still just lose the game.
Yeah.
And like, this counterbalance isn't even like that much of a saving grace.
Yeah. But it does look like...
I'm a little bit surprised that he like didn't decay the counterbalance and then trophy the Teferi instead. But now that there's Jason play, the percentages are different.
Well, decay on Teferi is absolute, right? Like the fact that Assassin's Trophy can get forcible is kind of big game. So I guess if we're playing around that, then you know.
I almost think the counterbalance was scarier than the Teferi.
Interesting. Okay.
Like, I don't know how good draw 1 card every 3 turns is.
Wow, now that is a doozy. Him to Torok. I don't like that art. Don't at me.
Yeah, I'm partial to the wolf one.
I wonder why. But yeah. So this is very good. Him to Torok is pretty telling from what this means, right? So we obviously know there's no Hogak. I mean, this Depths player came to grind. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Who's the beatdown in this matchup?
Well, yeah, we're kind of talking about that before, where there's like these components that make it feel like it should be Miracles, but then there are ways of developing where it becomes Depths.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I like this. Yuta saved a life. I don't think I would force the Him to Torok because, well, it doesn't really feel like either of those cards are terribly powerful. Actually, wait, I would want both of those cards over the Terminus. Oh, thank you. Wait, is my mom here? Is my mom here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Cool. So where are we at right now? My mom's visiting from Houston. It's the first time.
Yeah, your mommy.
Yeah. So I gotta. We spent all of yesterday like cleaning up, and
nice.
It was exhausting. So Swords to Plashers is gonna handle an Elvish Reclaimer here. I honestly, now that the Jace is in play, I feel like the numbers just got completely just like went the other way around here. Where
it was only Jace though.
Yeah.
I felt like if it wasn't Jace, that our percentages were good.
Let's see here.
But I still don't think he's out of it. I mean, I do think Miracles does not beat an ultimate from Liliana, and Yuta's not really presenting anything. It has to be like Council's Judgment, or some like creature lightning bolts. But even the creature lightning bolts aren't good over time. So
I do like that I do like that you mentioned that because my nickname in the MTG overs, or at least my self-proclaimed nickname, they call me the Emblem Slayer. Because
oh really?
yeah. Actually, it's so much fun to try and beat Liliana Ultimates.
Yeah, I remember watching that match against Reed. It
Yeah,
was really fun to watch.
it's pretty crazy. So Spell Snare is going to take care of the Assassin's Trophy. That's really big game. So
Yeah.
Jace lives. There's a
Let's talk about that timing though. The Death Flyer played that trophy very well, knowing that Yuta has played a Brainstorm with a fetch land up,
mhm.
and then I think he waited until Yuta cracked the fetch. I'm not really sure. If he didn't, then I take it back.
I imagine so. I mean, that's one of the few times where you would actually do it, right? That's you have the intel that
The cards must be bad.
exactly, yeah, because we're shuffling them away. Also, I think by the pace of play here, we're probably like worried about time or something like that.
Yeah, the players could have taken certain game actions earlier on faster, but that's the price you pay when you play slowly.
Yeah. And this Liliana is also at 6 right now, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
at 7, I believe.
yeah, the ultimate is at 7. There is a Snapcaster Mage. My God, look at this lightning speed play here. There's the Judgment. We found it. Okay, and now we take a deep breath. We've definitely slowed down just a smidge.
Yeah.
Okay.
It feels like it's lights out then.
Yeah. And at this point, I think we actually, if time is a real consideration, like if we've got minutes on the clock, we probably have to Fate Seal. But,
No. I'm just gonna leave my Snapcaster tapped and say take 2 every turn.
All
I think that's faster than the mechanics of.
that's what we
picking
call
up.
discipline, by the way.
Yeah, I would just brainstorm and just draw the top card.
All right, counterbalance trigger, reveal swords to plowshares. Just genius level here.
Actually, no, that's better. So if I'm really worried about time, and I think about this too, like
Mhm.
earlier in the game, what am I going to do that's really fast? Like I've played like Jeskai versus Trons, and I played like 8 turns in like 4 minutes before.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of back and forth. So what I would do is I would get the Snapcaster into play as soon as possible, leave it tapped and say take 2 every turn. And when I brainstorm, I would just draw the second card. So I have a counterbalance in play, so I know what the top card is. I'll just draw the second card.
Wow. Okay. That's ultimate shortcuts. Yeah. And that's interesting. I never thought about that too. But I guess if you're like time considerations, it's okay to like shorthand things like that. Let your opponent know. I've never actually
just allowed to do that in general. Like I drew the 3 cards and then I put the 2 back.
Mm-hmm. So from here, Snapcaster is in play, and the thing is, one reason I'm a little bit afraid of this Snapcaster plan is because there's a Giga Healing Salve on the opponent's side of the table.
That is true. Giga Healing Salve.
Did she?
What's the Wi-Fi password?
I'll text it to you. So are they in separate rooms now? Oh no. Sorry. So my sister brought her dog from home from Houston, and
Nice.
Honey.
What kind of dog?
What's up? It's a old Maltese. And
Oh wait, that means something. We got to decay a counterbalance.
yeah. Okay.
That might be happening.
Is there a crop rotation coming up here now?
I don't know, but you definitely gotta get a basic off of this Verdant.
Yeah.
The basics.
You gotta win somehow, right?
And he like chose the counterbalance. He definitely has some kick left in him. Okay.
Oh, it's an Elvish Reclaimer. Okay, actually, Elvish Reclaimer is
Well,
a little bit better in my mind.
so Elvish Reclaimer has to be checked though because Yuta shuffled away the Sword Splashers.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's pretty unlikely that Yuta's planning on bouncing every time.
Yeah. But this is what I'm saying, right? Once you get that swamp into play, like Elvish Reclaimer is just like getting rid of these lands that are. Well, never mind. Actually, that doesn't make sense because we're
just having 2 basics, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're only able to get Dark Depths with them profitably, but Thespian Stage, if we ever draw into it, like it's probably where I want to be anyways.
You just get. Does it play 2 swamps enough for us? Because you just get 3 basics and you start removing a counter from your dark.
Oh, that works too. Yeah. Oh, device is not available. All right, well, sorry, getting a call from the producer here.
I'm pretty sure that was Dark Depths out. If we just remove the device, then he can't win.
Yeah, there you go. That's the out. We found it. So, how do you feel about abrupt decaying the counterbalance over the back to basics? On
It
that?
has to mean that he believes that he can win with very specific cards
Mm-hmm.
instead of like length of time, right? Like if
Okay.
you're choosing to allow things to convert into lotus petals, that has very distinct meaning.
Okay.
And I think the Reclaimer was like one of the Hail Marys, but then like the worst thing that happens is it gets that. Worst thing is that it gets bounced every turn by Jace.
Gotcha. All right, we're gonna transition back. I don't know if this was a W for Blue White Miracles or a D for Blue White Miracles, but I mean, I think from that situation, I would say that Miracles was probably favored to win. They have all their permanents in play. Like you mentioned, the one card that mattered in that matchup was just Jace the Mind Sculptor, right? And it was in play, and it did Jace things for a couple turns. I did like the sideboard plan of him to Torok and Liliana. I didn't see any Sylvan Safekeepers. That was kind of interesting. I feel that that card definitely dictates the pace of play in the blue-white matchup. And I also didn't see anything like Choke or Sylvan Library. Doesn't mean that it's not there, but it's just kind of interesting. I mean, I guess when you have cards like Himba Torok and Liliana, black, right, you only have so many slots for the control matchup, so you got to choose what you want to be doing. And him is also probably good against the combo decks, whereas something like Choke is maybe not, so...
Yeah, and I wonder if that's indicative of the metagame in this area, that like you would want to choose him over one of those cards because, like I was mentioning before, like if there's a lot more, say, combo or sneak and show, I think sneak and show might be more popular in that area, but like you do want more game.
Oh, Honey wants to go out. Sorry. All right, guys. I'm gonna take. Do you want to take like maybe like a 5-minute break or something like that? Okay, cool. And then we'll be back after that. Don't leave your chairs. We'll be right back.
Like, follow, subscribe.
Yes. Also, is my stream what's showing on the stream right now? I cannot see. It says the video preview is showing not our faces, which is what should be showing.
Oh, rats.
I hope everyone can hear. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. It's all is good. All right, cool. We'll be right back. See you guys in a couple minutes. Okay, and we're back. What's up, guys? So we've gone through 2 rounds of coverage so far. So the first was Death and Taxes against Blue Red Delver, 2-0 for Death and Taxes, and just now we saw Miracles.
It was Grixis Delver.
I'm sorry, you're right. Grixis Delver, yeah. 2-0 for Death and Taxes. And then we just saw Blue White Miracles against Green Black Depths. I think it was a draw. I don't know. We were in game 3, and then people picked up their cards.
Yeah, regardless, it was a concluded game 3 that was either a draw or a win.
Yeah. So that's pretty exciting. We still have a lot more rounds to go, though. So we're going to dive right into the next round, which, if I have to guess, we're going to be watching some more Miracles on the left. I believe... Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not very good with names and faces. This is Nobuo Saito, who is probably like the legend. Like, if you had a Miracles player that was the most renowned, or at least as far as I'm aware, I don't know. I'm just saying things now. But this guy's really good at Miracles from what I've heard. And
I confuse a subset of players, so I'm not gonna speak towards this. But
okay.
I remember back when like Dig Through Time was around. The guy I thought was the coolest or best like Miracles player was Philip
Schoeniger. Yeah.
But like I think he's put it down since. So like
he went to the mountains and became a vegan, and now he came out like a very respectable philosopher. So I think that's what he spends most of his time with. But yeah, the sort of innovations that he did with the deck were actually just absurdly insane. So pretty awesome. Pretty stoked by that. So it looks like, well, I see planes, I see 2 planes, and I see Swords to Plowshares and Thalia. So we might be seeing the Miracles versus Death and Taxes matchup. And this has always been a very... What's up?
That one's great. I can't forget about what's the guy's name? Mark Koenig.
Versus Joe Lissette.
Yep. Yeah. That was one of my favorite matches to watch.
Yeah. It's a masterclass in this matchup. And, well, I think we're going to see it here. Turn 1 Aether Vial from the Death and Taxes player is exactly what you want to see every time, all the time. But the Miracles player has an Explosives.
In the main, too.
Yeah, I know. And I think that might be an adaptation to cards like Red and 6 and just Planeswalkers in general.
And even if he had, like, cantrips in his hand, I think it's really, like, mature and shows his understanding of the matchup. That he needs to play on turn 1 for multiple reasons. One of them is, you want to crack it on 2. But, like, technically, you don't have to crack it on 2. Because if you play cantrip on 1, EE, like, next turn, then you can, like, blow up a Giver or whatever if they were to play with their Vial.
Yeah.
But, even more so, since you were on the draw, they got turn 3 Flicker Wisp, which would be able to flicker your Engineer Explosives if you went for anything else.
Yeah.
So, it's minor, but, like, definitely correct to play the Engineer on turn 1 there.
I agree. I like it a lot. Plus, like, Phyrexian Revoker is, like, a really good tool out of Death and Taxes nowadays, now that there's so many new Planeswalkers and things like that. Looking at the Miracles player's hand, though, we also see a second copy of EE and a copy of Judgment. So we've got Aether Vial covered for days here. I think at this point, now this is an interesting decision. We are plowing the Thalia here.
It has to be double plow then, right? Or plow and cantrip?
Or maybe we're going to try and leverage the Explosives to handle the Mother of Runes.
Wow, yeah. So this is already showing, like, a certain level of play by this Miracle player that we have a lot of respect for. So, like, he also probably understands that Mother doesn't matter because Mother isn't a threat by itself. So the opponent has to commit more, which means you are always going to get 2 for 1 out of your Terminus as long as you leave Mother in play.
Yeah.
So if you plow the Mother and they play Caracas, now the Thalia is all they need.
Yep. So this is really exciting. So I think this is kind of like what this matchup is all about. It's all about, like, setting up traps and just, like, board states that are very hard to take apart with just single cards, right? So like you mentioned, right? Thalia Caracas is where you want to be on the Death and Taxes side, or maybe like, you just put a bunch of, like, Recruiters in play and then have other creatures, sort of to minimize the impact of a card like Terminus or Swords to Plowshares. Equipment is another really big thing. And from the perspective of the Miracles side, right? Like, this is exactly what you want to see, right? You want to be able to use a card like Terminus to sweep up something like Mother of Runes, which doesn't necessarily do anything by itself, but forces your opponent to play more threats into play. So I think is exactly what you're saying. You want to set up these sort of, like, efficient plays. I also really like how just this is like a mechanical thing, but he's like portent and he's like pointing the deck to himself to indicate who he's targeting. It's like super fast. I really like that.
Yep. Yeah, like I feel like if you're gonna play decks like Miracles or like Just Get Control and Modern and stuff like that, you have to understand how you need to communicate with the opponent as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Because you like what we talked about earlier, you do kind of have two opponents. You have like the clock and your actual opponent.
Yeah.
Was that predict?
That is predict. That it's predict, and I think I saw counterbalance and force of will as well.
So with predict and two engineering explosives, this is definitely like a different list, and maybe highly metagamed, or maybe just adapted for a lot of the new cards that have come out.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. So here we have Giver, and then Upkeep. Rishodon Port is going to target maybe the Tundra, and I like taking the predict here, especially because of the potential of the Rishodon Port. This way, they're able to like sort of maximize their mana usage. And now this is interesting. So we're choosing to keep the counterbalance. Okay. All right. I see it. So typically, here's my
It's
input.
a blind counterbalance, though.
What's up?
Like it's a blind counterbalance for this turn. So you're like, what if he doesn't have Force of Will in his hand? He might not be able to address everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like, what does this mean to you?
What I think the reason to keep a card like counterbalance is first and foremost. I mean, you could have maybe predicted it away in response to the Rishodon port, but the counterbalance will technically set up the predict in your hand, so you're somewhat okay. The brainstorm is probably the big thing here. Okay, yeah, and this is slightly awkward. There was one turn where they could resolve a big haymaker, and the Death and Taxes player was able to.
Yeah, so this was exactly what I was worried about. So like, it must be since he has this Council's Judgment, he just figured he's covered.
Mm-hmm.
So like playing counterbalance there only made sense if because he had a brainstorm also, right? So like, it only makes sense if he doesn't have a land, or like if he has Council's Judgment and or Force of Will.
Yeah.
So once the sword resolved, like I don't get any brownie points, but I would have like predicted that he would have had Council's Judgment.
Yeah.
And this is a good play too, because like, you know that it's not going to get better over time. Like you're giving them windows to draw cards like Jace the Mind Sculptor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to start jamming things over time.
Plus,
it's bad against Snapcaster Mage, but like it's not getting much better. You don't have like a Stoneforge Mystic or something in play.
Right. Especially after your opponent has just used the Judgment to kill one artifact. I mean, obviously, like you don't want to be like hard casting your Battle Skulls, and you want to be like violating them in with Stoneforge Mystic. But especially after your opponent has used their Judgment on the first artifact, you feel a little bit more confident putting the other one into play. I mean, Snapcaster Mage is the obvious exception here, but sort of make him have it, I guess. I mean, like it's like you mentioned, it's just not getting better, right? So
yeah, and if you weren't going to play the Batter Skull, you probably also shouldn't have played the Sword of Fire and Ice at that point. But like, the probability of them having like so many answers over time only goes up. So then running them in succession makes the most sense because you cut down on outs. Plus, like, Jace the Mind Sculptor isn't really an out there because, like, what's he going to do? Jace Fate Seal? Because there's the Giver of Runes in play. But, like, that doesn't make any sense because then you'd be able to attack both creatures. So,
yeah.
So it's a really good play from the Death and Taxes player, given that, like, the Death and Taxes player kind of, like, had it all in the beginning, but then, like, Miracles also kind of had all the answers. But, like, if the Death and Taxes player chose to slow down there, I think he would have lost. And if the Miracles player chose to answer the cards in a different way, I feel like he also would have lost. So I think this is definitely like some high level Magic we're starting to watch.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty crazy, right? Because this matchup, I literally think it comes down to like one play can like make or break the game, and it's so crazy because there's like these plays can be extremely subtle in terms of like how you're supposed to do one certain thing or the other. So very very impressed to see, you know.
Yeah,
this level of play here.
A lot of them, though, come back to what we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, which is like you can look at the board and then deduce what needs to go on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you can look at the board and you know that the Death and Taxes player has to commit more, which is why the Miracles player was allowed to set up the Terminus that turn instead of the following turn, with like after casting I think it was a Ponder that set up the Terminus, but regardless. So, like, from this board state, you can see that the Death and Taxes player is behind. So then he just knows he needs to do things. But since he knows he needs to do things, then the Miracles player is more incentivized to find answers to those things or present more pressure. So he's, like, going to burn through cantrips or he's going to do things a lot more aggressively. So you can kind of, like, tell the flow of the game. Even when games are about cards in hand, it's still dictated by lands at the minimum or just, like, things in play.
Right. So at this point, I actually do think the Miracles player is somewhat favored. I mean, they do have more cards in hand, but it's important in what an EE. I think there's a Monastery Mentor on top, which is going to be big game here. But the Death and Taxes player has fluttered out just a little bit, drawing a couple copies of Wasteland that are kind of low impact now that the Miracles player has established their mana.
Yeah, I think the Death and Taxes player, if he passes this turn, has like a 20 or 15% chance of winning. It's looking like pretty bad over time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Although these Richardon ports are going to cut. Okay, wait, never mind. As soon as I say something, the Richardon port cutting off the plains looked like big game, but with the Caracas sandbagged in the hand, I really like that too. We didn't deploy the Caracas until now, and it looks like from this point on, Mentor is going to probably take over the game unless there's another plow. But even with the I don't know, important, like we might be able to set up counterbalance to protect the Mentor here. Putting Jace on top, maybe to insulate from a top deck, plains top deck Palace Jailer. That seems like a pretty good coverage.
I agree.
And not a Mother of Runes. I may or may not have attacked into a Mother of Runes with the Snapcaster once upon a time. I learned the hard way that protection is really good.
Yeah. What you really need to do is you need to make sure people know who you are. That way you wouldn't do something so stupid. So like if you like attack with the Snapcaster Mage and then they wouldn't block with the Mother because you must have Source of Plowshares. I've had many times where people just assume I know what I'm doing and then like will respect it. And I was just like, oh, I just wasn't aware that that was something you can do.
Yeah. Now this is okay. So that Vial here seems like maybe this is one of the few ways that the Death and Taxes player can come back in this game one.
Yeah, it's about the swords is good.
Yeah.
But the problem is like Jace is on top, so
yeah.
I still maybe it's lower now. Maybe it's still like 10% that like the Death and Taxes player wins. It's just like what is it? Like Recruiter of the Guard into Flicker Wisp. I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the explosives is going to do a really good job here, taking care of both of these one drops. So I wouldn't be really too worried if I were in the Miracle seat here. I do like playing the Jace over the explosives because we kind of know that the Death and Taxes player is gassed out, just the way that they play. We can see one card in their hand, right? And so I mean, like unless it's I don't even know what I mean. They can't buy anything in.
I'm not playing this EE until I know what. Like it's just an expensive Council's Judgment. I'm just not gonna play the EE.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as I'm aware, I feel like this game is... If we get to untap with the Jason Mind Sculptor, like unless it gets revoked exactly now, but that's not even good enough because there's a Source to Plowshares in hand. So, yeah, this attack is very telling that Miracle's Pilot feels pretty ahead in this situation, and I would agree. Vial to 1, and I think we might see cards get picked up pretty soon here.
I'd actually just attack with both creatures. I'd let Jace take the 1.
Yeah, just send a message.
No, it just finishes the game faster. You already can't lose. What card is he going to play that like Jace being on 2 is different than Jace being on 3? He already played all the equipment, so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from this position.
Okay, so you would want to trade off the creature? Okay, yes. Jete existing.
Yeah.
Does
Palace Jailer is also a little bit terrifying, but I mean, I guess you have 2 creatures in play. Never mind.
If it's Palace Jailer, you want to attack with both.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it was Jete. Like I remember that Sword of Fire and Ice didn't exist.
Yeah.
But like Sword of Fire and Ice would get through it anyways. But it's exactly Jete that makes it matter.
And I'm also gonna eat my words here because there was a Jace on top to insulate from Jailer. So I think we're slowly identifying like what are the few threats in play that can actually take over the game here. And man, I get a little bit wibbly every time I see an artifact in play and counterbalance in play, and they're just like both right on top of each other because I'm just like, oh, counterbalance top, and it's never that. Astrolabe is not a replacement. It's good, but it's not a replacement. So yeah, it looks like game 1 goes to Miracles. Me silently very happy. Everybody else maybe groaning. I don't know. Good magic is what I'm here for. Let's talk about sideboards.
It was definitely a good game 1 though. But yeah, can once again, when it doesn't involve that much Delver stuff, I don't know that much, but like you this is like a very like old and like common matchup from back in the day. So I would love to hear both sides of like what you would do.
All right, I gotta tell you one thing now, and that is that I am super excited because I saw one card in the sideboard here that I've played before, and I know. Okay, now I'm for certain that this is the player that I'm thinking of. We about to get that Ojutai's Exemplar in, and that's gonna be super hot. But I mean, if we look at some of the cards that they're sideboarding out here, we do see the counterbalances are coming out. Ooh, there's a Hydro Blast in the sideboard too. I like that. I would also imagine some number of like other forms of like soft counter magic maybe come out as well. I do like that we're seeing the Pithing Needle come in. We're seeing the Disenchant come in. Ojutai's Exemplar is going to be big game.
Oh jeez, yeah.
Like tonight. I don't know, very late. It's
I
flexible.
haven't heard Ojutai's Exemplar and.
Yeah, your eyes like raised. Yeah, Ojutai's Exemplar is so sweet. Hey, look. Imagine a world, okay, where your opponent makes a 20/20 and is about to attack you, but then you cast a Brainstorm and you tap it.
Yep.
I know it's probably like a fun of, but
so it can tap a creature, get lifelink, first strike, and slide itself or blink itself.
Yeah. It blinks, but it comes back tapped, so it's not that powerful, but it's like. It's still like immune to like lightning bolts and things like that. But yeah, so I think this deck is also somewhat like pre-built for this matchup when you have the one copy of Judgment and the two copies of Engineered Explosives. Those three cards are probably the heaviest hitters in this matchup. Adding in the Needle for like Port and Vial and maybe even Gideon is good, and then adding in the Disenchant for just more accessibility is also very good. From the Death and Taxes side, I would expect to see cards like Judgments for Jaces and maybe Mentors. I would expect to see Chalices. That's a recent trend that's been pretty good. Cataclysm is probably one of the more. Yeah. Cataclysm just makes me like cringe in fear. And then I think lastly is Gideon. Now we can't have too many 4-drops because otherwise, we're in a little bit.
Revoker if he's sideboarding it.
Yeah. That's another card too that I think is actually a little bit better now in this matchup since Teferi and Narset are also cards that exist in the format. So, is this okay? So this is okay. Well, through the power of technology, we get to skip the.
Yeah, I do like the part of the stream when we discovered how to fast forward.
Yeah, that's the real tech here. Both players going to draw their 7s. We see Judgments, lands, and we're mulling. Both players are going to mulligan to 6. Okay.
Yeah, I only saw one Plains and a Batterskull in the Death and Taxes hand, but Batterskull's already kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, I would be. Well, we see two Ponders, 2 Forces, and some lands here. So that's a pretty good keep here. You've got Force of Will for the early interactions, so you don't get snowballed over by like an Ether Vial. And then from the Death and Taxes side, we're keeping 6, but no Vial, it seems. Okay. So turn 1 important off an island. Reasonable.
So as a Miracles player, what's like the range of 2-drops they can play in terms of like how you feel? So like Thalia versus say Stoneforge Mystic on this turn too.
Yeah, when my opponent plays a Stoneforge on turn 2, I am absolutely elated because that means that I get to keep doing what I want to be doing without like the thing with Stoneforge is that it's actually just really slow in the matchup, right? Because you have to play the Stoneforge, then you have to pass the turn, then you have to put the thing into play, and then you have to equip it. So that's like 3 turns where like nothing else is really going on, especially this.
And like even if it's Batterskull, you can just Swords the Germ token, and that's like what 2 or 3 more turns.
Yeah, exactly. And then like. I don't know, like, and also, like, if you do get Sword of Fire and Ice, which is usually the go-to, I get it. If your Stoneforge gets plowed in response to the equip, you're just, that's such a tempo negative, play for, to happen to you that, like, I don't know, that just, miracles can very, very easily come back from that, so.
So from this board state, though, it was Thalia, which I'm guessing is worse for the Miracles player.
Exactly, yes.
And a cantrip was played and found a Source of Plowshares. Obviously, if the Miracles player had a Source of Plowshares in his hand, he probably would have just main face played on the Thalia to play around Crocus.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So this is like the turn for the Death and Taxes player. Like you get to do everything. Force Will can't do anything. Like this is where you play your haymaker.
Exactly. And this is why the turn 2 Thalia is also very like stressful, especially when it's on the play. Now the flagstones of Trocaire is
It has to be Cataclysm.
yeah, it's a big red flag. And I gotta respect the Death and Taxes player for using an abacus to keep track of life. That's pretty hyphy.
So abacuses are like pretty cool. You just use them to like carry numbers appropriately between like the two different digits.
Wait, I am a little bit confused. What just happened here? Oh, this was an upkeep. Okay, upkeep port,
Yep.
plow in response. And
Exactly.
Then, makes sense. Okay.
So one thing that's cool is that there's like a subset of people that are so good with an abacus and muscle memory that they can use invisible abacuses while doing like long math, and then they do invisible abacus stuff, and then their muscle like tell them what the number is.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Just like the Sanctum Prelate, which is kind of terrifying if it names one, which it probably would. And it's going to eat a Force of Will, which is actually really good when you think about curve considerations, right? Because if the Sanctum Prelate is eating a Force of Will, that means that your 4-drop probably has the green light to pop off here. Now, that's what's interesting here is that there's a Caracas in the Death and Taxes player's hand, and I kind of wonder if that Caracas was there when the Thalia was in play, because I would be much more afraid as the Miracles player to deal with Thalia Caracas than getting my land ported for one turn.
Yeah, I agree.
There may have been a fear of like Monastery Mentor or something like that.
I don't know. He definitely has a Caracas in his hand. I didn't see it.
Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, especially if he's playing Brimaz. I mean,
Wow, that's great. Yeah, you're right. Right? There's no way. No, I don't know. Maybe the
he
waste.
played a Wasteland this turn. He would definitely play like Brimaz Caracas, right? Because like you're not even stopping Jace from coming down.
Yeah. Interesting. We'll see. Mentor is a very good draw here. I love this play. Pass.
I guess you are stopping Jace from coming down. I mean, if he doesn't have the 4th land.
Yeah. I like not playing the Mentor here. That's a very like, how do I explain this? Disciplined?
I usually say mature, but like I'm not trying to say people are immature when they do other actions. But
Yeah.
like it's in game maturity.
Yeah. Just in the sense that like you could play the Mentor, but there's so many things that could go wrong, and okay, there's a spell snare in the Miracles player's hand, so it's like just easier to keep that open rather than tap out for a Mentor where like, just the game could implode from tapping out just one turn. So this Brimaz is kind of terrifying me though. God, can you believe that it makes a 1/1 attacker every time it attacks? If that's not snowball potential, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and you're all about snowball potential, right?
And actually here, I almost wonder that the reason things change now, the reason to deploy the Mentor now is because, you took a turn off to see like, maybe I'll draw something good to handle this Brimaz, but we're at 12 life. The life total is gonna ramp, like the damage is gonna ramp up pretty fast here. And I think it's important to start getting onto the board so that you don't just get completely wrecked by this Brimaz. I mean, opponent had the Swords to Plowshares, but when it's like die if you don't, die if you do, you might as well do because you've got nothing else to, it's like there's a chance that you might be able to play out of it. But this game is looking pretty locked up here as well. Port taking opponent off any white mana. Can't even draw Terminus here.
Oh wow, that's really interesting.
What's up?
The opponent's using the abacus such that the numbers face the opponent.
Ah.
I took a class on abacus in Chinese school when I was growing up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's some useless information, but like normally you have like if you're reading the number, it's on the right, and then he has all of them on the left, which means he's allowing the opponent to read the number.
That is.
But how many people know how to read an abacus?
Yeah, but that's like insane though, right? Like that's next level politeness then, huh?
Yeah.
Oh. That's insane. So I think, let's see what's going on right now. This is a Snapcaster, which must have been flashed in response to a Richardon port. We can block the Brimaz, save 3 points of damage, but the top of the library there doesn't really look that good, so I like the shuffle here. I mean, ooh, we would have to, honestly, like it starts with drawing a white source, so that we can cast a Terminus through. So that we can cast. Okay, this is good. This also does it.
Mm-hmm.
Cast a Terminus through the Richodon ports. I assume the Pithing Needles here are going to name either Caracas or Richodon port. I would. What do you think is a better name here?
Jeez.
Yeah, it's tough.
How many white sources does Miracles normally play? Like actual fetchable ones. He does have another like Plains and Tundra, right?
I don't think there's another Plains, but I would suspect there's at least one more Tundra in the deck.
Okay, and then you play like 9 or 10 fetches, so then it's like 10ish sources left, and then
1, 2,
you don't know the top cards of your deck. I think it has to be the port.
Okay.
So like I think it has to be the port with the long-term plan of trying to like Terminus to buy a turn, and then you have to like Jace bounce the Brimaz.
Yeah.
You might not win over time though.
Okay. So this is interesting. So we actually named the Caracas on the Pithing Needle. At least that's what was pointed to, which means that with the plow in hand, maybe we're just trying to. But that.
Wait! Don't tap the Caracas.
No. I think it's needled.
Oh yeah. Thanks. Sorry.
Yeah. That would be pretty incredible. Yeah. If it's needled, I guess that makes more sense. But this still seems like not a very good situation to be in. What do we draw here? Whoa! Oh my god! All right, that's a good top deck. Holy moly!
Yeah. So I guess in retrospect, it is definitely right to name Caracas. I completely forgot that the ports won't stop the plow in your hand. I forgot he had a plow in his hand too.
Yikes! Though the beats don't stop.
Ooh, but Gideon, yeah.
Yeah, Gideon is. I will spoiler alert. Gideon is a good card in this matchup. And your opponent has one card in hand. Yeah, this one's looking tough here. Okay, so we scooped there. I don't know. That was kind of tough because the Mentor got plowed. The Brimaz just generated a lot.
I got a question for you.
What's up?
Is Spellsnare actually good in this matchup? Because like a lot of the 2-drops kind of matter, but not really. Like you expressed what happens with Stoneforge Mystic, and then there's the subset of games where he has Vile, and then he like the Death and Tax player literally doesn't have any other 2-drops that he would play other than creatures. So then is Spellsnare good?
I think I like Spell Snare in the matchup just because stacking a Thalia or Stoneforge Mystic is just like
the amount of time it buys?
Yeah, it's just like the tempo that you buy from doing that, assuming you have something to follow up with, obviously, or even just like snap snaring something is just like it's gargantuan. Like, well, this was back in the day before everyone started playing all these Haymaker 4-drops, which I guess is also interesting because it seems like the Flagstones means there's Cataclysm and Gideon in the deck post board, but still, like, Spell Snare is probably. I mean, if you don't have anything better.
Yeah, like what's the cost? Because like when I think about a Miracles main deck list, and we already saw a bunch of Force of Wills, that means he's cutting something relevant for this, like, or maybe not necessarily. Like the Spell Snare is probably main deck, but like, I kind of find it hard to believe that Spell Snare is actually good.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm a little bit more worried because of the diversification of the.
Like the cards that matter.
Exactly. Yeah. So maybe like I remember like maybe like a year or two ago, I would say Spell Snare was definitely strong, but back then people are also probably playing more Cavern of Souls. That's one thing too, right? Nobody's playing Cavern of Souls nowadays, which is probably one of the few reasons why Spell Snare could be argued as, you know, better than not. But maybe now that there's so many like 4 CMC spells, you could argue that a card like Force of Negation is better because, you know, it hits more of the cards that matter when you rely on Terminus to like sweep up, you know, all the extra stuff.
Do you shave up well at all in this matchup?
I don't think you can afford to because.
Okay.
Wait.
Yeah, I was just making sure.
Am I crazy?
What?
Did the Miracles player take the draw in this matchup?
He definitely lost the previous game, right? Let's talk about that.
Oh my god! All right, this
You
happens.
you didn't hit the rewind button when I wasn't looking, right?
Yeah, no. Well, let's just.
Yeah, definitely game 3.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And he definitely didn't keep a no lander, right?
No. Yeah, I saw the Scalding Tarn. It was in the hand. This happens a lot for me on Magic Online. I find that when I play against like players from the eastern side of the world that they like, especially like the mirror match, like they'll put me on the play.
It has to be force of will. Like that has to be. So it has to be two things. So one, if your only counter is force of will,
Mm-hmm.
then like being on the draw allows you to pair force of will with something and then like minimal disadvantage of like cards over time.
Yeah.
Second thing, it makes a statement that it has to make a statement about Aether Vial. I'm trying to think what it is. It could be that like what I described earlier with like the Delver play, and that like when they have lands and Aether Vial, sure it lets them get to like use their lands, but then they're threat light. If you want to take that stance and then say I will like force of will and kill all your creatures,
Mm-hmm.
it is also better to be on the draw. If you're trying to make Vial a dead card by not having enough things to Vial in,
Okay.
it has to make like a state like it's a very loud statement. We both know that. Like to just choose to draw when playing white in chess is always right. But it's just like there's a lot of I would think a lot about that. Like a person doesn't wake up one day and just choose to be on the draw. Like it's definitely premeditated, definitely thought about it. And it has to involve like deck configuration. Like maybe once you're playing EEs, like you don't want to play EE on the play as much because you can afford to play it on turn 3 on the draw against Vials. Like
Yeah.
it means so many different things.
Yeah, I should try this out maybe sometime in the future. But I also think because it really does just boil down to that, right? Like in a world where you have Terminus, the dweeby, the the 2 mana, X1s and X2s don't really matter too much. It really is just Aether Vial, which can potentially like snowball a game. So relative to how much you're insulated against specifically that card, I think that would be the only argument that I could actually see. But in a world of also like Rishodon port and things like that, like, man, there's a reasonable amount of risk associated with it. So I guess I should try it out because it's not something I've ever really tried before. Yeah, we'll see.
The DNT player was playing around Engineer Explosives because he saw 2 in the previous game and actually has one in his hand. So the Spithing Needle's like coming in pretty clutch there. And he didn't play a card on turn 2. So he chose to not play Aether Vial. And he also does not have Thalia nor Stoneforge Mystic. So it really like makes you question what's in his hand. He's going to play this like Flicker Wisp here to flicker out the needle instead of, I don't know, a Wasteland or something, which... Wait, but the Vial has, let's see, he played on turn 1, this is turn 3, so the Vial has 2 counters, and we already know he doesn't have a 2-drop because he didn't play a 2-drop.
Okay.
So
I wonder if actually maybe we should have sandbagged the Flicker Wisp for one more turn so we could like Vial something into play.
2 spell your 3, but like, then you can get behind like a Mentor or something. Like maybe you do just want to pressure.
Yeah.
Games definitely, like I'm still just digesting being on the draw, but like, this game looks very advantageous for the Miracles player, but I also don't think it was a function of being on the draw.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. And so this is what I'm trying to say though, right?
Yeah.
What I'm going back to earlier is like when you don't have Vial active, your deck is just so dramatically different, right? Because if you think about it, like on turn 50, who do you think is ahead, the Miracles player or the Death and Taxes player? I mean, maybe 50 is a bit too far because equipment, mana sinks, whatever. But I would generally say that Miracles is probably more favored to in the long run, right? Because you have cards like Terminus that are just so sweepingly powerful. And this is what happens. Like you have to put threats on the board to prevent the game from going that long, from letting Jace take over, that kind of thing. So this is why they tapped out for that the Flicker Wisp here. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad that the Death and Taxes player understands the urgency. Like,
yeah.
He has this dead Aether Vial in his hand. He clearly doesn't have a 2-drop. Things just aren't going well for him, and to just run out the Sword of Fire and Ice is like pretty mature. It's a good play to be able to gain like traction. So like what this allows is, imagine if you have like a 5th land in hand that you chose not to play and like draw a Giver of Runes, then you can like equip the Sword of Fire and Ice to your Flick Wisp, serve. If it hits, great. If not, then you can play Giver of Runes equip. Like he understands what's important when.
Yeah.
So he's doing his best.
I agree. So that was an end step Brainstorm into Plow. I wonder if we didn't have lands or something like that, but I think we're about to very quickly turn the corner here. Jason, my Sculptor, is going to come down on an empty board, and that is very dangerous when you're playing against Miracles from the Death and Taxes side. Ooh, boy. There's a Force of Will in hand, too, so it's totally safe to tap. Well, I mean, not totally, but, within reason, it is safe to tap out here.
Disenchant in his hand. It's like 90% to win for the...
Yeah.
for the Miracles player.
Right. When you look at, I mean, the way I see it, you have to think about it in terms of like what 4-drops does the Death and Taxes player have? Gideons and Cataclysms. Like we'd have to go like back to back, and just like really try to get there. But
like all those cards he would have played over the Sword of Fire and Ice, so he only had 1 draw set forward.
That's a very good point too. Yeah. So interesting that we're going for Mentor here. There might be a Plow, because if you don't have like creatures to put into play, or right, that like you just remove the process. That's the only card that could be left in their hand. I think this is a trade that is totally okay here. I mean, the Mentor doesn't even really matter, and it's just like a means to close the game, but that's not really important at this point because you've got Jason play, right? So you can eventually find whatever it is. I would have almost considered simply leading with a Vendilion Click, but we might be at an 8 cards in hand, don't want to discard kind of situation. Because we're not really, there aren't any lands to play, and so maybe that's the bottleneck here. We're going to shuffle here looking for lands. I like that a lot. All right, it's cool. So we're going to be shuffling up here, and I think at this point it's going to the motions. If these Wastelands were Rishadan ports, man, that would have been a world of difference here. I guess with the Sword of Fire and Ice, maybe there's a turn where we could like deploy 2 creatures. Well, not even that. What am I talking about? Sword of Fire and Ice gives you pro Jace anyways. So from the Death and Taxes side, But the problem is this Jace has been active for long enough now such that it's going to find an answer to this equipment. So the Disenchant's going to make the Jace also just keep itself alive. And yeah, it's just mono brainstorming at this point. Wait, that's really interesting. Just a small subtle note. There's an Arid Mesa in the deck over a Prismatic Vista. That must be an intentional deck design. Because, Vista can't fetch a Volcanic Island. So kind of just interesting to observe. I really, really do like that there are 2 explosives in the list. We're going to get the second planes here off of the Arid Mesa. But at this point, I would be willing to say that the game feels pretty wrapped up. If I'm in the Miracle seat, I'm just looking to brainstorm now for Force of Wills.
Yeah, just brainstorm until the opponent concedes.
Yeah. Especially when you have Mentor in the deck, when you have a card like Mentor in the deck, I think I understand. I get nervous because I've got a bad history with draws and things like that, and I want to, that was a life-changing experience for me, I guess.
Yeah, just play Secure the Ways, your life will change.
I remember there was a Miracles back when Top was legal. There was a friend of mine who was playing 4 predicts in the top balance list, and they had Secure the Waste as their win condition with Snapcasters as well, and I was like, wow, that's it. That's truly committing. Wait a minute. Oh snap! All right, it's happening. Here it is.
Yeah, I like played Secure the Waste in Jeskai for like years.
Yeah.
So like I'm very attached to it.
Are you still playing Jeskai in Modern?
Yep, I went 2-8 in the constructor portion at the Pro Tour.
Oh, mamma mia! Well, you know what? You had fun doing it though. I hope.
Well, it's funny that I didn't play any limited. I went 5-1.
Oh wow! They're just naturally gifted. But yeah, that is kind of what you said was the case, right? Brainstorm until your opponent concedes, and Miracles is going to take this one 2-1. I think my favorite part about this match, and I guess let's go back here.
Yeah, that was my favorite part too.
Sorry, the transition thing kind of blew my ears.
I said the opponent reasonably conceding. That was my
yeah. I get it. Sometimes your opponent's just like kill me, but sometimes when you just look at a hand of like planes, plow, and you're just like, ugh, get me out of this. But that's usually the death trap that you want to hear a funny story. Actually, I was playing this Isochron Scepter list in Legacy for fun, and the very first time I submitted it. I forgot to put a win condition in the main deck, and every single time I had assembled a combo, my opponents just conceded. Makes sense, even though technically I would have lost by deck out.
But like, what percentage of that versus life equity, right? Like, the time you're playing Magic you don't like, you could have been playing Magic you do like.
Side note, I had to board in my Containment Priest every single match so I could actually end the game. But yeah, I don't know. That was pretty exciting. The match, even the first few couple turns of the first match were pretty exciting because it was just like very like there were very thin margins that both players had to dance around.
Mhm.
And I think both players did it pretty well. So I'm actually just skipping ahead to the next match.
Yeah, no problem.
And
But-
oh,
What?
this is gonna be a good one.
Is it because it's another Miracles? Is that why?
No. All right, we're gonna transition over, and it's your boy Kai Sawatari. You can see that guy is one of my favorite guys. I went to Japan last year. We got ramen together, and this guy just knows how to give you a good time. So
Wait, so which man is this?
on the left,
Okay.
yeah, it's Kai, and I'm hoping he's 3-0. Kai is a renowned Storm pilot, and Storm is one of those decks that are just like really elegant and like really really beautiful to watch when just from a coverage perspective, because you're just constantly trying to like figure out, all right, well, how can we win this turn, right? What do we have to play around? And
There's a lot of like subtleties to it. Like one of
For
my
sure.
best friends, like AJ Kerrigan, is one of the best test players in the world, and he told me about this time he played against Tom Ross, who like attacks and probed him, and then he just like thought for a bit, ends up playing a Chrome Mox, and AJ knows that if Chrome Mox doesn't get dazed or countered or whatever, he just wins the game.
Yeah.
But then like Tom Ross wasn't like experienced enough or like understood the implications of the Chrome Mox, like given like the context of like the hand or what test can do, that like AJ was just like, yeah, this is just something that happens. Like cards like Chrome Mox and Dark Ritual can just be like innocuous, and like test lists are pretty interesting now. I've what was the card that I've seen? Oh, Veil of Summer. Like
Yeah.
Veil of Summer in like tests,
Mhm.
and Veil of Summer against like or Ant or whatever, like whatever Storm Baron. I mean,
Right,
they're
right,
not all, you know what I mean. But Veil of Summer on both sides is very interesting.
Mhm.
But we get to see another Death and Taxes.
I know. Now, spoiler alert, Kai's got an interesting take on Storm where he chooses to play Daze in the main deck.
I saw Days in his hand.
Yeah,
It's
and I think he calls it SNS or something. I don't know what it is. He's got a special name for it. Maybe some of the Storm aficionados will chime up here, but I have a feeling this matchup is favored for the Storm deck. I don't know.
yeah, so step one, Thalia.
Mm-hmm.
Step 1.5/2, Sanctum Prelate.
Mm.
Other than that, I don't think a lot of the cards matter.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's an LED. I see 2 Dazes. The Daze is not going to do too much here in the face of an Aether Vial. I'm curious to see. Okay, and these are beautiful. I also feel like it's kind of telling, and maybe this is I don't know if this is, but the way that Kai is putting his lands like ahead of his spells sort of shows that there's like more of an importance for. I don't know if that's like a whoa.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like something. Well, how do you feel about this?
Yeah, Pia's my kind of girl.
Nice.
She slices, she dices. A lot of people say using the whole buffalo. My friend Crew and I always refer to using the whole Pia.
Nice.
So I really like Pia. But obviously, like, I don't know. Both of them just kind of don't matter from the Storm player's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Kai, I am ecstatic to see this hand of do nothing land, do nothing land, do nothing spell. I mean, technically it has 2 power and it attacks, but like, I mean, it's 2019, right? Attacking is so last year. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to say that. But no, like the Mother of Runes is getting it. Okay, you know what? I understand why. Because everybody knows it's Kai and like that he's playing Storm, so you might as well attack with your Mother of Runes and get that chip damage in. Umezawa's Jite is the draw, and it's going to get dazed here.
Yeah, once you know that hand, you understand the pacing of this game. The Pia won't come out until the next turn.
Right.
And then, you know, you don't even have to do the math. You just understand like how much damage you're saving by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I don't think if you lead on Volcanic Island and you play this Underground Sea, I think that's indicative of not having another land, and then like Days just further tells the same story. I mean, when you're playing Storm, like the actual lands don't matter as much,
Right.
but they also like kind of do, because you want to like hold onto your Lotus Petals and your LEDs, but then also they could draw Thalia at some point, and then you're kind of wishing the other way around. So,
Yeah.
yep, and as predicted, he was looking for land, and Missed it, but he picked up from Days and played it this turn, so the opponent doesn't know that yet.
Yeah, yeah. So what's interesting here, if we take a look at Kai's hand, we've got Days, LED, Lotus Petal. I saw a Cabal Ritual, and I think I saw another. Yeah, there's a Brainstorm and a Ponder. So I'm not a Storm expert by any means, but
was there like a Rain of Filth in hand? I can see that well.
Yeah, let's take a look. I'd be surprised. I think that looks like a Cabal Ritual to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Either way, we did hit the second land, which is important. In case Athalia ever does come into play here. Ooh, wait. Do we have it? We're moving fast.
Yeah, that's a bunch of mana. I don't know if we have the punchline yet, but we definitely have 1, 2, 3, 6. I forget how much mana Cabal Ritual makes when threshold.
5, yeah, 5 in total, yeah.
Yep, so 6 mana.
Plus
and
the
he
LED.
Has the Lotus Petal, so 7.
Yeah.
I can't even tell if that's a swamp or an island.
Yeah, I think it's an island. It looks bluish to me.
Is it like the Saga one and altered? Like,
yeah, I think it definitely is altered, right? Because that must be like that's the recurring theme here I see.
Yeah. That's cool. Definitely like a love for the deck and a appreciation for the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Kai's been playing this deck for a long time. Yeah. Okay, so I think at this point, you know what? I think mana is no longer the bottleneck, and the real bottleneck is now just.
Yeah, he must just not have the punchline, or else he could have like almost deterministically won there.
Yeah. One thing that's interesting is that Kai is not playing the Lotus Petal out here. I think in a world where Thalia could come down on any turn, it might be relevant to save 1 mana, but then again, there's like.
Well, you could just do it the next turn. So like if Thalia's played here,
yeah,
he would have to want to go off that turn, which is pretty unlikely because if Thalia is played there, he could just go off the next turn. So, and like if he draws another LED or a Petal, he can just play both of them because he has 2 lands.
Yeah.
So it would have to be like a Port or Wasteland that was sandbagged plus a Thalia that was drawn.
Right.
But I think it's correct to hold.
Okay. So Preordain here, we're looking. I think we're basically looking for exactly 1 card in the top bottom. So I'm imagining he found it here. No, that's a Ponder. Okay, technically that makes sense, right? Because it lets you find. It's another, selection source of selection.
Yep. But even though the Death in Texas' start was like kind of mopey, like given 1 good draw, like a lot of time is shaved off.
Right. Because
it's 4 damage next turn, so if he draws like a red source this turn, then that's 2 damage over 2 turns because of Pia's ability to pump the Thopter. So he does need to do something soon. I mean, in an ideal world, the Death in Texas player just draws Thalia, which is pretty good, or draws something that presents 3 damage, or draw something that presents 2 damage and then red source the following turn. So there's a couple different combinations of things that make it such that your boy doesn't have that much time.
Okay, let me ask you an ethical question here. Ready?
Ethical? Oh, geez. Okay.
Yeah, there's the Ad Nauseam on top of Kai's deck. Do you keep it off the Ponder or do you shuffle?
Wait, how's that ethical?
Welcome to the channel.
You keep it that way you can win?
So here's my concern though, right? Because we are at 11 life. I don't know. Okay, looks like we kept it.
Oh, he has an LED too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he has Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, and then he just keeps with the Ponder and then goes for Ad Nauseam and wins.
Yeah. I'm just worried. I'm worried because we're at 11 life. There's a chance we might not be able to hit.
Well, it really depends on if he plays Dark Petition. He probably plays the Past in Flames, which I think is common in Ant.
Yeah.
And then there's all the Infernal Tutors, but Infernal Tutor with an LED yields a win anyways because you get Past in Flames. I don't know if it's deterministic. I'll just leave it at like 90%.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting because you're also playing days in the deck, so I wonder what slots you're cutting for.
It has to be like 2 days though, right? You can't play like 4 days.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number. I would guess maybe 3 if I remember Kai's list correctly, but I think okay. Here's another reason to Ad Nauseam too, because the top 2 cards are lands, so I guess. You like the way that he's slow rolling it? He's like flipping it. Ooh, is that it?
Yeah, you can probably generate 10 of the drills soon.
See, that's at least
But,
one, two, three,
I am
four,
interested.
five.
Wait, so how much mana did he have? So he played the pedal to play the dark writ and the other writ. So that's 1, 2, 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6. So he has one floating. There's one black floating. I wonder why he didn't crack the LED. Because if you don't crack the LED and you draw the tendrils, now you have to have Pass and Flames too, and that doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, I wonder.
Like it has to mean his last card is not a ritual, but still good enough to keep.
Well, we know his last card in hand is a land.
Yeah, so I don't understand why we don't crack LED on red that way. Well, if you draw Pass and Flames, then
We're
LED.
playing with fire here.
It does it either way. No, well, I think it's because he botched it. He has one. like he has one black floating, and he has a dark ritual, so that's only 3 mana, and then he has just this LED. It means he needs to be able to tendrils.
3. He had 6 minus 1. Someone is saying he had
5 and 1. So the Lotus Petal makes him dead, but he didn't have it otherwise, because like he both blue sources were for cantrip cistern. He played Lotus Petal, cracked the Lotus Petal for Dark Ritual. That's 3. Cabal Ritual makes 6. 6 minus 5 is 1, and he has the LED in play. So he has 1 black floating, and now he can play Lotus Petal, Dark Writ's plus 2, so that's 4, and he has tendrils with this LED that was just sitting.
Yeah.
But if instead we just crack the LED on red, I'm pretty sure we just win at least from that board state. Or you can crack LED on blue, cut off Pass and Flames, but you enable all the cantrips again.
Right. Yeah.
I think he just messed up.
Yeah,
like,
it may have been just like a minor slip there where he forgot to crack the LED thing, but I do like that he actually committed to the line. I mean, like he knew he was dead. It's pretty apparent that you have to just keep going there and ride or die.
Exactly a Lotus Petal or another Dark Ritual, but I don't know what his life total was. Let's see, he flipped over Brainstorm Preordained, so that's 3, 4 for the tendrils, and then Duress and Dark Ritual. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 plus 4 is 9.
I think he was at 1. That's what the counter said. So I'm going to assume that he literally had to hit Lotus Petal, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, it's better for watching sake, but I have to wonder what. So like, the only reason why you would want to hold onto LED is because it has to mean you're not going to hit any LEDs. So we have to make that assumption, because if you were going to hit LED, it's the same as cracking.
Yeah,
and we know his last card was lame. So then the other one is without hitting an LED, you hit Infernal Tutor. Great, we only have 1 black floating. So besides Infernal Tutor, you have to hit Dark Ritual or Lotus Petal. So what you're saying is, in my top cards until I need to stop, I'll assume he isn't playing Dark Petition. I already played Ad Nauseam, so there's 4s. So with 7 points of life that I'm allowed to play with, I'm going to hit Lotus Petal or Dark Ritual and Infernal Tutor before an LED. With an LED in play, a Dark Ritual already played, and no Infernal Tutors played, and he played a Lotus Petal. So there's 6 of the ritual effects, 4 Infernal Tutors, and 3 LEDs. Yeah, that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think it becomes a lot harder without the LED activated earlier, but
yeah, like cracking on red is too in on Pass and Flames, because the probability of Pass and Flames mattering versus the Infernal Tutor kills like killing doesn't make sense. But then if you crack on blue, then it enables all the cantrips like the Preordained Brainstorm combo and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure if you just like crack on blue, it yields the most probability of winning.
Yeah. I like that. I like that conclusion. Talking about sideboards really quickly, I think from the Storm side, usually it makes sense that they would be. So Storm is a very proactive deck, right? I guess maybe we should start on the Death and Taxes side, because of the Death and Taxes side.
Void.
Yeah, Chalice is a good inclusion. More Hate Bears is a good inclusion. So I'm looking at cards like Ethersworn Canonist. I guess we're looking aggressively for cards like Thalia. I wonder if we're boarding in any graveyard hate like Surgical Extraction, Rest in Peace, or even Very Macabre if it's in there, right? Because the way you would primarily be afraid of losing is like just your opponent going off on turn 1. So you want to have as many pieces of interaction on turn 0 as possible. So I would expect I would expect mostly that. And it's less about, I mean, you board in obviously all the cards that can interact with your opponent, but I think it's also more about just like how aggressively you mulligan, how aggressively you understand what the game is about, what the match is about. From Kai's perspective, I think this is, in post-board games especially, this is where his specific choice of playing Daze is pretty good, right? Because especially on the draw, the critical turn for your opponent in the Chalice in the Death and Taxes matchup is like turn 2, right? That's when they're able to access all their 2-mana hate bears. So having access to Daze on the draw for that turn 1 interaction is pretty nutso.
So Daze makes sure that you get a turn 2.
Exactly, yeah, and that's relevant in other matchups as well when you've got like Chalice and things like that to consider.
Does he actually play? He has another one in his hand.
Yeah. So I think he's going to look like a genius here. Opponent boarded in Magus of the Moon, though. Hello.
Ooh. Sometimes you just gotta moon him.
Yeah, sometimes. Just give him the business.
Yeah, like Max of the Moon's on the radar, right? Like once you're playing red, that means that you're playing like red for recruiter of bowls, and then that's usually. I'm more used to Pia and Kieran, but I guess in this case it's just Pia.
Yeah.
And then Pia's cool because with like Flickerwitz, you could be proactive, make another thing, and then have enough things to block a Merit Lage instead of just like flicker. Like you might not be able to flicker out the Merit Lage and like other matchups. But the Max of the Moon's another card that like comes in commonly. There's another one I forget. I think it's like, what is it? It's not Duragard Hedge Mage, but there is like some sort of red, like
Manic Mandal?
Yeah,
but better.
Maybe it's that.
Okay.
There's definitely another red card that interacts with permanents.
Okay. So just to clear up the confusion, by the way, on turn 1 and 2, there was no play by the Death and Taxes player, and that's because their choice of interaction off this hand was the surgical extraction. So there is some interaction to beat like a Past in Flames loop, perhaps, but Kai's got access to Ad Nauseam and Past in Flames on top of his deck with a Dark Ritual, LED.
Just giving him so much time though, like you can't just be doing nothing.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. Actually, you want to know the craziest thing?
What's up?
There's a chance that this Magus of the Moon absolutely blows out. No, there's no. Actually, never mind. Daze is going to be good enough here.
Daze is.
Let's just play with this deck because it's one of the best decks in Legacy.
Let's see what he puts back.
Because now we get that shuffle effect. Because honestly, he was brainstorm locked, right?
Yep.
So this surgical extraction might even just be better for Kai than his opponent knows.
Yeah, I agree.
Since it gives potential for the future. Now, one thing that's interesting, did Kai show off Daze in game 1, by the way? I don't recall, but there were multiple brainstorms.
Yes. He dazed the Jete.
Okay, so this is pretty terrifying because any mana source for Kai on the next turn is going to give him access to Ad Nauseam with LED, so there will be mana floating as well. Opponent's gonna have to. I mean, I don't even like. First of all, you have to have a third land to play around these dazes, and this is just to survive. And then you need some sort of hate bear.
Yeah, screw it. Just take that Ad Nauseam. It's the easiest way for the opponent to win. Like, if you don't take that Ad Nauseam, are you taking a ritual? Like, if you leave the 3 cards on the left, I think you might just die. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, you can't cast that as not Ad Nauseam yet.
Yeah, there's still one more land.
I'd still probably take it. But then like Infernal Tutor's the same card. Maybe it's just LED. Wait, what am I even talking about?
Yeah, I was like, are you talking about Thoughtseize? Or...
Yeah, I thought the Thoughtseize. I'm sorry.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm so used to these black cards. And...
The blowout!
Oh my god.
Oh man, dude. Look at the Death and Taxes player right now. He's like, I got him. Like, Kai was intending to maybe...
I love that stance. That's my favorite. It's like you did something, move right shoulder forward, and it's just like dominant.
Yeah. Very, very in the driver's seat here. The surgical extraction was really good just to give the Death and Taxes player like a very heads up, like how do I need to play out the next turn kind of deal. And like if this is as much of a haymaker as was the expectation, I mean everything here makes sense. Ooh, this is... I guess a Lotus Petal would still do the trick though, right? Or a Chrome Mox? No, Chrome Mox doesn't do it.
They don't normally play Chrome Mox.
Oh wait, no, Chrome Mox.
Right?
Chrome Mox does do it, yeah.
Yeah, but like, so anyhow, let's see. One, oh, they do play Chromox. What? When did they
I
say-
think, okay, so for full context, this is Kai's list, and he's got a bunch of, like, it's very nuanced, because, like, between the dazes, and, like, I think the Chromux might exactly be a one of.
Okay, yeah. So I know that Tess plays Chromox,
Mhm.
and I know that Ant used to sideboard some Chromox when they need to go faster.
Right.
Or sorry, Tess, yeah. Tess would main deck Chromox, and then yeah, Tess or Ant would sideboard Chromox to go faster. But it's just not as common now. So yeah.
Right. I think that was back during, like, when Eldrazi had just come out and everyone was playing. There was a lot of Eldrazi represented, and the idea was exactly as you mentioned, just to go faster than the deck here. Now, this is interesting. Once again, we are not leveraging the LED here.
You have 20 life, so I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but
you probably play have some fun.
still don't get it. Because like with 20 life, you're going about through maybe a third or half of your deck.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're very statistically likely to hit the things. And you can hit a land. A land makes 1 mana. So then why aren't you just getting 3 mana?
Keeping in mind, well, no, the lands don't work under Blood Moon, though.
Well, yeah, it taps for red. You just need 1 mana.
Oh, okay,
Like,
yeah,
I
sorry.
just want to play LED and crack. That's 3 mana. I'm definitely going to hit a land, so that's 4 mana.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious to hear Kai's opinion on the matter.
I've also just never played this deck before, so
That's
like,
true.
It's, but intuitively to me, this one also doesn't make sense.
Right.
Like it has to be that there has to be some sort of probability where you like hit tutor, not LED, and then does he have any mana floating right now?
No.
Okay, yeah. So it has to be that you like hit tutor, not LED, and then hit all these lotus petals, or like lotus petal with ritual, but there has to be a petal, or a petal with a land because you didn't play a land yet, so then it makes red, which is fine. I still don't get it. I'll learn one day, maybe when I'm older.
Okay, so yeah, looks like self-implosion through ad nauseum.
What's even happening? I think if we just had 3 mana, we win.
Yeah, I don't know. 2 times in a row. I'll just say it's interesting and leave it at that. But okay, I guess we could talk about maybe what's going to happen. What's up?
Go deck attacks this guy. He's playing Cavern. He's playing red. Like this isn't common. Like I wonder if it's like him that he has affinity for it, or if it's like the meta game, or maybe it's just the right thing to do in general. But like, go D&T guy for choosing to play Max of the Moon in his deck.
I actually think that's a pretty powerful choice here. Like, so I know Itai has been playing the red splash forever. I don't know if he's still on it. He might be on humans now, but in a world where you've got like Delver mana bases, you've got 4-color mana bases, it just seems like Magus of the Moon, even as a sideboard option, is just so powerful at like just completely blowing out players. Like especially like when Ren and 6 is just a giant pillar of the format, Blood Moon effects are so good at just mitigating the sort of recursive advantage, you know, that Ren is able to generate. So I do like, you know, bringing back a quote blast from the past. Maybe I don't know if it's necessarily the truth or not.
Yeah.
But yes, I don't know. I do like it. I wonder if there are any other tools in red that we could see being used here. I'm skeptical to say that there are. I'm not really sure in particular. Kai has seen the surgical extraction, so I wonder if that changes how he might play out games. You know, maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was afraid of getting his LEDs surgicaled because he went off blind, right? He didn't actually thought seize his opponent or anything like that.
Okay, so that is one thing I did not consider.
Yeah. That's probably the only thing I could think of. But going into game 3, let's see. Kai's got lands and spells. I like his hand. He's also got the days again. So definitely, I feel like the days is not a 2 of. It might be a 3 or 4 of. Actually, okay, I definitely saw at least 3 there. Okay, so we've got Underground Sea. Okay, nice. Underground Sea, and then now this is really interesting. We saw Magus of the Moon in game 3. Okay, all right. So I think he's like correcting. He's like maybe I want to get my islands instead. We do have a second land in hand as well, so it's not like totally crazy. And I think there's a choice between Preordain or Ponder. You know, one thing that I'm actually admittedly not very good at is knowing when not to Ponder before Preordain.
It's just like, just you could think more like high level what's accomplishing, or you can consider if you just draw like a chart of like your top 3 cards, and they're either all good or bad, right? So then you just use this chart, and then you know the probabilities like roughly, and then you know. So you only have to do it once, right?
Yeah. So I guess I would be. I wonder if that's like out there somewhere to make a.
I could do it for you.
What's up?
I could do it for you.
Oh yeah, sure.
It's not that hard.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the Death and Taxes player hand. Once again, I'm seeing Magus of the Moon and Surgical Extraction. So it seems like this might be closer to a game plan than anything else.
Well, I do have something I want to say about that real quick, though.
Yes.
So Ponder without shuffles are better than, or much worse than Ponders with shuffles, right?
Right.
So as a shortcut, if you don't have a shuffle effect at all, you have to preordain first, because finding the first fetch line matters more than anything. So then you need to play preordain first.
Okay.
If you already have a fetch line rolled up, then you need to think if there are a reasonable probability of times you'd want 2 cards from your deck, because you're playing Ponder on turn 1. So then like you're going to draw the card, and then you're going to draw the card for the next turn. So what's the probability that 2 out of 3 cards in your deck are cards you would want to draw, given that you have a fetch line and play Ponder on turn 1?
Right. Okay.
And then just based on that simple probability, you can determine if you're going to play that. But if you're really just not sure, you should always play Preordain on turn 1.
Okay.
But Preordain digs a lot better for specific things.
Right. Okay. Just in like in the dark, in the vacuum, I guess, without any sort of peripherals. Okay. So the giver.
It's really just based on fetch lands.
Yeah. So we've seen Death and Taxes pilot. Understand the points add up. Twice ad nauseum has gone on the stack. So this 1 point of damage might be like 1 less dark ritual that Kai can sort of go towards. I mean, also it brings you a little bit closer to ending the game, obviously. Aether Vial is the turn 2 play here. I guess it was drawn off the top because I did see. I mean, you obviously played on turn 1 if you could, but there's a Stoneforge Mystic in the hand and a Recruiter of the Guard. I'm guessing a couple turns down the line, the Aether Vial is going to be more mana efficient, especially when you have the Magus of the Moon in your hand and no apparent red source. So
it's really interesting. We haven't seen a like fetch land, right, from the Death and Taxes deck, even though he's playing all these red sources. So does that mean he's playing like I guess there's a reasonable chance we just haven't seen it.
Yeah.
But it could be possibly he's just playing like Sunbait Canyons or something like that.
Oh.
Like, I'm actually really interested in what the red sources are.
That would be so cool, actually. Sunbait Canyon in this deck is way better than... Oh, man, that's actually a really good thought. Huh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird to think about. So, I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out. But
yeah, for sure.
Regardless, we can see your boy being, like, keen enough on fetching basics here, since he has the Liberty.
Yeah, also with the Wasteland literally on board. I guess this means that he's not sure if he's going to combo off this turn or not. If you knew you're going to win this turn, I get you may...
Well, the first fetch didn't know about the Wasteland, right? Mm-hmm. But, yeah, definitely once you fetch the first, it makes sense to fetch the second.
Yeah.
How many basics does Storm decks normally play?
I think it varies between...
Probably 2.
Yeah, 2 and maybe 3... at the most, but that's like certain players playing 3 as opposed to the norm. I would probably cap it off at like 2 basics, yeah. Mm-hmm. So that is actually a really good point. Giver of Runes has seen a lot more play today, especially, and I think that extra point of toughness is what makes a big deal more than anything else. Put that note on the side though, because it looks like Kai is comboing off here.
Yeah. It's probably deterministic if he's doing this turn. There wasn't that much urgency because he knows the opponent would have played Thalia if he could. Mm-hmm. So that means there is no Thalia. So he's playing around Thalia being the top card. So this just has to be deterministic.
Okay. And Surgical Extraction is getting fired off here. I imagine it is going to be targeting...
Yeah, it doesn't matter though because he could just crack the pedal and still have Threshold.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, there's 2 deltas in the yard. This is actually... Yeah, this could be good if Kai doesn't have...
Well, no, because then you would just crack the pedal and cast the other Cabal Ritual, right? On the stack. There are 7 cards already, but it looks like...
Well, that doesn't change one of the Cabal rituals from not having Threshold, though. If you crack the pedal, you have 6 cards in the yard, then you play the.
Oh yeah,
so then
yeah. I'm silly, small brained.
No. Well, it does beg a question. If he played the LED first, no, that also doesn't work. Okay, because he needs to play this Dark Petition. That's the punchline.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I do think.
Also, he surgicaled a Lotus Petal instead of both Deltas, which
Right.
is definitely a misstep.
Yeah. I think maybe he's worried about like an ad nauseum line, and his thought process is like Lotus Petal you can cast off ad nauseum. But I do think mitigating the Cabal rituals makes more sense in the dark. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you would counter a dark ritual here, and that's what it is. Like Cabal ritual making +1 versus +3 is like worlds different.
Yeah, for sure. Now the question is, yeah, and I guess it makes sense to sandbag the surgical till now. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe that's not even true, because theoretically, if we had just let the Dark Petition resolve, it gets Past in Flames. With Past in Flames on the stack, you could maybe.
No, you can just get ad nauseum. He's at 16.
Okay, yeah. Well, then I'm saying you would. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Well, Past in Flames would be deterministic, though, right?
Well, not through a surgical.
Okay, I see. And I like this line.
Yeah, so I'm guessing he just has Storm Count of 9. Yeah, well, once you have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to mana, this is a common Storm line where you just tutor for tutors until you can't anymore, and then you just ad nauseum, or you just tendrils them. Which is something you are allowed to do when, all your Cabal rituals are good. So.
All right. And that is the tutor chain when you have some. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So tutor chain into tendrils for the kill. This time we did use that LED in response to Infernal Tutor.
I'm glad Kai was able to win all 3 games.
Oh yeah, maybe I can definitely see it. I can definitely see it. And that just goes to show you the power of Storm, right? Storm is just a brutally powerful deck, and especially these are the kind of matchups you want to with the thumbs up.
I'm a big fan of that type of pose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the pose that I put for you in the waiting thing? I love that photo of you, by the way.
I forgot which one it is. I think it's my team series photo or something.
Yeah, it's the one where you got like the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was paid off though for having what's it called, Daze and Chrome Mox in his deck, which aren't as common. So
yes.
Even if I'm slightly critical over 1.5 of the games that were played, it doesn't change the fact that he won because of his lists.
Yes.
Like other lists would have lost. So definitely hats off to him. I hope Kai's able to make a good run this tournament. I guess it's happening in the past, but from our point of view.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, but like when you think about it, right? Like, why did Kai build his deck this way? I think it is this exact use case where he's just like, I want to be able to get under the decks that are trying to basically punk me out of the game. And he still has some number of like abrupt decays and like, just answers to scary things. But like, Daze does just accelerate your deck. Well, I don't know. Is that necessarily true?
So let's talk about like situations where Daze could be other cards. There's a subset of times where obviously you would rather have like another cantrip or something to like sculpt your game, but like you're making a different claim when you're playing Daze. And there are going to be the subsets of times where you don't have a land drop and you want to go off. So you'll like play Lotus Petal, pay 1 mana, Daze, so you pick up the land, replay the land, and then you're still able to go off, which is mana neutral.
Right.
So you sack your land drop and your Daze for +1 to your Storm.
Okay.
So you need to just think about the times where Daze would have prevented you from going off. And I'm only like wary for it, of it for like ad nauseum related things. Like the fact that it's 2 mana is like kind of like a lot to be taking 2 damage in some scenarios. But like so the worst case scenario is that it's +1 to Storm. The mid case scenario, that's +1 to Storm for 0 mana, like for 0 like cost or whatever. And then the ceiling is that it buys you a whole turn. That's a time walk. And when you view it in like that perspective, I don't know. It's really interesting.
I think, yeah. Plus, I will also, this is maybe a little, it's not like a real reason, but it is kind of a reason, is that no one's going to see the Daze coming, right? Like in the dark. Like, I mean, maybe Kai, because he's like pretty vocal about playing Daze in his decks. And like, if you're really following Legacy, you might be able to catch on to that. But I also feel like the surprise factor is not worth nothing.
Yep.
in terms of the blowouts. All right, so here's the plan now. We're gonna take another 5-minute break. I actually have to walk, honey, and then after that, I'll be back. We'll go to the round 5
because it's one of the best decks in Legacy.
I do want to say thank you to everybody who's out here today. Jonathan, you're crushing it. We're gonna come back and we're gonna keep crushing. So I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Yep. See you soon.
Yep. Peace.
All right. That's fine. Yeah.
we're back. What's up, guys? Okay, cool. So that was that round 3?
No, round 4.
I feel like we've seen.
It was 3-0, right? So round 1 was Death in Texas versus Delver. Round 2 was Miracles. Round 3 was Miracles. That was round 4.
Okay, you're right. So
I'll tell you the miracles and not miracles. That'll be a lot.
Yeah. So it looks like we're going to go into round 4 now. We're going to dive right into it. So we just saw Storm against Death and Taxes. So we're seeing a lot of Death and Taxes, and actually we've had Death and Taxes at every round. That's crazy. I guess that's the people's deck for today, huh?
No, it was miracles against, like, Yuta was playing in steps.
Oh,
so,
okay, fine. Yeah, you're right. So this should be our 5th round of Magic that we're going into now. Okay, nice. I'm with you now. I'm on the same page. I promise I'm not sleeping on the job. Let's dive into the next round. And once again, guys, thank you for joining us today.
Well, this one says round 4. Do you think this one's just like time shifted?
Maybe it is a time shifted match.
Maybe they update the graphic or something.
It could be it. Yeah, it might change somewhere. Not particularly sure. We'll see. Whatever. I mean, it's Magic. I'm willing to watch it if you are.
Oh yeah, that's what I came for.
Yeah, exactly. So
they can show green.
Ooh, so I think this is what I was telling you about earlier, where things are gonna get funky this match. Okay, so they updated the overlay, so it's round 5.
Well, it could be possible that like it's just like residual painter servant stuff from the previous round.
That's funny. I guess naming green is technically really good now, since you don't want to run into like Veil of Summer or Pyroblast. So
I thought about that. Yeah. Green is a really good color.
All right, what's going on here? So it looks like we're getting a little bit of lag here, but
all right. Well, that's a Blood Strand. I've seen that one a lot.
Okay. All right. It looks foil and shiny too, but maybe that's just the glare.
And the other guy has the Ravnica playmat. That one's like I think a plains or an island. Probably plains.
Okay. Wait. Hold up. All right, there we go.
Oh, no, it's an island. Oh, so close.
Island and Preordain with 2 cards. I didn't get to see what they were.
We know what this is. This is Miracles.
Oh my god, that'd be incredible though. So that would be Miracles again for the 3rd time. I take that. We saw it. See a Ponder in my opponent's hand. Wait a minute. That's not Miracles.
It could be Sneak and Show. What is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw City, yeah.
Yeah, I see Show and Tell, City of Traders, and...
I just knew it wasn't Delver. No Delver player's going to play with an unstable land. Or at least they would have to, hear it from me.
Yeah. I also saw an Intuition, too, so I think we might be looking at, like, an Omni version.
Yeah, one of those JPA, like, hybrid things.
Yeah. Shout out to Jonathan for being just way too good at this game.
Fun fact, I actually lost to JPA in the last round of GP, like, Brainstorm, like the New Jersey round, the one. And we were playing for X2 to go to the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
And I literally just, like, went to go blind flip my Delver that I played on turn 1. I just flip over a Meddling Mage. I didn't even look at the card. I just flipped it over. I'm like, I had faith.
Nice. I respect that. Wait, this is ridiculous. Turn 2 Show and Tell with Lotus Petal up for like a Spell Pierce or something. We see Polluted Delta getting a Volcanic Island. This is game 1?
Storm. Yeah.
In game 1?
In this economy?
Yeah.
Bluster or Bluster?
Oh,
dude,
man.
You guys don't even care about Ren and 6.
My God. Wait a minute.
Wait, there's more.
Okay. So what deck plays main deck Fluster, main deck Spell Snare?
That's the Miracles, right?
I guess, but I see Snapcaster Mages and 2 Volcanic Islands. Wait a minute, hold up. That Flusterstorm doesn't make sense. Couldn't the guy have paid for the Flusterstorm there?
Oh, it's a Fluster for 3. Oh, wait. I think I know what you're talking about. Wait, no, it must have been a Fluster for 4 then, right?
No, but one of the
Flusterstorm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Whoa. There's a Fluster for 3.
Yeah.
So wait.
I'm gonna pause this real quick because I want
to. I think you're right. So it's Lotus Petal, Show and Tell.
Mm-hmm.
The guy flusters for 3, so there's 3 copies of Flusterstorm. The guy flusters back for 4.
Right.
And no matter how he divides it, one of them's gonna resolve. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because you'd have to put 2 copies on one. You'd have to put 2, 2, and 2, but you don't have that many.
You would have to put 2 on every one you want to stop.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
that may have been whatever. Okay, that's how Fluster on Fluster works for anyone who is just learning. It's miserable, and it's even worse when you play it on Magic Online. But It's still very powerful. That being said, this is absurd though, right? Turn 2 show and tell with Flusterstorm followed by turn 3 show and tell. And I think what's even more terrifying is that the blue mage on the other end is able to tit for tat fight back. Like,
I actually don't know what he's playing.
oh my god.
Oh, that was my next suspicion, but then I thought it would sound stupid, so I didn't say it.
Oh, I know we have some standstill enthusiasts in the chat, so let's see it go. Standstill is.
Yeah, whenever I see Standstill, I think about the guy in the same GP New Jersey that topped 8 with it. I forgot his name, like Live Fam or something like
Yeah,
that.
Land. Yeah.
Yeah, and like his play was just so good with that deck, and he played like Sudden Shock and stuff. I just can't not think of that.
Sudden Shock is it's exciting. I've been Sudden Shocked one too many times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how do you feel about this Brainstorm?
You just gotta at some point. I mean, if like with Standstill, you gotta do one of two things.
Mm-hmm.
You either let it go late, or you crack it right away.
Okay.
And he's pretty much cracking it right away, which I agree with. Like, your City of Traders isn't getting better over time while your opponent's allowed to make land drops.
Right.
So you just got to do something. Like, you can't just take 4 a turn every turn.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder, Standstill and Ren and 6 seemed like they'd be really, just like best friends kind of deal. Wonder if anyone has actually brewed that. But yeah, no, it makes sense, right? Like, you're doing more powerful stuff anyways, and your opponent has already used a number of counters, right? They've used Forcible Flusterstorm and Pitch to Spell Snare. So, I mean, honestly, like, if you hit on that turn, like a third show and tell, maybe it's just good enough.
Yeah.
However...
I mean, this is a sneak attack.
Yeah, it has to be. I think this is the thing, right? Finding the third copy of Show and Tell is probably a little bit unlikely, but having...
Well, also... Sorry. All of the show and tells could have been for sneak attack as well.
Okay, that's reasonably true, yeah.
So it, like, increases the probability.
Yeah. Was that a main deck Pyroblast? Mamma mia, this guy did not come to play games.
Well, he came to play land still.
Yeah. All right, so I was just about to say, like, he didn't have a Forcible in his hand. The Pyroblast doesn't do it, but he did.
Fire Ice? Nice.
Yeah. That's a pretty spicy one, too.
Yeah, I guess it's good against Merit Lage. I've been trying to fit Electrolyze into random decks, but Fire Ice is just better.
Yeah. Plus, it does pitch to Forcible, right? It is a blue and a red card.
Yeah, both of them are, yeah.
What is that?
Fiery Islet.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, like, I couldn't recognize that as like a Sulfur Falls, but no, it seems like we're playing straight blue-red Standstill with the Islet. I like it. Is it Islet or Islet?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Is it Island? I mean... it probably just matters what language it's descended from.
Fair point. But this card seems really insane in this deck, right? Because, well, I actually don't know why it seems insane. It's just something that you can do while you have a Standstill out, I guess, right? And theoretically,
the Islet?
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm just gonna say the fiery card. So,
sure.
Like,
yeah.
I'm looking up a pronunciation, but like the land is good because you're going to play a lot of lands, and at some point you're going to go up to like 8 or 10 cards. So you want cards that are like spells in play. That's why Factory's played too.
Yeah.
So I think it actually makes a ton of sense.
Yeah. I think I agree with you there too. Also, the ice on the upkeep to tap the Volcanic to make sure that there wasn't like another sneak attack coming down that turn.
Okay, how did you pronounce it and how did I pronounce it?
So I said Islet?
Yeah, it's Islet.
Okay, cool. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's island and island.
Yeah. All right, and this looks like a lethal setup here. Snapcaster coming in. Man, they Sneak and Show player got closed out real fast by these 2/2, or just two mana beatdowns.
Yeah, this guy understands how you won't go to time if you play like Jason the Mind Sculptor and Snapcasters in your deck.
Yeah. All right. Nice. Well, that was a very fast game one. I think it was pretty exciting to see like main deck.
Fluster.
Main deck Fluster, which I expect out of Show and Tell. That makes sense. Main deck Fluster, Spell Snare, and Pyroblast out of the Standstill player. But I guess that's just by design what you have to do when you're playing Standstill, right? Because your removal suite's probably not nearly as robust as it needs to be, although...
So he also had 2 Spell Snares.
In his main
deck.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, like when in a world of like Tarmogoyfs and things like that, I feel like blue-red is always going to be a little bit of a dog when it comes to killing that card. But I guess Magmatic Sinkhole is kind of a cute card, and worst case scenario, you can like sideboard weird stuff like Broast or something. I don't know.
Sinkhole's like really good. I was also trying to play Sinkhole and Jeskai as well because of like one shots like Jace, Teferi, and Narset.
Yeah. All right. So I have to imagine in terms of like sideboarding though.
Get in more Red Blast.
Yeah, more Red Blast. Get them Vendilion clicks in. Like, I can't imagine there's anything too spicy here. I guess you also have like Wasteland for things like Beseiju. So really, you're just like a very well positioned blue-red deck that just wants to gun down this kind of deck. I wonder how.
So like depending on how he's situated.
Yeah.
Like. So we've gone over this before, but I like play Delver differently than like most people. And like when you play Delver against these decks, you really just want to kill them before they're able to do this thing.
Yeah.
But you can also just have a highly like controlling slant where you understand that there's so few cards that matter that like there have been times where I have like a Delver, but I save it as my blue card for Force and I don't deploy it on turn 1 because I know if I get to like turn 8 and we just both made land drops, they don't have many hard counters either, so then my Force of Will with this like Delver's more valuable like over time, so you can play a much more controlling game.
Yeah.
Standstill's allowed to do that all the time, and I think more often than not, I'm not winning as Delver against these like types of combo decks by aggroing in the most traditional sense. And I think the blue-red Standstill deck might just be better equipped to fight the game that you sometimes have to fight as Delver anyways, because you have a lot more like hard counters. You have cards like Standstill that punish cantrips.
Yeah.
And you must be playing slightly less cantrips too. Like, I don't know if the Standstill deck is playing Ponder, for instance. Like, you are probably playing Brainstorm, but like probably not like as many Ponders. I don't really know how this decks like look, especially like in this.
Well, something has to get cut, right? Because if you got your lands, which you need, I mean, that's the whole point of Standstill, right? You capitalize in deck construction by playing more lands than your opponent.
Or something.
Yeah. So I would be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't have like the full play set of Ponders, even though I kind of like die a little on the inside saying that because, you know, it's Ponder, but
yeah. So what that means is that you have more haymakers though. So you're allowed to play this land go game, which makes like the opponent's Flusterstorm. Like the reason why Sneak and Show plays Flusterstorm is because it's like an uncounterable card almost that can like protect your own card.
right.
So then like if you're allowed to make your land drops every turn, then you just counter the Flusterstorm by existing. So then like you can kind of do that when your counters are spell snares, blasts, like maybe even counter spell. Like when your cards are that like precise, then you might even have a better matchup against Sneak and Show than Delver does.
For sure. Yeah. That's very interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if game 2 goes the way that game 1 went, I'd be kind of surprised to see the Sneak and Show player win. Here's a question for you. And actually, we're nearing the end of the first video. But here's a question for you. What do you think like the Sneak and Show player would board in cards like Blood Moon in this matchup? How do you feel about it?
Well, first we have to question what's getting cut. Because I think everything in your main deck's kind of good.
All right,
so let me think about your typical Sneak and Show list. You're not cutting the cantrips. You're not cutting the win cons.
You could cut like an Emrakul.
Okay. But then you have to have like Blast in your board. I don't think there's enough cards. Like I don't think you have enough cards that you want to take out. I think you just want to fight over the stack. And then like the thing that people don't, or not you, just like in a general sense, but like when you're putting cards like Blood Moon or Rest in Peace in your deck to stop something, if it's only stopping one of the thing, it's not doing a lot.
Okay.
So like if you play Blood Moon and trades with one factory, that's not actually a good outcome because you're trying to play this 2-card combo deck, and this was neither of those.
Okay.
So I don't think he has enough cards to cover Blood Moon.
Makes sense. I mean, okay. Do you think Blood Moon is even good in this matchup?
No.
Okay. That alone is enough for me to not condemn. I guess Basic Islands.
But Magus of the Moon can do something.
All right. So, apologies. Wait, hold up. This is 3 minutes and 45 seconds in. Okay. I guess we can watch the green screen for a little bit. I guess we missed a couple of the first few turns, but it seems like
Cantrips.
Yeah, just blue soup, vanilla lands and cantrips, with the exception of there being 2 fiery islets in play, it seems. I did kind of walk over a spoiler, but I'm going to pretend like I didn't see it, so I'll bring it up when it comes up. But yeah, just sort of land go here, the permission game. I don't think it's appropriate for a deck like Standstill to maybe fight over the cantrips.
Definitely not.
It's weird. I think maybe if you...
Only if you're going to set up a Standstill.
Yeah, exactly.
You have more times before you go to discard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get 2 islets in play. That's pretty sweet.
It's pretty painful, too.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Wait, green. Do you think he's playing Veil of Summer?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I can't...
Ancient Grudge?
Well, Ancient Grudge doesn't really do anything in this matchup. I'd rather just fetch the island. It's Standstill. Of course, they have Wastelands in their deck, so...
Well, it kills Factory.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. I'd bet on Veil of Summer more than I would bet on
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, Veil of Summer seems sweet, though. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so we're cycling the... I mean, like, if I see Tropical Island out of my opponent's Sneak and Show deck, alarm bells are ringing like no one else's business here.
Yep.
But it's also kind of interesting because Veil of Summer, if you just wait until, like, turn late, Veil of Summer is like a 1 mana... You either have to have exactly Counterspell or Force of Will for this, and...
Yeah, do you know the card Overmaster?
Yeah.
It's just better Overmaster.
Exactly. Well, I mean, mana considerations aside, but yeah, I definitely see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, it's just Monica. No spoilers.
Okay, so yeah, I think we're just double downing on this on the land go here, which I think is fine. If let's take a look at their hands, see what we can piece together. I see at least a Pyroblast and Fluster.
Well, so we can deduce that most likely the Standstill player would play Standstill if they had it, right?
Depends on the amount of counter magic in their hand, I think.
Right, but it's like either they don't have Standstill or they have Standstill and more lands. Probably nothing in the middle, though, right? Like, if you have Standstill and no more lands, you would have cast it. I guess you could also just not have Standstill, so then you wouldn't play Standstill. So, Standstill with lands or no Standstill has to be the hand.
Let's think about that. What if you have Standstill but all counters? Would you deploy?
Then are you even winning? Like, you're just going to go to discard naturally then if you don't play the Standstill. You need to, like, draw lands.
Okay.
And if you only have Brainstorms, then, like, he did play a Brainstorm here, so, like, that could be possible. But, like, you have Standstill and no lands, then it's looking pretty bad for you. Because you're going to skip your land drop anyways, right? So then either going longer is better for them, or you need to, like, cycle sooner. I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't thought that much about... I'll call Dave Shields or something. I haven't thought that much about Standstill.
But it looks like, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to lie. I got a brief glimpse at the Standstill player's hand. I see a Karakas already. I see a Counterspell. Wait, is that multiple Counterspells? No.
I can't even see that hand.
Yeah, there's 2 cards on the... Whoa, we're discarding a True Name on the end step. Okay. All right. That's good. I would much rather discard that card than tap out for it.
I wonder... Something's off. I don't understand why you cracked the eyelet. Like the spacing of game is very interesting, such that I don't understand why this eyelet was cracked.
I mean, maybe they were looking for like some sort of action or something like that.
Right, but then you discarded your action too.
Yeah, exactly. So
there's an inconsistency that. So this is another thing I was talking about. Sure, I can talk about all these like turn 1 funny thoughts, these things, and ponder taking a long time, but this is very tangible. Your opponent cracked an eyelet and discarded True Name. There has to be subsets of cards that exist in the hand, and I don't really know what they are. Because, like, if you're ever going to type with this factory and leave up a bunch of counters, you probably could have also just played True Name on an earlier turn and then also had up counters. So there's something off.
Okay, there's Force of Will pitching a Spell Snare. Yuck. Spell Snare post board doesn't seem so good.
Yeah, what is it countering? Impulse?
Defense Grid, maybe? Oh my god. And there's the Veil of Summer, and that's a blowout, except, nope, never mind. We've got Fluster. So that's really interesting sequencing, right?
Yep.
And I really like that it played out this way. I mean, I guess technically it doesn't actually matter since you have enough counters, but sandbagging the Flusterstorm till the very end to protect or to stop the Veil of Summer. I guess there's a world where if the Sneak and Show player had another Force of Will, they would have been able to force the Force on the Veil, and then Veil would have resolved and just completely blown them out.
I wonder if... So, okay, pause.
Yeah.
So, there's two things that could have happened there. This one, so the reality of, like, sneak attack, counter, Veil of Summer, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then the other way around is that you play the Veil of Summer first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
So yeah, if you play Veil of Summer first, then like that gets countered, and then you can still choose to play the sneak attack.
Right.
And you get to see how it's countered, right? And like, because Flusterstorm is able to counter Veil of Summer, but isn't able to counter sneak attack, which changes the cards that can be played on the Veil of Summer, so you can see more information by playing the Veil of Summer first. So question for you, what does playing sneak attack first mean instead of Veil of Summer?
I think what that means is, well, okay, there are two ways to look at it, right? Maybe we want to just use the Veil of Summer reactively at the very end as sort of like a trump card, right? I get that.
Like a Flusterstorm or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Or B, well, maybe there's no pay. Well, I mean, even resolving sneak attack feels like a payoff, right? Like theoretically, you Veil of Summer, okay, it doesn't get countered. Then you play sneak attack, and then you just put a fatty into play, right? So that's the natural progression, or how it
right. And you could have done sneak attack Veil of Summer because like they play around the same amount of counter spells, except like one allows him to screw up. But I think this also tips off one other thing about sneak attack player's hand, and that's what I'm trying to like get to.
That they don't have a creature, right?
No, okay. I think it means that they have to have another sneak attacker show and tell.
Okay, that makes sense too. Yeah.
Because if you let on this first, then you gain the information of what counter spells they play. And then you get to choose if you want to play your Veil of Summer. Meanwhile, if you play the Veil first, you're choosing to conceal the information because you don't have another sneak attack or something.
Okay.
So you can't afford that to be countered. So that's how I interpret it, at least. So
that makes a lot of sense.
Surprised if the guy couldn't go for it again next turn.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see if your prediction comes true. I'm willing to bet that. I mean, it sounds very correct. So. The one thing that's interesting here, though, is that the standstill player is electing not to play this Caracas.
Okay, so I think attacking with the factory is bad because you should be able to make my deduction.
Yeah. Okay, and this is that. Wait, is this just a blowout? That was a really good. I like the way that you explained that.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm also actually not sure what's.
So this Force of Will now also means that he has nothing else, right? Like, imagine if whatever reason you had another decision branch. He played Force of Will. That means I had nothing else.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he might have been able to play like Force of Will last turn, but then he gains more time for like cantrips and waiting, versus like the opponent's like Force of Will. So.
Right. Okay, so not playing around Lightning Bolt, I respect it. That makes sense. I would not play around Lightning Bolt in that situation either.
I wonder what's in Standstill Guy's hand. Like, he did choose to attack with Factory, and like that's only fine if you didn't have any more action. But then you're choosing not to sacrifice Islet. Like, imagine if you didn't make my conclusion. That's fine. Like, I don't think a lot of people would, which is fine. But you chose to attack with Factory in a scenario where one counterspell wasn't enough. You had this Islet.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I think you kind of just chose to lose, and like, anything I'd say from there is repetitive. Yeah,
I definitely see where you're going. Wait, so is there a Hydroblast was there a Hydroblast in the yard?
I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't know how it would have gotten there though, but it seems like Chad is just saying that there may have been a Hydroblast. If there is a Hydroblast, then I guess maybe that makes a little bit more sense, where they thought like, hey, the Hydroblast is going to be enough to get me through the next turn because of, they used X amount of counters. But that logic is, like, there's definitely a hole in that logic, which is, I mean, well, actually, that's an interesting question. Why did the Sneak and Show player not just force through the first show and tell with that Force of Will?
Maybe either he didn't have it in his hand, or he thought that like the equity was just like better later on, right? Like
activation mana maybe as well.
You're also turning on an opponent's another Flusterstorm, whereas you don't the other way around.
Yeah. Okay.
It can be another thing, like a number of things.
Okay.
So I don't know.
You think he hydroblasted the pyroblast? I could have sworn it was a. I could have sworn that was a flusterstorm, but
I don't remember a pyroblast being cast that game.
it was the stack was like sneak attack, counterspell, pyroblast, and then what I imagined was a flusterstorm, but that could have been a blue blast too.
No, it was he flusterstormed the Veil of Summer.
Okay.
I thought it was sneak attack, counterspell, Veil of Summer, flusterstorm. I don't remember a pyroblast, but maybe there was a pyroblast.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, whatever. My head's hurting thinking about all this stack interaction. So I'm just going to assume that there was a reasonable answer in there. You wouldn't forcible a Snapcaster Mage if it was just going to try and get like a.
Yeah. So regardless, though, one thing that like as a general rule of thumb, and I know I said I would try not to be repetitive, but as a general rule of thumb, if your opponent goes for it and you stop them, you do have to make like a quick decision, which is, do you pressure more because they like went for it here, or do you like wait until you're safer? And the tiebreaker here is that there's no reason why sneak attack player had to go for it there. Like you didn't do anything. You just had 5 lands in play.
Yeah.
Why was that the turn you chose to go for? It means that he wants to go for it. You didn't goad him into doing it.
Right.
So if that's the case, you can't attack with Factory.
I agree.
You at least have to wait 1 turn.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely hear that, right? Because and that just makes sense, right? The Sneak and Show player is the active player in this matchup. Very clearly, they're the one trying to end the game. They're not playing control or whatever. They're not the beatdown, or they are the beatdown. I'm sorry.
Right. So this is true in like the macro sense, and like my sequencing of like Veil of Summer versus like Sneak Attack is like icing on the cake, but you can still make the correct macro decision even if you didn't have the same read that I did.
Okay, now this is an interesting hand. I see multiple Pyroblasts. I see Island Factory, Counterspell, and Snapcaster Mage. I didn't see a red source.
Interesting.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I can't yet.
Okay, so Sneak and Show player is going to mulligan down to 6 here. Man, the London mulligan has been... What are your thoughts on it? You like it?
So I played in London.
Uh-huh.
And after the tournament, I said to anyone that would listen that I will do my best not to play Magic again until it becomes real.
Wow.
Because, yeah, like Magic, like the reasons why I wouldn't want to play Magic is for the percentage of games that you don't get to play Magic.
Yeah.
And then that was reduced by a whole lot by playing with the London Mulligan rule. And if anything was unfair about it, they would just stop the cards.
Mm-hmm.
That's just better for the game as a whole. So then I played a GP that didn't have that London Mulligan rule, and I just didn't want to play anything after the event was over. And then I played the next Pro Tour. And then I was like, great, it's a real thing. Too bad Hogak's here, but like,
Yeah.
it's great. So.
All right, so it looks like we drew the Fiery Islet off the top. The first few turns have just been land go. What do you do here? Do you think you...
So that is interesting. So, well, this plays interesting, so I'll talk about this first. Yeah, do you fight over this? Well, the problem is, what if he just plays Show and Tell? And, like, doesn't he just have, like, Counterspell or maybe Flusterstorm in his hand? Like, he might actually just die if he counters his Brainstorm.
Right.
So I don't think you're allowed to do this one.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that's interesting is keeping this hand. Island Factory and, like, a bunch of other things in a deck that... So I always call it the power of blue. There's probably a better way to say it. But the power of blue is that you get to play cantrips, you get to sculpt your game, you get to like increase consistencies that prevent you from mulliganing.
Right.
Standstill chooses to ignore that. Standstill just plays like Brainstorm and then Standstill. So they have less ways of utilizing the power of blue. Is that Archmage's turn? Oh, that is great.
Oh man, dude. Holy moly.
When people ask me what card I was excited for to try and in Jeskai in Modern Horizons, what's the obvious card? I already forget what it was. Force of Negation.
Yeah.
I think Force of Negation is unplayable. So like I was like, no, it's not Force of Negation. I really want to play Archmage's Charm and Jeskai. And they're like, what are you talking about? So like I got very excited about Archmage.
I did too, and then I played it in like one league, and I was like, why is this card so unplayable? It does everything I ever wanted it to do.
Yeah, I also played Snow Jeskai, which is similar to your like Renicles list. But I had too many Celestial Colonnade Astral Lab hands. So.
Yeah, I hear you.
But casting Surgical Extraction is pretty nice.
Yeah, I feel you. Okay, so here I definitely saw a Veil of Summer in the Show and Tell player's hand. So it looks like the fight begins. We're going to start off with a show and tell getting pyroblasted. What's the battle back here?
Yeah, so once your opponent battles back, that either means this is the only one, like this is the only show and tell, or I'm going to use all my mana up the next time we fight over things. It has to mean one of those.
Right, right.
And since he chose to expose like this,
Yeah.
it means that it's either deterministic, he's always going to win this, or that he has it for next turn.
Oh, man, and the Flusterstorm is going to target the Veil of Summer here.
So you can see that as a sneak attack in his hand, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. One thing that I am a little bit worried about is by not going all in on this turn, by the way, is that, like, I mean, the sneak attack with holding, you let your opponent untap on mana, and I think it's kind of, well, maybe it's not clear, but there has to be some sort of consideration that is the bottleneck with their hand, you know what I mean? Them getting double the mana to fight over 2 waves is a little bit spooky in my mind.
Well, so I think this might just be people not adjusting to new cards that well. I don't think people are playing Veil of Summer first enough. So like take what happened there. Played Sneak, he played Show and Tell, and then Veil of Summer into a Pyroblast, which wouldn't draw a card anyways. So if you're willing to do stuff like that, you should just play the Veil first.
Yeah.
Because look at it this way: if you play Veil first, was the guy gonna play Flusterstorm on your Veil? Like,
no, yeah, because like he just pays for it, then you draw a card, right?
Yeah, and then you beat a Flusterstorm.
Yeah, and then you just untap and go to the next turn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So like, there's only good outcomes, or you trade with a counterspell, which you didn't want to do on your going off turn. So this guy ends up having Sneak Attack, Show and Tell, and Veil of Summer. And I think if you just play Veil of Summer first, you have 3 threats.
Yeah.
If you play Veil of Summer as a Flusterstorm, you have 2 threats. Okay, maybe you have 4.
I didn't think I'd see the day where this actually happened, but
All right. Well, at least he finally got that card off of the Veil that he's been waiting for.
yeah. What's really interesting for me is that the Veil of the Summer, he had Veil of Summer in his hand last turn too.
Well, he can only play 1 Veil. Oh, you mean the Sneak Attack turn, not the Show and Tell turn.
Right. Yeah.
Well, like, if you have it rolled up anyway, it's fine, right? Like, if you have the 3rd threat, it doesn't matter. Like,
yeah, I
you
guess.
could just wait till next turn.
Oh, no. I think what was tricky for me is that he chose to spell Pierce instead of Veil of Summer in response to the counter spell.
I think that makes sense.
Okay, it opened him up to get Pyroblasted again, which was sort of interesting. I mean, I guess the mana is like kind of not a. I mean, the spell Pierce falls off, right? It looks like it's already fallen off. Like if you had
exactly.
So you just kind of like get what you can while you can.
Yep. But interestingly enough, it's also just not necessarily over. Like, if he didn't find another fatty, he could just win with these factories.
Right, just like for a turn.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, there is a Gristlebrand in his hand, I think.
Big spoilers.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, come on.
Blue Blast.
I think that's a Force of Will.
Yeah, it looks a Force One Ponder. Okay.
He's cracking the island? No, he's playing Counterspell. Oh, but that's a sneak attack too.
There's just no justice.
Yeah, the standstill guy shows up with the cool deck, is doing cool things.
Wait.
The other guy.
Is there justice? Hold up.
Well, he has sneak attack, and you said that there's a.
Yeah, but he's gonna. Oh no, he's not taking 4 points of damage. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, you were hoping he couldn't, like, because of Ancient Tomb in the patch?
Yeah. I was thinking maybe there's like a world where, but nope. Fun's over. Everyone gets annihilated. So it was a valiant battle, but the writing's on the wall.
Oh, that hurts. I really wanted to. I don't know.
You know, if you think about it, this is technically four color sneaking show.
What's the 4th color? Crystal Brand?
Colorless. You got your Ancient Tomb, you got your red, blue, and your green.
Yeah. When do you think they're gonna start playing Thought Nuns?
Don't say that to me, please. Oh, my ears. I mean, Emrakul comes in to deliver. And yeah, that is the match. That was pretty exciting. That game 1 was pretty hype. I did not expect to see the main deck Pyroblast or the main deck Flusterstorm, Spell Snare, and everything. I do think game 2 was certainly winnable from the standstill perspective. Right, the turn where they attacked. I mean, the Islets not being able to convert was kind of a big deal. The 2 points of damage.
Yeah, I mean, he might have died anyways in game 2, but like.
But the percentage chance of like drawing something relevant off of the eyelet, while also having the snap hydroblast or whatever, if that wasn't even a thing, kind of.
Yeah,
I would keep it.
At the very minimum, it gave you a shot at Force of Will.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know, the standstill deck was pretty interesting. I mean, this was probably the first display we have of Veil of Summer. We didn't actually get to see it when Kai was playing Storm, and I'm imagining that because Kai was playing Storm and not, or with Daze, that he maybe didn't have the Veil of Summers in his list, right?
It seems like a lot of cards, but I can see Veil of Summer being over the Xanthus Form slot.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
Well, only like kind of, right? Because like part of the appeal to Xanthus Form is that you get to play around like Fluster Storm and Spell Pierce type cards.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. Back at it again. I guess we'll dive into the next round. One thing that I haven't pointed out here. Does anyone know what the prize card is for this event?
I think it's the Bayou. I think it's the Bayou art.
Okay, because it looks like you can see it like right here.
Yeah,
and it looks kind of greenish.
I remember hearing about Bayou, and that's why I keep on mentioning it. So.
Okay, nice. Bayou is a respectable land. It used to be a little bit better back when Deathrite was the thing, but
yeah, as long as it's fine Bayou.
Ding! All right, you get a point for that one. All right, so I'm just going to zoop ahead of this. Once again, thank you. Oh, we're back to the. I guess that makes sense. That's why the playmat's a Bayou. Okay.
Just Monica. Yep.
Yeah. Ooh. All right, I'm talking to the technical team right now. It looks like they're working on it, and I think we have found the fix here. Fiery Islet. Is this another standstill deck? I'd be. When I see Fiery Islet, the deck that I think of.
I think Rug Delver.
Yeah, like a Delver deck, right? Like either blue red or Rug Delver. Rug Delver to leverage with red and 6.
Yeah.
So maybe we have a Delver deck this time. But on the other side,
I'm actually gonna be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Oh yeah, no problem.
But it's fine. You can solo this. For
okay. Yeah. I mean, I could also pause it. We could just. I'll wait for you to come back. You want me to pause it? That's totally fine.
No. I think you can go.
Okay, sure. Fine. Cool. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. Chat. This is where I talk to you now. While we sort of Doctor Strange all of this. That's 2 Fiery Islets. Is this standstill again? Is this the same player? No, it's not. Interesting. All right. Well, when you see these duels and these basics, sorry, like what Beta Island, Beta Swamp. What are the players playing? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's just my thought. But like, double 7 cards in hand. Okay, we don't have a third land drop. We did Ponder though, so player on the right. Is it Storm? I see Ponder, another land. No, that's it. Oh, it is Storm. Okay, Storm. That's Infernal Tutor. It's kind of hard to parse everything with the green going on, but I also think it's kind of cute. Maybe this time we get to see. There's a Bayou. The hand seems pretty stacked. Maybe we get to see Veil of Summer out of Storm this time. But I see Brainstorm, Lotus Petal. Holy moly! That I was not expecting that.
Simply Red Delver.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't miss anything. So is the guy on the left playing a Storm variant?
Yes, yeah. So it is Storm against Blue Red Delver. Both players are, well, I don't know. I feel like the amount of damage you take from these Fiery Islets might add up. But I guess
it only matters in like a subset of games. But obviously, like having an extra card matters a lot too.
Mm-hmm. I guess I do like the idea of if you look at Blue Red Delver as like a special variation of Burn, with just Delver as a permanent mana source.
Yep. Or a permanent damage.
Sorry, yeah, permanent damage source. I'm sorry. Then I guess it kind of makes sense to play a Fiery Islet just as like a way to draw more burn spells at the end, give you inevitability. I will say one thing though, Fiery Islet and Daze don't really play well together. So I wonder I wonder if there are any Dazes.
Well, so it depends. So I don't think this is correct. I'll say that first. But it could be possible in a world where you want to play Price of Progress, that it can make sense that you play 0 Wastelands and you play some Islets, and the mana wasn't going to make colored mana anyways, like it wasn't going to cast Daze.
Yeah.
It could. So until I see the list, I won't criticize it.
Fair. It looks like this might be the last turn too. Oh my god! Wait, look at the blue player's hand. That's force, brainstorm.
That's what you want.
Yeah. I mean, that adds up with the rest of the story, right? Like, insane amounts of burn damage, and then you use exactly every single card in your hand to stay alive or end the game or whatever.
That's a nice venue. When are we going to go to this?
Yeah, right? I was actually thinking about going to GP Bologna for just, like, I don't know, either to play or just coverage reasons. I don't know.
That'd be really sweet.
Yeah, sounds like it'd be pretty excited. Could pay Mengucci his share of the stream since I leverage his voice for my follow notification. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so Thoughtseize is going down to 3. Opponent just shows the grip. Can you beat this?
Pick them up. Pick them up.
Playing dangerously close here. Actually, technically... Oh, no, I guess if we pass the turn, Brainstorm, Forcible Brainstorm ends the game. Oh, no, he's at 2. Not 3?
Well, no. Well, 3 who would die anyways because of Brainstorm Force.
Yeah, okay. So, I guess we could still technically... Storm can still technically beat this hand, leveraging a card like maybe Past in Flames?
Well, or just another discard spell, or Veiled Summer.
Or another discard.
Or Days.
Or Days.
This is not the start.
Yeah.
But I did still see an LED.
Oh, wait,
so...
that's a red card. That's a red card.
A red card?
Yeah, Past in Flames? We top bottomed. Okay. Yeah.
Any on top just has to be a kill, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's an LED, and then that's +2. So then on the flashback, it's +4. So 1, 2, all right. 1, 2, 3, 3, 1, 1, 5. So he has 5 left. So 5 with this, and then he casts Thoughtseize. There's going to be the Force of Will. No, well, he still needs the Past in Flames to resolve, right? So he would have to have another discard spell, or this guy would have to Force of Will this.
Well, he's got Infernal Tutor for like a discard spell, right?
Oh, you're saying to put Infernal Tutor on the stack the LED?
Yeah, and then you have Past in Flames that you can flash back.
I actually think this is really good, and I think the Storm player might be dead.
Yeah.
But I think the Writ resolved. The Storm player might have been able to win.
Wait, is he dead?
So he had 2 more rituals in his hand. I thought he had no more rituals in his hand. Okay. Never mind. Yeah.
I think the Storm player won that one, but let's talk about that real quick.
No, he did. I thought the Storm player only had LED in his hand and no their rituals.
Okay.
Only it was 1 more ritual to win with Past in Flames on top.
Okay, that makes sense, right? So we have all the mana here. Yeah. Okay, there's this.
Yep.
I don't think there's anything to. I mean, I should just say it because you play the LED, play all your rituals out, crack the LED for red, flashback Past in Flames, and then just cast all your cards from the graveyard and tendrils.
Yep.
Straightforward. Okay, cool.
Yeah, just make sure you don't play any of the cantrips. That way your Infernal Tutor still looks for something.
Exactly. Yeah.
So one thing that's cool that AJ told me that happens in the mirror though is that you can like board in Chain of Vapor.
Mm-hmm.
And then when people go off with Infernal Tutor, you bounce a Chromox.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, but like it doesn't happen as much against Ant, so you don't really do it.
I think the Miracles equivalent, the closest that I could ever come to is more Shaper's Avanting lands in response to Infernal Tutor, which is...
What's that?
Venser.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's pretty sweet.
Cannot really recommend, but I've heard stories, so... That's actually interesting. You know, I didn't think about this. I guess... So I don't know if there's days in this deck because we saw double Islet, but maybe Dreadhorde Arcanist is in this deck because you've got a lot of good cards to flash back, whether it's like cantrips or just bolt you. Yeah, and we see it, Dreadhorde Arcanist right there.
Yeah, I'm still willing to believe he might have just cut some Wastelands for it.
Yeah.
Like, Wasteland... Like, okay, yes, I've played a lot of Wasteland. I've won a lot of games with Wasteland, but like, you can construct your deck such that you don't need Wasteland in it.
I mean,
and I think Islet is the card I would want.
That makes sense.
I would really like to see this guy's list. Like when I'm trying to burn out my opponent, I can either try to hope they're not allowed to play Magic for another turn, or I could just draw into another burn spell.
yeah. Hey, like either way, like that's what it is, right? Like, I mean, technically the idea is that like Wasteland theoretically, like if you do it on like turn 1, like if you're trying to use Wasteland to win the game, never mind. I'm gonna scratch this thought because it kind of. It's a silly thought. Never mind. But yes, burning someone to death is also just as good as winning the game as wastelanding someone and then just attacking for lethal the next turn.
Right, and there's something to be said about mulliganing even less. Like there are times where as the Delver player you have double wasteland, no other like sources, and if you can convert those into keeps, how many times are you winning because wasteland's in your deck versus times that where you don't have to mulligan? So
Gotcha.
it's like pretty difficult. Like a lot of people make small changes to their deck and just like assume parts of the thing, but there's like a lot of times where it's a wash, and then people look at that as like justification.
Right.
You need to look for the spots where they would be distinct, different.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip this. I'm assuming Delver player is gonna board in more relevant cards. I think I saw like a Force of Negation, for example, just stack related things, you know, to protect yourself from the combo. Storm player, actually, I really like their hair. Like, man, shaved sides, comb over, nice. Just mental notes for myself. But
that's true.
Storm player might like have like what Veil of Summers and things like that. Is Ad Nauseam good in this matchup? Like actual factual?
Well, if you don't have Ad Nauseam, you're relying on Pass and Flames. Is that what you're saying? I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Okay. I wonder, yeah. Ooh. Well, actually, never mind. That makes sense, right?
Okay. So that is good. So there are not many blue cards to counter, and sometimes you don't have enough cards to board out.
Yes.
But you can also draw one more conclusion. So I know you know some about Delver. What do you think you're cutting in your Delver deck in this matchup?
Chain Lightning.
Yep, you're cutting the lightning bolt effects.
Yes.
And because they only matter if they deal the final point of damage. Like on average.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. I agree.
Yeah. It can definitely stop Ad Nauseam too, but that's just like you know,
Corner case.
a parallel of the same thing of only the last chain lightning matters. So it could be possible. Like I tried to board out all my bolts and all my chain lightning effects, like all the burn spells for things. But then as a storm player, like it just told me that a lot of people still respect lightning bolt and would go off a turn early anyways. I think you can take that a step further. If you see Pyroblast, I think you play around bolt effects less.
Okay.
But if you don't see Pyroblast, then you still want to be weary because you don't know how many effects, or even if they wanted to bring it in, because they are aware that there's only Ponder, Preordain, and Brainstorm. There are no other blue cards that you're countering.
Right.
So it is like a pretty bad card to have like Pyroblast. And some people think shaving off the turn, especially when you're on the play, which the Delver player is better than stopping a single cantrip. So I think I don't know if it's going to come up, but I think the Storm player should not play around Lightning Bolt, and that is optimal because of this Pyroblast.
Okay, I like that. From the Delver side, I think you absolutely Pyroblast this because, you know, just limited targets, that's the first thing. But also, Pyroblasting this gives you a window to maybe like curve out into like a turn 2 Arcanist or something like that. And I think Arcanist is absolutely a house in this matchup. So just because it, you know, fortifies your hand with just more redundancy, more counter spells, more things like that. How do you feel about the Surgical Extraction?
I don't know.
One thing that BBD told me a long time ago, and this is sort of like a mantra for how I've played out my matchups against Storm. So I actually, as the Miracles player, I do board in Surgical Extraction if it's in my sideboard. And my sentiment for this is that they really have limited ways to interact with you, right? It's just Thoughtseize and Duress, and sometimes you might see Xanadu Swarms. But all in all, the average case is if you remove like their Thoughtseizes and Duresses from their deck, they can't really interact with your counter magic. And I know it's somewhat of a pipe dream and it requires the game to play out a very specific way, but I'm in the context of Miracles, when you have so much additional counter magic, I think it's possible.
And you have a lot more dead cards.
Right. That too. I don't like creatures. I don't have creatures to like actively end the game here.
So Surgical does fit a couple different roles though. And so one of them is actually what would have came up in the previous game against Kai, which was you can Surgical to counter Threshold on a Cabal Root. And then sometimes you can Surgical LED or Lotus Petal or Dark Ritual, and those are the cheapest mana rituals. So you can use that to like leverage some stuff. My favorite is like the same as the Thought Scour thing. If I have any effect that like makes them discard, and then I will like this guy's playing blue-red instead of like Grixis, but like if I have an effect that makes them discard, I will use Surgical to shuffle their deck if they Brainstorm. and then sometimes you can. Sometimes they. Once again, this only matters if you're black, like or playing black. If they play Infernal Tutor, they reveal something. Then sometimes you can thoughts use that card in the surgical hit too.
Right.
So there's enough like corner cases where it matters, and there's like always the Past in Flames, like that could just happen.
Yeah. Like sometimes you can engineer a situation where they're forced to lose to the surgical extraction. So, so this is interesting. Let's see here. So the Dreadhorde Arcanist now is flashing back spells. We're choosing to flash back Ponder. Actually, one thing that's interesting I want to talk about, just very briefly, I do like that the Storm player led with the Thoughtseize. We know they have a Duress in their hand as well from what they've drawn. Expecting the Thoughtseize to get dazed, I think. I don't necessarily know if someone of like Cyrus or Cliffy's caliber would have done the same thing. Maybe their line is to just
wait,
make sure that the Thoughtseize actually resolves.
Yeah, I was going to mention that actually. It means things about texture of the hand. So
right.
Why do you think someone would do that? Why do you think someone would play Thoughtseize on that turn?
So I have a couple of reasons. Maybe the intention of the Thoughtseize is that you want to get counters so you don't lose life. I think that might be relevant when you saw a number of Chain Lightnings, but then also the Pyroblast might, I don't know how much burn you'd expect to have after seeing the Pyroblast. Also that you have another counter spell or discard spell in your hand.
Okay, so that one's reasonable. I'm on board for that. There's one more conclusion you can draw.
What is that conclusion?
It's usually that they don't have another land. And I think the guy drew that island, but so if you play Thoughtseize there, it means that you're crimped on mana. You are just way than otherwise.
Yeah, okay.
So if you think you're going to get dazed anyways, might as well get dazed this turn. And then if it's between a discard spell or a cantrip, if you're that far behind, I guess it might as well be the discard spell because you're not ready yet.
Sure thing.
Maybe.
I agree with that.
So yeah, it's just like little things, right? It either means he has another discard spell and like here I would determine that it's another discard spell because he just happened to play the third land, but really he drew that island, I think. So
yeah. I can see that. At this point though, I'm a little bit nervous for the Storm player.
Yeah, he did have another discard spell.
He has a Duress, yeah.
Yeah, so it was kind of both, but like we got a good read on his hand despite playing blue-red Delver.
I also like that in this situation, now that we did find the island, that we're not casting the Duress, if that makes sense. We might as well play around the Spell Pierce this way. Before, it was kind of like we couldn't beat the Spell Pierce anyway, so might as well not, wait or hold or whatever, just rip right into it.
Yeah, and one thing that's also good about holding onto discard spells is if you play a discard spell any turn besides the one you're going off, you open up Brainstorm into drawing the cards that I brainstorm. But if you wait until the turn you go off, they have to have double Brainstorm, and then you not taking Brainstorm and like whatnot for how hiding cards works.
Was that triple Daze in the Delver player's hand?
Daze is actually a card I try to cut when possible in this matchup. I actually think True Name Nemesis is better than Daze.
That's very interesting. I actually kind of agree with you, but in like a really weird way, right? Because it really just depends on how fast your clock is, because Daze can fall off very fast.
Yeah.
Spell Pierce can also fall off, albeit a little bit slower, but it can still fall off. And I think kind of that's how Delver can sort of get capitalized on by Storm decks, is if they don't have a fast enough clock, if they only saturate with removal.
Yeah. So what kind of happens in leaving in True Name over an amount of days is you prevent the probability of having 2 days. I mean, 2 days is way worse than having 1 days. You have 1 days, you can pitch it to Force of Will. You have multiple dazes, then like you're trying to somehow string together these dazes to make makeshift Force of Wills, and like they're all so easy to play around. So then they just like kind of rot in your hand. And we can also agree that the probability of the Storm player going off early is pretty low. They want to wait until the last turn possible. So then you want your cards to be capable of scaling into the late game, and you already know that they're not going to go off early. Like turn 1 discard spell is way worse than turn 1 cantrip for them. So as a result, if you have True Name, like they're both blue, so it's like a wash. But True Name, you could be like, I already have pressure in play, I'll leave True Name in my hand for Force of Will. But if you have Daze, you're gonna be like, I have pressure and like I can't change the clock by a turn. Like imagine if you later on draw like a Ponder or Brainstorm to replace a blue card. Now you can play this True Name and you're dead next turn. Like the fact that True Name can convert into shaving off a turn, kind of like in a Lightning Bolt style way, but still the Force of Will. Daze can't do that. All Daze is going to be is a blue card most of the time. So Daze is actually bad in this matchup, and I try to go down to 2 if possible.
I think that's like a very interesting take, and I would want to hear what like other maybe people in the chat like what they have to say about that, because that's the kind of thing like okay. So real quick with the match, it seems like the Delver player is doing some pretty straightforward things here. We've got brainstorming.
Delver player's definitely ahead, which is why I haven't really been saying anything. Everything's been very textbook.
Yeah. This is wait. I think I just saw a crazy card. I think I
What
just
was
saw
it?
like a pyrostatic pillar in the Delver player's deck. Maybe
That's something that's a lot more common in blue-red. I could see that.
yeah, or like even just like Eidolon or something like that. But anyways, yeah, we're just pretty much blue souping dirtling. I'm kind of excited. I'm happy that they chose to brainstorm instead of lightning bolt here, because it's kind of like what you said. The lightning bolt doesn't matter until it's like shaving off the exact last point of life.
Yep. But you want to bring up something else.
Yeah. Also, you know what's worse than 2 days is?
3.
Yeah.
It's just so bad.
But and now
I've literally like tried to use days to make a storm player go for it. Like I just don't want this card in my hand in game 1 even.
I had a point and I just like distracted myself with all these cute little things.
No. So your point was with regards to my days thing though. How I said that like, and you were referencing that I would go down to 2 days.
I was talking to Jarvis when I was in DC last week, and we were talking about how like just I was looking for someone to do commentary with, and I had asked Edgar, who was in Richmond, and then I hadn't asked anyone else. I was like, I'm gonna ask sukenik next to see what's up, and I told him about this one story, and we can probably talk about this in between rounds. But do you remember that what's the play that Bob posted a long time ago?
Is it the one that I then have a derivative of where I land go? Yeah.
Yes, that is the one. So we'll talk about that. We'll bring that one up again.
I told that story in Spain with like a lot of people there, and like only after 10 minutes of me just sitting there and like kind of laughing, someone actually just said the same answer.
Wow.
And yeah, it was pretty fun. I don't remember the exact scenario, but like I know what I said and I still stand by it.
Yeah, I'll explain in a second. We could look up the article here, if that's something that chat would be interested in. But
so also about like if you want to learn some like points of view thing, there's this test website that Bryant Cook like runs, and then AJ, I guess you could say, interviewed me or had me like write a thing for their through the looking glass, I think it's called, like article series. And they chose me for Grixis Delver, and I explained like as the test player what you want to do against Delver and what Delver like doesn't understand they should do in the matchup, and like parts of what I'm saying are in there, but like there's a lot of sentiment that I think a lot of people get wrong about how the matchup plays.
Right. All right, so the Tormod script was pretty powerful. I do like that card just in the sense of turning off what is that card called? Past in Flames, right? I do like Tormod's script for turning.
And Cabal Writ.
Yeah. So in this sort of situation, we see.
So it did counter half a Cabal Writ. Right?
Exactly, which I'm not sure if that's worth a card necessarily. Let's see, there's 3 mana floating right now. I wonder if the Storm player can.
If you have 3 dazes, you're taking anything you can get.
That's a good point. Actually, this is surprising. For all the extra brainstorming and pondering and whatever.
Still has 3, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't feel like the Delver player is in nearly as good a situation as I originally thought. I guess they've just been whittled down over time. Like I remember the Thoughtseize, one of the Duresses got Flusterstormed. The Dazes have basically not connected at all this game.
This is interesting.
Yeah.
So he probably can't get Threshold, but all these Cabal Writs are just +1, but then he Infernal Tutored, which is -2. So that means he's choosing to break even. Well, I guess technically the Cabal Writ is just -1 if you played a tutor and then get a Cabal Writ, because then it's -2 +1, so just -1. And the first one's -1, so then when you in your hand it's +1. So you chose to take Cabal Writ and Infernal Tutor and just say add 2 to Stormcan, because it's +1 +1 -2. Yep.
Right. So.
Or I guess add 3 to Stormcan. Yep.
Oh my god! Wait, is that crazy? Maybe the Storm player is only out here, their only avenue to winning, because they're very clearly bottlenecked on mana, so that means they can't actually generate.
They might just try to natural.
Yeah, like natural tendrils leveraging the dazes in the opponent's hand.
Did he play discard spell? Does he know about these dazes?
I think One Thoughtseize got dazed and the other Duress got flusterstormed.
Yeah, so yeah, Delver player can just stop this turn. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. All right. Makes sense. And that's
Yeah,
GG.
it was just kind of like a very classic game, right? Like not many things happened. The pyroblast on the preordain, and then like just pressure, and the
I
storm player
guess
couldn't really do anything.
if the Cabal ritual was a dark ritual instead,
Hmm.
maybe. Well, no, then there wouldn't be a reason to fire off the Tormod script. So I'm still not really sure.
Well, if the remaining one was a dark writ, it matters, right? So like the Cabal writ, he counters the threshold with the Tormod script. Then he can play Infernal Tutor. So right now he's at -1 mana. But then he'll get 2 Dark Writs, which are 2+2, so he'll be at +3. So then he'd have access to 4 mana total. He had a Lotus Petal from behind, so like maybe there's like a thing. Like in fact, that's a kill. So like if you imagine like just to make it easy, he had Pass and Flames in his hand. By playing Cabal Ritual first, then the guy can go Infernal Tutor, Dark Writ, Lotus Petal on red. So then it's 1+2+2. Oh wait, no. Why not? +1.
The plight of every Storm pilot.
Yeah, this is why I don't play this game. I forget how many lands he had out. He played the cantrip, so then no 3. Yeah, he had 3 lands. So it's 3 -2 for the tutor to do it in the beginning. So then he has 1.
No, he had 4. He had 4. I'm sorry.
He had 4 lands.
I think so.
Okay, sure. So say he has 4 lands. So -2 for the tutor, get out in the beginning. So then 2 remaining lands. So 2 + 1 from Cabal Red is 3. Then if there were Dark Rituals instead, it would be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Lotus Petal, and then he can Pass in Flames. He already played Infernal Tutor, so then it would be a deterministic kill.
Okay.
But then the problem is like Daze Guy is
Just play with this deck,
incentivized to
'cause
play
it's
these Dazes anyway.
one of the best decks in
So like,
Legacy.
I don't know how it really would have played out. I don't know if he had any other counter spells in his hand, but whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go into game 3 now. We have still not seen Wasteland yet, have we?
Yeah, I'm. So I board out Wastelands in this matchup,
All 4 of them?
as many as possible.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely get behind that.
Like they're gonna fetch basic anyways, which makes their mana worse. And then like they only need like 1 or 2 lands to go off, and they will fetch them. So
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm still convinced that these islets might be over some Wasteland.
Wait a minute, hold up. I'm missing something. No. I see lands in their hand. Storm players
Wait.
on the draw?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not crazy, right?
Yeah. Yep. So let's think about this. When you're playing Storm, it is actually easier to play around Days on the draw. You have access to more cards, you can make more land drops. You
Sure.
haven't seen that in Wastelands. Wastelands are commonly boarded out, so that's 1. 2, I don't know, maybe it's just more consistent.
Maybe. I don't know. That just seems so crazy to me. Like,
Yeah, like I don't know if starting at like 17 or 15 or whatever number you want to choose being on the play is, or choosing to be on the draw is worth the card.
yeah. I mean, I guess maybe behind the principle of Storm, right? And if there's a Storm guru who could explain this to me, please, why we're seeing what we're seeing. Like, your mana is not really your bottleneck by design because you've got cards like Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, LED, Cabal Ritual, blah blah blah, right? So the land drop might not matter nearly as much. So if I just asked you, and there's a lot more baggage associated with this, but hey, would you pay 3 life to have an extra card in your hand?
Yeah.
You'd probably say yes in a heartbeat, right? Is it perverse to think that way with respect to how the Storm player is thinking?
So like, I love playing Delver Drago more than anyone I know. So like, I'm terrified of people that feel this way, but I don't know what subset of people would do this.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, I guess like if this guy that just discarded Pass in Flames for turn was on the play, he would be less likely to be closer to a land, but you're probably just losing anyways. I don't know.
So okay, yeah.
It's weird. I don't even know if he has a cantrip in his hand.
I see a Flusterstorm, I think.
Yeah, definitely a Flusterstorm.
Okay, well, there's a Brainstorm. Wait, he chose to discard the
Just
past.
instead of playing Lotus Petal?
Yeah.
Maybe he's just so convinced that this Pass and Flames is dead.
I mean, that could be tactics. You're right. You know what I mean? Like to leverage a mid combo, force the Tormod script, and then just pop off.
Yo, let's thank this guy for the sub. Some guy subbed.
Yeah. I've been trying to like it's hard, weird to balance, but like I do want to say thank you to everybody who's here, everybody who's subbed, everybody who's followed. You guys are great. I hope you're enjoying this content. I'm gonna put this on the YouTube later, and then Jonathan, if you want the video file or whatever, I can also send it to you. Yeah. Also, shout out to Big Magic for doing this, bringing the coverage for us to watch. Can you pay 18 life to start with 6 extra cards? Yikes.
I don't think I'd do that.
Yeah.
I'd have to go to Discord.
Yeah. But it looks like, so we played the Lotus Petal, we fetched, and we brainstormed. So that's, I get it. I guess we're trading our Lotus Petal for a Spell Pierce, perhaps.
Well, you gotta think about it from both sides. The person wouldn't normally play Spell Pierce into this Lotus Petal. So you playing the Lotus Petal just means your brainstorm resolves 80% of the time or 90% of the time.
Yeah.
You get to choose if it counters it. So like if you don't play the petal, then like, yeah, exactly. So like if you don't play the petal, then you like, they get to choose if Spell Pierce counters this 100% of the time. Yeah. If you play petal first, then they don't even cast it all the time, and then the ball's in your court. You get to choose if this counters.
I like that. So you're sort of seizing
initiative.
Yeah, initiative, autonomy. I don't know what the word is, but we do see here that the Storm player did get a little bit punished for playing the Lotus Petal out. If they had just if they'd done it the other way around, like turn 2 Lotus Petal, don't discard the Past and Flames, and then turn 3, you brainstorm through Flusterstorm. That is certainly a line that was available. I'm pretty sure there's some sort of strategy / tactics behind discarding the Past and Flames in the face of a Tormod script, because a Past and Flames is just such a powerful card. You know what I mean? Like. That's how you grind out wins against cards like Force of Will and things like that.
Or even just how the previous game played out. Like, I came up with a reasonable-ish line that involved, like, having Pass and Flames in your hand, and then you would have been the Tormod script.
All right. Well, this is certainly interesting.
Yeah, so, like, your deck has to be situated a certain way to, A, still have Chain Lightning in it, and B, be... Okay, there we go. I was getting worried, because I was like, this Delver Draw Go strategy doesn't work if you didn't construct your deck correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But the pillar that you saw during shuffling shows up, and like that is good. And like the Storm player kind of waltzes into like it being good for him that he played this like Petal and LED, but really it's because he
Oh man. But no, Pyrostatic Pillar is like the bane of one of the banes, few banes, many banes of my existence. It's probably very good in this matchup. Deal 2 damage anytime you cast something that's...
It's Idol of the Great Rebel.
Exactly, yeah. And to play Pyrostatic Pillar on turn 4 and then see your opponent go Dark Ritual, like, I'm terrified. I'd be terrified.
Yeah, so if Tormod script wasn't in play, a play pattern that happens with Pillar is sometimes you like baby Tendrils to be allowed to cast more spells, and then you Tendrils again.
Yeah. That makes sense. Force of Will pitching a Hydra Blast is the play here, but Flusterstorm is going to take that one down. I'm actually surprised to see the Flusterstorm here.
I'm surprised to see Hydra Blast in this guy's deck. He like it only counters Pass and Flames, or he doesn't know the difference between Ant and Tass.
Yeah, it is a little bit limited, but then again, Pass and Flames is kind of a power card, so that's the only justification that I could see for it.
Also worse than True Name.
Yeah, I'm wondering if... So I was always under the impression, or I've been told by Storm players, that Flusterstorm is the kind of card that you leverage against like cards like Hymn to Torok and Show and Tell, and not necessarily for Force of Will, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So it's interesting to see it in this matchup. I'm going to go ahead and say that it is paying off here pretty well. I wouldn't be surprised to see a second Force of Will from the Delver player, because, I mean, they've just done... Okay, never mind.
So you... I think you have Flusterstorm in your deck if you're not playing Veil of Summer and maybe not playing Xanthus Swarm. But I think both Xanthus Swarm and Veil of Summer are better than Flusterstorm. Other than the fact that it causes you to fetch bad mana.
Right, so his second days here. Wait, what is our... We are just going to baby tendrils here, huh?
I think that's well. He has no mana floating, so this ritual doesn't do it by itself.
Yeah, I mean, in the hand, we see another tendrils, 2 more rituals, an infernal tutor.
I think yeah. All I saw was the Cabal ritual and tendrils.
Yeah.
I'm not very good at seeing these cards. All I know is that somehow the Storm player has won 4 games, but I'm still trying to digest.
Yeah, we're in game 6 here, right? Game 7 now. Off the
actually, no. They're using it for Storm. They're using the game tool.
Oh, nice. Okay. So here's one consideration for Hydroblast. It's better than Chain Lightning. Has to be better than Chain Lightning, right?
No. So I think True Name's better than both of them.
Okay.
I won't let down on that. But I think Hydroblast only hits Passive Flames when you know your opponent should be playing Empty the Warrens and like can just win with Ad Nauseam or like Infernal Tutor, like deterministic lines.
Right.
So Hydroblast doesn't always matter. Days sometimes matters, and only early. And then Chain of Lightning can just be a time walk if you have enough of the effect. And so the kicker for me is that you're playing Dreadhorde Arcanist. You need enough things to like Dreadhorde Arcanist. And I think Chain Lightning, once I have all the true names in my deck, I think Chain Lightning's the next one I would play between that Hydroblast and the 3rd and 4th days.
I gotcha. Okay. Who is this Thoughtseize targeting? Probably the opponent, but I wouldn't be surprised if you like... Well, actually, you know what? You don't have enough... Wow, Thoughtseize in the face of Pyrostatic Pillar. That feels real bad.
Or it means that he has it like close to rolled out. But so this Cabal Ritual resolves, so that means he should be at 2 mana right now?
The Tormod script activated in response, so yes.
I'm
we had 3, 4.
Sure. I haven't been paying the most attention, but it's like 2. Wait, he's casting Surgical? Don't just give him Storm.
Yeah.
I guess he's just dead anyways. That's what he's trying to say.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you know what? The Pyrostatic Pillar has been a double-edged sword then, huh?
Yeah. So the Surgical and Cabal Ritual doesn't make sense because the guy could just play another Cabal Ritual. Like, he has 2 mana floating.
Yeah.
Or Chad says it might be 3. So
I think it might be 3 because Dark Ritual is 3, -2, +3 is 4, -1 is 3.
Yeah, I lost track somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, once the graveyard gets removed, I have no idea what
I'm gonna say 3 mana here, but
yeah, that's fine. But like, regardless, you have n amount of mana to cast Cabal Ritual, so this Surgical doesn't do anything. It adds to Storm, and you lose 4.
Okay, here's a Dark Ritual down to 5. And then Tendrils of Agony will not cost any life, so we could theoretically cast 1 more spell too if we really needed to.
Yeah. So this Surgical, I still believe it doesn't make any sense, but if you have Fluster Storm in your hand, he's trying to... Device, come back. If you believe somewhere like it's gonna matter that like he can cast another Cabal Ritual, but it's his choice. Okay, Surgical still doesn't make sense to me, other than if you want to peek, if you just want to see their hand.
Yeah, I mean, this also could be like the I've got nothing else in my hand kind of deal. Hope that you sort of
screw up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like that might be the only other thing. But okay, and that makes sense too. Island Sculling Tarn, no surprises here. So it looks like wow. Storm is going to take it against Blue Red Delver here. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, the way this game played out, I could definitely see why this happened.
Yeah, I think so. He could have been at 17, right? He took 4 from the Surgical. That's 1 extra spell. I guess he would have died anyways, because if he doesn't cast the Surgical, opponent can just play Cabal Ritual, go down to 3. I think it was just trying to play around Lightning Bolt, but Thoughtseize doesn't even do that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
I like that they showed us. Oh, okay, they took 8 off the wrong thing. Yeah. All right. Well, that
that's
was
not how the card works. Your opponent can only go to -1
Nah.
or 0.
cool. Are you down to take another break, or do you want to go to the next round?
My answer is just whatever your answer is.
Okay, cool. I'm down to go to round 7 then. If you
Okay.
are
Yeah.
up for it, I'm just gonna go ahead and through the power of where's round 7?
Power of technology.
Yeah. I like this. I like this. I like this UI. It's just like it's pleasant, right? Like I'd maybe add some like okay, well this is not working. I don't want to go too far forward though. Okay, well there we go. Okay, cool. Round number 7. All right, I'm getting trolled. Round number 7. Let's go. So I know when you go to Eternal Weekend, you get a play. Is this the playmat that you get? Because it's a pretty sweet playmat.
Yeah, well, that's how Eternal Weekend works in the States, right? Like, you get an exclusive playmat by going to or playing in whatever part of the event. So I'm assuming that happens here too. And it is sweet.
Yeah.
We'll plan the trip later.
That is okay. So I think player on the right might be mulling to 6 here. I wonder what that means. Hold on, 1, 2. Okay, yeah. So we'll get to see if they put 1 card back, and then on the
you're
left.
like having them lay out their cards.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
That's the thing on Moto. It's messed me up. I keep looking at the top left to see if they mulliganed or not, but it just constantly shows 7 cards now thanks to the London Mulligan. And so sometimes I miss it. I'm still getting used to it. I mean, I've mostly gotten used to it. You read the chat box to figure it out, but okay, looks like we're adjusting the playmat. That's fine. So I saw a Brainstorm, and I think I saw a Snapcaster Mage on the left. So maybe we have Blue Soup against...
Yeah, maybe we have Standstill.
Okay, no, this is just some Dark Depths.
So this is like, I think what they refer to as like Turbo Depths though, right? If it's playing Mox Diamond?
No, I think Mox Diamond is on the slow version, and I also...
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this.
Nah, don't worry about it.
I can't even tell the difference.
There's like
between half
7
these
different
decks.
variations of Dark Depths, and
Yeah, I just listened to Tom Hepp just like say different versions of the deck and just nod and like know that he's saying the right version.
yeah, and I think this is kind of funny. We just sort of like Raw Dog went for it. Turn 2, 2020. Is that a Final Fantasy token? Kind of looks
I'm
fun.
pretty good on my not magic tokens, but this one looks like it could just be like a business card ad thing.
That's also that would also be pretty funny.
It's not from the Final Fantasy TCG. I know those cards. So anyhow, he fetched Trop though. So Trop is like usually indicative of like a subset of decks. I usually think that they're on the Delver side of things.
Okay. So that might be good. I mean, we might even see like a Baleful Strix here. Okay, yeah. So it is.
It's a check pile or whatever you guys call it nowadays.
Yeah, maybe Grixis Control or... Oh, I see Badlands in the deck. Yep, we're playing against 4-color.
Yeah. Oh, we just call it 4-color now? We don't even call it check pile?
I don't even know. See, here's the thing, right? Because you've got 4-color Snow, which is with Astrolabe and Snow Basics. Then you've got like the Tomas Mars sort of check pile deck that you're familiar with. I think this might be that version of the deck because I'm seeing a lot of duels here. Oh, shoot. That's a business spell. I think you're in luck. This is it. The GAC is back.
Yep. Yeah, I've wanted to see this deck a lot.
Oh,
I think
man.
it's a lot of potential.
Yeah, and it's got Cabal Therapy as well. Yeah, this is pretty disgusting. Okay, well, I mean... I guess I have to peel exactly here.
Yeah, well, if he gets Blue Source Archmage's Charm, I think it's fine.
Yeah, right? Just GG easy. Unless the next level heads up play flashback, sack the Marilage, but...
Well, no, he's just going to sack the plant token in that case.
Okay, sure change. So you'd probably just take the Brainstorm here, right?
Well, or you could just take nothing if you really think that, like, the only out is a main deck, Liliana's Triumph.
That's true. That's why I was thinking there's a new card that should probably be seeing more play in response to these decks. And I'm thinking, what is it called? Tyrant Scorn? One sec, I'll be right back. Just gotta see someone ring the doorbell.
That's fine. So, guys, now you're stuck with me. don't forget, if you like this content, follow, like, subscribe, whatever you're able to do for Anurag at Ansi104. His Twitter, YouTube page, this stuff's going to go up on there later. This stuff, this is my second time commentating, but I'll commentate whenever Anurag wants me to. And you can follow me on Twitter and Twitch as well. So, yeah. And yeah, in case you don't know who I am, I'm former.
Oh, nice! I came back and the match is over.
Former nothing.
Or game is over. What did I miss?
Yep. Yeah, you'll never believe it. It was like the comeback of the century.
Oh man!
As in the screen came back to normal color.
Well, that's pretty exciting. And by that I mean womp womp. But
I want to see some Hogak. There better be Hogak cast in the next game.
Yeah. I was just thinking on my way back from the door that, you know, now I get to say the words Legacy All-Star Colony Garden in the same sentence.
Yeah, that's great.
Which is actually just so funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I really dislike Hogak in Modern for the same reason most people do. But I really like it in Legacy.
Yeah, I think in Legacy, like, especially like, well, it's just like the first time I had it cast against me, I suddenly understood. Like, I heard about Altar of Dementia and like a bajillion power and killing your opponent on turn 2 or 3 in Modern. I didn't really realize it until it happened to me in Legacy, and I was just like, wow, this is. I mean, if I'm saying I don't want it in my format, that must mean it's good. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't know. From my, and then we see the Stitcher Supplier too, so it's definitely Hogak. From my perspective, one thing I like about this deck, just compared to like stock depths, is that it definitely gives the deck like I think, what do I want to say, like multiple perspectives. Like, right, you can always pivot, right? Like if your opponent's like drawing into a bunch of like edicts and like wastelands, you just 8/8 them and trample over a true name.
Yeah, so the easiest like comparison is the DDT decks, which were like Jerry Thompson made the first one, which is old extended, and it was the Thopter Foundry combo with the Dark Depths combo with Hex Mage, and you play like Muddle the Mixture, which can look for either Hex Mage or either part of Thopter Foundry.
Yeah.
And then it played Beseech the Queen and Chromox and all the stuff. Like, that was the first time, or one of the first times, we saw a hybridization of two decks that were just individually very good and then bringing it together.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so excited about this Hogak deck. I think it can be doing that. Like, people do dabble in Hogak in the more like zombie style shell, or even just what the modern deck was in this format.
Altar of Dimension, whatnot, yeah.
Yeah, but like then Depths has existed for a long time, and when you combine them together, I think it's exactly what you say. It's like a formidable force on both sides. Like, some decks can't beat turn 2 8/8, some decks can't beat turn 2 20/20, but they're addressing them differently. One of them you can address by lightning bolting the creatures, and then not letting them have two creatures at one point in time. The other one involves Wasteland. So instead of playing like Pithing Needle and things to stop them from interacting with the 20/20, or instead of just like playing more creatures that are like recurring, you can just do both. And since like one uses the graveyard, one doesn't, like they don't overlap so much that it like helps each other out. Like Colony Garden is splash damage, like
right.
Or like the fact that Colony Garden blocks the edicts for your 20/20 and allows you to cast 8/8 is fantastic.
Right. So moving on to the match, we have turn 1 Reclaimer getting Fatal Push, and I see that the blue player has Force of Will, and Jace. So in a couple turns, maybe they'll be able to take over the game. Right now, I think it's all about stabilizing, while the Hex Mage player is attempting to set up their combo in an intimidating way. This must be a Seder Wayfinder.
Yeah, Wayfinder.
And this card is actually, do you think this card is Force of Willable, like in a good way?
Yeah, what else are you going to force?
Yeah, that's my thought process too.
Like I'm known for speaking in exaggeration with a lot of cards, but this is just Demonic Tutor, cast Hogak.
Looks like we're getting a Colony Garden, which is...
Close enough. I mean, next turn he could just cast Hogak.
Yeah, right? Isn't that crazy? Wait, he needs one more...
Well, yeah. Like, I'm assuming he can just play, like, a dude.
Okay, yeah.
Or, like, anything.
Yeah, but, like, turn 3 Hogak is still obscenely good, and, like, even the Jace in Okay, I was gonna say even the Jace isn't that good because like
Nice abrupt decay.
if you unsummon the Hogak, like then the Elvish Reclaimer starts pressuring the Jace. So, or it's not the
Yeah.
Elvish Reclaimer, the Satyr Wayfinder. I'm sorry.
Well, I think the card I'm most likely to force will is Satyr Wayfinder.
I think so too.
Like Sister Supplier is only good for the Hogak half, and
Mhm.
like the Elvish Reclaimer is only good for the 2020 half, kind of, other than it being a creature. But like in all reality, Satyr Wayfinder is the only card that does both halves.
And now taking a glimpse into the hand. How do you feel about this? Oh, there's just one spell to take. Okay, albeit a very good spell.
Yeah, best spell. Yeah, it looks like you can make a 20/20 in 2 turns. Go Black Capcom.
Yeah, right. Although I will say, the check pile deck has upwards of even 3 wastelands in the deck, so maybe all is not.
Red and 6, right?
What's up? Yeah, because you've got the red and 6 loop. That wasteland is actually pretty good in this deck.
Okay. So it's not as over as I originally thought,
Mhm.
but I was wondering what land he would play this turn. I think I wanted to play. I guess that one's fine. Because like if you draw Hogak, you can just play your fetch land and then get Dryad Arbor. So I guess this is fine. And then here you still make a 20/20 and protect against Liliana's Shrine.
I see nothing. I think it's over. I see Surgical Force Jace. And the business card comes out, and he moves into Scoop Nothing. I appreciate that too. I respect that. But that's the power of this deck, right? Like you could see that, like the opponent was have the Surgical to hedge for Hogak, and then got hit by the other half of the combo or other half of the deck. I mean, that was a fast round, but
or like he had Force of Will for Hogak, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. I like that modality. I think that's what makes it. I mean, we didn't actually get to see Hogak get cast, sadly, but we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our technology. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. We're turbing. We're definitely gonna be done way before the thing starts.
Well, then we definitely have time for top 8 then.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I don't know when the top 8 actually starts though, because I think
is this in Japan or China?
Japan, I believe.
Right now it's 5 a.m. Oh geez.
Yeah,
I mean, if we wanted to, we could always like do the top 8 tomorrow or something.
That's true. Yeah, we can always do that later too.
But yeah, we're blitzing. This is great. Round 8 out of 10.
These 2020 players are making our job easy. Ooh, back to the green screen with a turn 1 cavern.
All right. Place your bets.
Merfolk.
Okay, mine's Eldrazi.
Oh shit, that's a much better bet than mine. God, what did I say?
Eldrazi's not fantastic though. It could just be Death and Taxes.
Yeah, you're right. It could be or goblins.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now we're at a black screen. Okay, there we go. Wasteland. Again, wait, what? Ninjas?
I'm excited.
Tell me Legacy is not the greatest format when you've got turn 1 Ornithopter. That's so funny. This is Ninjas, right? I don't know any other deck in Legacy that plays.
I didn't even know that Ninjas was trying to be in Legacy.
Yeah, right? Like, I mean, I know.
You get to play Ingenious Infiltrator and Eureka?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And
it's definitely a nombo with Eureka though, because you don't want to Eureka them for 0. But like, oh my god, I'm excited now.
But it's just like so many cards and so fast that like.
Maybe this is what I need to be playing.
Wait, there's a Simian Spirit Guide.
Yeah, Simian Spirit Guide is in Eldrazi.
Okay, and then Thought Knot's here. So yeah, good call. You got it. You got
thanks.
it.
Yeah, I just played the numbers.
Oh, okay. Well, I think this is a pretty easy brainstorm to take, but I could be wrong.
Okay, so it depends on your hand because you might not be able to beat them making another like ninjutsuing another Ingenious Infiltrator and then attacking with 2 Infiltrators. That might just be too many cards over time.
Oh, right, because you draw 1 for each ninja that deals damage?
Yeah, so your first one draws 1 card, then when you attack with both ninjas, assuming you didn't draw another ninja, you're also going to draw 2 more cards.
Jeez.
So the ninja will be a draw 3.
That's absurd. It's pretty tight. I also like the, what is it called? The scarf? It's not a scarf, but it's adorable.
Yeah.
The aesthetic is clean. We didn't take the We didn't take the
Well, he's a Infiltrator. It was exactly what I was saying.
Okay.
You can just draw 3 cards with Infiltrator instead of Brainstorm.
So maybe the game is not as over as it originally looked. We can get like maybe a Reality Smasher into play, and then we'll just have so much.
So here's another thing, just like explain why I think it was also correct to take Ingenious Infiltrator. So like imagine you do follow up with like, I don't know, another duder that can block.
Mm-hmm.
So you have 2 Ingenious Infiltrators against 2 duders that don't want to attack. When you draw any ninja, it's going to draw at least 2 cards, 2 from both Ingenious Infiltrators just staying on defense. And I don't think Eldrazi can beat that board state.
Okay.
Where just it's just like having glimpse in play always.
That is a interesting. I guess and so my concern originally was like I don't really know how fast the ninja deck can close out games, if that makes sense. But then I remembered.
Turn's pretty good.
Yeah, but then I remember you've got Gurmag Angler in your deck, and you've also got Yuriko to reveal Gurmag Angler in your deck.
Just play with this deck because it's one of the best decks in Legacy.
I have no idea what that card is.
I need to see when he moves his hand again.
It looks like it says like, all right, chat, help me out here. What is this?
How much mana did he pay for it?
I think he paid 2 mana for it. Because he pondered this turn and then played the spell. Retrofitter.
From a newer set.
Card Retrofitter.
I actually just don't know that.
Me neither. Yeah. Retrofitter Foundry.
So it's an artifact where you can pay 3 to untap it, pay 2 to make a servo, and then you can make servos bigger.
Oh, it's in hardened scales apparently. Okay. I guess that makes your Ornithopters interesting.
Oh, you can turn your Thopters into 4/4s? Into a 4/4 construct. So these Ornithopters turn into 4/4s? It seems slow.
Ah, they beat us to it. Nice.
Oh, now read it. Good thing I my Japanese.
Just a little bit bigger. Oh, but there's the Reality Smasher. Okay, so we curved out, and that kind of makes sense, right? The Eldrazi player did nothing for the first 2 turns, so obviously the payoff has to be real, right? One does not simply play Eldrazi without having a terrifying draw here.
Yeah, and then being able to convert like things into 4/4s is pretty good against Eldrazi. Then you can start to make a 1/1 that turns into a Thopter that you can still ninjutsu. I mean, I'm assuming that the 1/4/4 is fine, and then that you leave up mana, so then you can always make another 4/4, and then you start the servo grind train from here. So then you want to make a servo after this.
Wait, how does Eldrazi beat this? They didn't even attack with the Reality Smasher. What?
It's like pretty slow, so I think you can just beat it with Eye of Ugin.
Okay. Well, that's still like a long ways away, though, right? Like 1, 2, 3 mana.
Yeah, you need 4 more.
I mean, it's a plan, but fascinating for real.
I'm trying to think. Well, we're assuming this is fast Eldrazi and not big Eldrazi because like big Eldrazi could definitely beat it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you get like Endbringer into play next turn, then you can keep up in terms of resources and power and stuff like that.
Yeah, Endbringer allows you to kill the 1/1 every time, so then he's prevented from making 4/4s.
Mm-hmm.
But even just making a servo every turn is fine in the short term.
Right.
But I think I would try to make a Thopter as soon as possible.
Yeah, I wasn't really aware. So I don't know if I've only played against ninjas a couple times online. Both times there was like a sort of a brew of a deck, and I don't think I saw the Retrofitter Foundry either time.
I wonder what this can be.
Yeah. That's so brutal. Oh my god, just 2 cards.
Yeah.
Mama
yeah,
mia.
so this was kind of exactly what I was talking about, why he had to take the Ingenious Infiltrator with the Thoughtless here. So now from here, every ninja he draws at least 2.
Yeah, that's absurd. Why am I not playing ninjas in Legacy? Be honest.
Yeah, I hope we get to see Fallen Shinobi.
What is that? Oh my goodness.
Wait, you don't know that one?
In
ninjutsu's for 2 black, blue, and then it's a 5/4, and then you get the top 2 cards of their deck and you get to play them. Like you don't have to pay mana.
Wow. Okay, that's powerful.
Yeah, it's like the best rare in Modern Horizons.
But this is a walking ballista. Walking ballista doesn't even feel that good. But I guess it's a plan for like later.
Oh yeah, Changeling Outcast would be good too. I'm just reading chat. I mean, not on this board, the ballista, but like in the deck.
Oh,
Changeling
it's in his hand there, right? I think we saw it.
Oh, is it? But yeah, Changeling Outcast is good because it's like unblockable, but then within Ingenious Infiltrator and Eureka, you still draw a card.
I guess the walking ballista kind of does answer.
It answers the Thopters.
Yeah. It also does answer the outcast in this specific board state, but
Yeah, the ballista keeps parity with the Thopter maker. What was it called? Retrofitter. Yeah. So this board's actually even though it doesn't look like it.
right. So I'm wondering how one would pull ahead. I guess Gurmag Angler is going to be pretty good when it comes into play.
Yeah.
Let's see what else. I guess what's also interesting, we haven't seen any chalices or anything like that. But chalice doesn't even seem like that good, considering that you're using things like Yuriko and all the ninjas and things like that. And this is round 8, right? So are we really ninjas at 7-0? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not 7-0, but
we'll just say it's 7.
We'll say it's 7-0. Okay. Oh my god. That's a lot for me to digest right now.
Yeah, I love Murderous Cut.
My god.
In my Delver box, I have a dead drop.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna play it one day.
I have a utility box of miracles cards too. That's what I like to call it. But this is gonna kill the smasher, and now just feels like all hell's gonna break loose here.
Yeah, then you just swing team.
Yeah, and either you take a lot of damage or your opponent draws a lot of cards, and it's a tough position to put your opponent in. Oh, and the Infiltrator's a 2/3?
Yeah.
So there's not even a good block with the Ballista here. Wow. This is incredible. So what would you do in this situation? How would you block?
I think you gotta kill the Ingenious Infiltrator.
Okay.
You can't win over time against those, and then you let everything else bad happen to you.
Yeah. I mean, imagine a world where like one of those tokens gets bounced back for like a Eureka or something. Probably not worth it since they're killing so fast. But the Retrofitter Foundry looks like it's doing a really good job here, actually. I mean,
yeah, I don't know if you can win if you make this block. So like, you have to assume he's going to draw some like bad stuff somewhere. So like, what you can do instead is you can go to 6, still have your Thought-Seer around. Then you know you can put counter your Ballista, and Ballista and Thought-Seer can block the 2 4/4s, and then you could deal 3 damage to them Genius Infiltrator. Okay. If he makes a Thought-Seer, that's fine, but then you still go to like 5.
Yeah. Oh man, and so now we see the power of the Changeling Outcast. It's going to draw some cards here because there's nothing to do. So what is in their hand right now though? I saw a Simian Spirit Guide. That may have been a top deck Reality Smasher, but the Foundry means that we can get a 4/4 into play. Oh, it's an Endbringer. I'm sorry.
Okay, Endbringer is just like the best card in the matchup.
But it might be too little, too late.
Not this turn. Wait, no. How does? Oh, yeah, this turn. I forgot that you can make a 4/4, but that's still just 7 damage. But it's probably not. Oh, that's cool too. You could turn the Changeling Outcast into a 4/4.
Oh my gosh, you're right. That's sweet. I didn't think about that.
Wow.
So untaps, makes a servo, sacrifices a servo to make a Thopter, and then makes the Thopter into a construct. Okay, so it's kind of like a weird, not exactly trading post, but sure.
Yeah, it's a one-way trading post. Whereas trading post goes in a circle. But yeah, so regardless, Ninja Guy knows that if he attacks with everything, the opponent goes to 1.
Yes.
And he's just brainstorming first to see if there's anything better than that. And if the device was available, we would find out. But
Yeah, we're just suddenly skipping over to game 2. So I'm
good enough.
yeah. And it looks like we're going to cancel this. Look at the VODs. I think we have one last video to trek through. So it seems like we're making it.
Is the last video? How many hours are in this one?
2.5.
Okay, so yeah, this is probably the last, like this round and the last 2.
Yeah. So that's pretty insane. Okay,
We're
well,
just blazing through this.
yeah, I'm so surprised that we got through all of this. I mean, we did start at about 9 o'clock, so it's been 3, 4, 5 hours, which is pretty hefty amount of time.
It's a lot easier for me on the East Coast. We started at noon, so I just look at the time. I know it's that many hours.
Oh, yeah. I think the Eldrazi player took a mulligan to 6 here.
Yeah, so the mulligans are pretty strong, though, because Chalice on 1 and Chalice on 0 mean things. So.
But it looks like is that a Mimic on turn 1?
It looks like he's putting 2 cards on the bottom, so it's multiple. It's pretty poopy.
Well, I would still mulligan pretty aggressively in this matchup just because of the importance of the Chalice effects. Seems like a Blast Zone, right?
Yep, I know that one.
Blast Zone's pretty good. This card gives me so much stress because, I mean, like, especially in a matchup where I'm trying to, like, back to basics my opponent out sometimes, if they just, like, preemptively... Yeah, exactly. Charge it up to 3 and there's, like, nothing I can do. But yeah, I don't know. I think the mulligan rule is actually very, very, very beneficial for a deck like Eldrazi. I'm going to assume what this means is... I did see the Chalice. I'm going to assume there's maybe like an Eldrazi Temple or something. Like a non-soul land in their hand. What is it? Or...
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, basic swamp, and looks like I would guess a changeling outcast. Yeah, there it is. What's the power and toughness on that creature, by the way? Is it just a 1/1?
1/1.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's still kind of...
So all of those changelings are just copies of other creatures. They made like Blade of the Sixth Pride into like Imposter Changeling. No, not that one. Whatever.
Yeah.
So like this one used to be Tormenting Soul or Tormented Soul, and then they made it into this, but it's the same card but changeling.
And there's Yuriko, yeah. And this is was this from a commander set? I think it says Commander Ninjutsu on it, right? So this one's pretty powerful. Baleful Strix. This deck seems really, really interesting, actually. I mean,
I was excited about this before Modern Horizons, like trying to build Yuriko like Death Shadow Delver variants, but like now I think you just play ninjas like what this guy's doing.
Yeah.
Mimic is also bad against Yuriko. Yuriko's a 1/3, right?
Yeah. I think the plan is going to be to like top deck a Reality Smasher and like maybe Dome for 10. Cavernous Soul sort of opens the window for that. But I guess Baleful Strix is not very friendly for that purpose. Let's see.
Yeah, Strix is traditionally good against Eldrazi.
Yeah. Show me that big money...
Garmeg Angler?
Okay, that's a fatal push. Not exactly cash change, but I mean, whatever. We're drawing cards here. Can we cast these spells? Sure.
It depends on how his hand is, but like if he can't get out under from a Chalice on 1 and like he's just clogged on that, he can still be behind. Like the Strix keeps the board even, but like he might not be able to get ahead in a meaningful way.
I hear that. So that's 1, 2, 3. I don't know if we're discarding, but we might end up getting rid of some wibbly 1-drop. Okay, so we're discarding the Changeling Outcast. That makes sense. Now that we have the Strix, that's actually really cute. Strix / Yuriko also works very, very well. I guess one of the reasons that this deck might fall behind is if your early creature gets like removed, and you can never get the card advantage train going. This seems like a very snowbally deck, right?
Which is why Strix is so good, because Strix can be ninja'd, but you don't really want to kill it.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Hold up, does Yuriko apply to other ninjas as well?
Yeah, they both
Oh.
apply to other ninjas, I'm pretty sure. But you
My-
can double check. Yep.
Yeah, it's whenever a ninja deals damage. Jeez.
Yeah, so whenever ninja, like, they're just Yuriko's legendary is the main like difference and like can dome them, but like for all intents and purposes for drawing cards, they're the same.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, I guess there's a blast zone, but there's not even mana to leverage the blast zone here, so
Also,
it's
like Yuriko costs 3 and then Genius Infiltrator costs 4, I think. So they're not even the same.
okay. Yeah, so yeah, this one might be time to pack it up. You might even say that this match was stolen in the Silent of the Night. Okay, bad. I take it back, guys. I apologize. We'll pretend like I didn't say that. Jonathan's got this like smile. He's just like, oh god.
I make bad jokes all the time. So like I'm cool with it, but not the joke.
But acceptance is the first step to recovery. I hear you. So at this point, okay, Thought Knots here is a blocker. Okay. Probably just taking the ninja here.
Yep. Or the Strix. I mean, it really doesn't matter. But yeah, like the ninja, because like the ninjas draw 3, whereas the Strixes draw 1.
Yeah. But I guess, I mean, the clock isn't okay. No, the clock is only about as fast as
Strixes.
or yeah, Strix and Yuriko are, right? Because Yuriko's the variable amount of damage, I guess. Can deal anywhere from 0 to 7 points.
Yeah, so I like taking the Infiltrator because like you can try to set up this blast zone to end up being on 2 to kill all the Strixes. Then your Fat Eldrazi can just lock up the ground.
Right.
Like when you're this far behind, Magic gets really easy actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like no one likes being from behind, no one likes losing, but when the board state just like simplifies to like assumptions and things that like it just becomes so much easier, right? Like Ballista and Blast Zone are the only things besides Endbringer that's going to stop this Baleful Strix.
Mm-hmm.
And then like on the ground, either you're going to trade up your Thought Knot Seers and he's going to draw 2 cards every time, or he's not going to do anything and then you get to play your fatties.
Right.
So I do like this on the ninja side. He realizes this. He knows that if another Eldrazi's played, he's just hoping that he draws another thing, but really he needs to like press the advantage, and this is the best way to do it because it shaves off It shaves off the turns that the Strix needs to go the distance. Really, the Strixes are the prize here. These ninjas don't matter. Having just one ninja in play is enough for the like the Thought Knot Seer to not attack. Might as well cash in for 2 cards and doming them, hopefully.
I got you. Hey, by the way, just clarify this rulings interaction. Thought Knots here blocks, but the Infiltrator will draw 1 card and reveal 1 card, or is it?
No, you do both.
You do both. Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so that's what the card is. So there's multiple Retrofitter Foundries. I definitely saw an Underground Sea, so maybe we're gonna go Underground Sea into Foundry now.
Yeah, but it takes 2 mana to make a servo, so he can't even do anything. Okay, now he can make a 4/4.
Yeah.
Or he can leave up mana for his brainstorms that get countered.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like a.
I know. I got it. He is just trying to play around Blast Zone.
I see.
I think. Like that's the only thing that I can come up with.
Or maybe like a Null Rod or something. I don't know.
Like the Strixes will just win the game unless if it's Endbringer or Ballista or Blast Zone. So I think he's just playing around one of those.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I guess you lose that on some mana, but like, judging from what I saw from the hand, if it's all 1-drops anyways, well, you could top deck something. But I guess this deck doesn't actually play like Jace or anything like that, so. Whoa, that's a cool card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Plague Engineer. Surprisingly, this is the first time that we've seen it. My money says that it's probably naming like Merfolk or something like that, but we can hear from the commentary or the
probably Telegraph.
Yeah, the on-sites.
It probably wasn't Construct though.
Yeah, it probably was a Construct. Although there's actually a very reasonable.
It probably should have been.
Yeah, probably. I was just about to say, like, it probably should have been. But yeah, Death Touch is certainly a.
That's screwed. I'd attack with Yeah, those. I was thinking if you could tag with the infiltrator, but then like he's already like semi-pressed in to like block and shoot with ballista anyway, so just those are fine.
Mm-hmm. Not attacking with the ornithopter.
Yeah, probably means he doesn't have a ninja.
Yeah.
So, for what it's worth, though, attacking with the ornithopter is correct. So.
I would say so too. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, well, why do you think it's correct?
I mean, you're just giving away free information. Like, I don't know.
Well, no. So that matters because you might even cause your opponent to sack the walking ballista before blockers. Because if you block and then sack to ping a Strix, you can ninja.
Okay.
If you tag with the ornithopter, they now have to make a choice if they want to allow you to ninjutsu a Strix that you would have killed otherwise.
Okay.
So I think you actually would have dealt more damage if you attack with the ornithopter.
Okay. I buy that.
But like you do have 2 Strixes, so then you can ninja the other one. But then this like makes it very clear to the opponent that like you definitely want to get this like thing into play. But it matters a lot more if there's only 1 Strix.
Right. This is pretty interesting to me. Ninja players like choosing not to play these retrofitter foundries.
It still just has to be blast zone. I don't really get it otherwise.
Yeah, it seems very powerful here. Ooh. That is one of the few Eldrazi's that can be countered right now, yes.
Yep.
Alongside, I think, Matter Reshaper is the other one.
Yep. And like sloppy endless ones.
Yeah.
Oh, Retrofitter costs 1 mana? I thought it cost 2. Okay, yeah, chat's right. Thanks. I thought Retrofitter cost 2.
I thought it was a 3-drop. What?
I just scrolled up in chat.
Oh, it is a 1-mana artifact. What? Oh, and it's 3 mana to untap the Retrofitter. Okay, I'm silly. Yeah, obviously, if it was a 3-drop, that's why I was so worried. I was curious. I was like, why isn't everybody, or no, why is he playing this card if it's a 3-mana spell? But no, it's a 1-mana spell, and I need to RTFC. But okay, so that makes sense. I suppose it technically makes more. Well, okay, never mind. I guess. Yeah, never mind. You don't cast the Brainstorm into the Chalice there, do you? Rather than just discard it.
I cast it.
Okay. Make him do it. Yeah, but that's the crazy thing, right? 1 land, and I guess this game could have been entirely different with that Chalice in play. All those smashers and endbringers and things like that. So, but yeah, team Blue Black Ninjas takes this round. Very surprisingly, actually, I guess the Retrofitter Foundry did pretty good work in the first game.
Yeah, it allowed him to create an advantage where he wouldn't have one otherwise.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's take another break here. I think that was 3 rounds in a row. Then I'm going to run to the restroom, but we'll be back after that. Jonathan, you've been doing a great job. I've been having a lot of fun. The chat's been having a lot of fun, right, chat? Where could I find more about you and your life on the Twitters?
Oh yeah, I've actually been plugging you every time you leave. So you can find me at WatchWolf92. You can also follow me on Twitch. I don't really stream Magic much anymore, but I might be doing some like Let's Plays, and you can still get like the insight into like how I approach problem solving, how I think about things. I'm always down to chat about stuff. I don't really tweet much. I try to have a little like social, like not that much social media like stuff. I don't want to be like bogged down in my life, but every time I have a feature match or for instance, it's not watchable, but there are a subset of people that follow like me and don't follow Anurag. So then like, yeah, but you should follow him too. But
follow everybody, yeah. Push your Twitter in the chat. Get followed.
Yeah. So because because people follow me, they were able to know about this commentary that I'm doing, even though I'm not necessarily the one that like posts things. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all I do. Watch Wolf92 on Magic Online, but I haven't been playing as much. But yeah, I might be playing Undertale or Baba Is You or just like one of these fun like puzzle solving games, or maybe Teamfight Tactics. I've been playing a lot of that. So I might stream, especially when this mic comes in. and maybe I'll play some Magic, maybe get some more Legacy back in my life. But yeah, please follow. If you weren't here in the beginning, and if you don't know who I am, I'm just longtime Magic player, enthusiast, lover.
Pro
I've
Tour
been
25 top 8 competitor. Got to throw that in there.
Yeah, which wasn't day throwing, but still the same thing, I guess. And yeah, Gold Pro for like a little bit over a year. I've been to 12 Pro Tours now. Scourge of the Magic Online scene for a while. I had a really good stat of winning 4 Magic Online PTQs in 16 months,
Oh wow.
which might be the highest density over like certain spans of time.
Dude,
Of
winning
like
one PTQ on Magic Online already feels impossible. To do it like back to back to back to back. Maybe not back to back to back to back, but 4
no,
times.
so I won 4 out of 10 in that year.
Okay.
Um, but
Which
yeah,
is
it was definitely very fortunate. Like some of them were pretty lucky, but I don't really have the most Magic accomplishments. I have a few like open top eights. I wrote for Star City Games when like in 2011,
mm-hmm.
but more than anything, I just have the respect of my peers, and that's more than I could ask for. Like I feel like there are people that like top 8 Pro Tours or top 8 Grand Prix, and people don't necessarily respect them.
Yeah.
And I feel like I have a large amount of respect in the community, and I'm really thankful for that. And I if I had a choice between what I have right now and having a bunch of accomplishments and not having respect of people, I definitely prefer the position I'm in now. And
In a
it really
heartbeat,
means
yeah.
a lot to me. Yeah, like to have people like you come out to me to like help commentate means more to me than any single tournament will.
Nice. So wait, the Twitch channel was also WatchWolf92?
Yep, everything's Watchwolf 92 except for my secret account on Magic Online, which
Ooh. No worries. I too have a secret account on Magic Online. But yeah, that's a good segue. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. We're gonna just get prepped up for like I guess there's gonna be like 2 or 3 more rounds, and then if the top 8 is running, then we could maybe switch live and watch that. In the moment.
Or we could always like go to tomorrow. Me and some other people might also just have like other obligations, so splitting it up might be nicer. But we'll figure it out as we go. We'll see what time we finish, and we can always take it then. I mean, it could be possible that like we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's just take our break and
Yeah. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't leave your
it's
seats.
going nowhere. Don't worry.
Actually, grab a snack, grab some popcorn. We've got a couple more rounds left. We'll see you in just a few.
All right.
And we're back. Okay, so we're gonna go into the next round very soon. I think we're
So
gonna.
round 9.
It looks like round 9, yeah. So I wonder what we're gonna see now. So far we've seen basically a bevy of decks.
Predictions. Let's go.
What's up?
Predictions.
Oh yeah. All right. So let's see.
We'll each get 3 archetypes, and we'll go back and forward, and then for what exists in this game.
All right. I'm gonna
So
take.
we know that these are either XO or X1.
Yes.
So do you want to go first or second? We'll do A, B, B, A, B.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna take. This is probably like an easy one, right? I'm gonna take 4-color Delver. I think that one's just like that deck's too good not to be doing well.
Great. So I will take Death and Taxes.
Damn it.
And Miracles.
Okay. All right. I feel like I was gonna say Miracles, and then I've like looked at my previous performance, and I've kind of just been like, maybe not. I'm gonna say I really want there to be like a tribal deck that's not. Okay. What would even be good?
You can't want things.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say lands as a deck that could like potentially sneak in there, and then some sort of combo deck, which is silly. Oh, Black Red Reanimator. Okay.
Great. So then I'll just take the Depth deck, the green black Depth.
All right. Well, that one was. I gotta give you that one because I took 4-color Delver. That one was a bit too easy. But let's take a look. Let's go in, and then we are here at the start of round 9. I'm trying to see if I can glean anything from these life totals. It looks like a lot of combat damage, so maybe we're gonna have like a Delver deck, or maybe he was playing against a Delver deck.
When I play Constructed or Limited, I write down literally every card my opponent plays. In both formats. So then I've had people think I'm playing with discard spells.
Oh, nice. I like that. Okay, well, I saw an Emrakul and I saw an island, so...
Oh, I forgot about Sneak and Show.
Yeah, that was probably an easy one to take as well.
People love Sneak and Show.
Okay, and I see Brainstorm and Polluted Delta on the other side. Come on, money. I rarely see people ponder shuffle on turn 1, so this is kind of a delight seeing it here.
It's a sign of weakness.
Yeah. Wait, is that an Entomb? No, that's not an Entomb. I'm just
so excited.
Yeah, but Brainstorm wouldn't be it either because I said black red. There is a Gristlebrand just in the wrong archetype though, and I'm gonna guess that's not what the Sneak and Show player was hoping to draw here because they already have the Emrakul. Look at that poker face right there. Delta Pass.
Eager face.
Wait, Tropical Island. Is this another Veil of Summer deck?
With this deck because it's one of the best decks in Legacy.
Oh. All right, here's an end step Brainstorm. How do you feel about that Brainstorm art? Me too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. So it seems like Sneak and Show player. I'm assuming it's Sneak and Show. I'll
tell you what. If you own 0 Brainstorms and you're gonna buy one, I bet you that one's the cheapest, and I can.
Okay, that's fair. I prefer the Mercadian Masks variety. I think they're
a lot of the decks I actually have 3 copies of one thing and 1 copy of another thing because they're just ones that I've owned. So I have like 3 normal Nemesis Dazes, and I have 1 from the like Japanese Jace versus Chandra.
Oh God, I don't know how I feel about that.
Then I have 3 Commander like Mercadian Mask art Brainstorms, and then 1 actual Mercadian Mask ones. But they're like all just ones that I've like opened. Like,
I see. Okay. Yeah, I should do that more. I should buy packs more often and just like crack them just for fun. Then I realized that I do that with treasure chests, but okay, I guess we're resolving
that with tokens from other games. Like I'll buy packs of Y Swords just to get tokens from.
Okay, nice. I prefer like the OG tokens printed out and everything like that.
Like the OG, like the ones with the magic back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just like whatever, so for Entreat the Angels, right? I have the appropriate tokens that were designed for Entreat the Angels.
Okay. So the ones that are appropriate. So like very back in the day, have you heard of Magic Player Rewards?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we would get tokens that instead of having like an ad on the back, had Magic the Gathering on the back.
Oh,
so,
wow.
So I used some from Pulse of the Tangle. Which is in Darksteel, and it just had a magic back. And when my Thragtusk died, I made that, and they're like, "Wait, why does this token say magic on the back?"
Wow, that's pretty cool. Okay, so now I think playing the Tropical Island will always put me under the loop here because I would not register.
Yeah, I would think it's like Rug Delver.
Yeah, but like with the island, that's also kind of weird. So maybe some like, It could be like rug control, but that archetype doesn't really exist outside of
It's
Delver.
something we have to like mentally adapt for, like Veil of Summer.
And which we'll probably see happen. 6 cards in hand on the left.
And then the double Delta start, I usually just think it's like it goes down probability that they have Baleful Strix, and I don't know if they want to play around Wasteland or not, but I usually just think it's Storm.
Okay. That was just a willy-nilly fetch into draw step. That's very interesting. But we're gonna get Badlands here for the turn, maybe?
That is really weird. I guess you're just trying to sniff out Stifles. It has to be the only reason.
Or it could be emotional. I'm okay with emotional decisions so long as we like acknowledge. Now Thoughtseize is going to be very good, very telling here, and the hand is revealed. Boy, this is a very strong hand. Actually,
I don't know if strong is the word I'd use. Like, if you have Sneak Attack, you're like a little bit away.
yeah.
Show and Tell, it's perfect. But anything in the middle is like, lands are okay, but like only for the sake of one sneak attack.
Yeah, honestly, I think this hand is just screaming for a brainstorm. I think the hand must have been originally like a really decent keep. You know, you have a little bit of everything, but then the brainstorm didn't hit, and the ponder shuffled into cards that were not really desired. Because both of the ponders shuffled, right?
Yep.
Okay. So Thoughtseize taking Flusterstorm makes sense. That's probably one of the harder cards to beat. And then I wouldn't be surprised if next turn we get to see like a Snapcaster into Thoughtseize to... Oh, and there it is. That's the most painful top deck to have to bear. Ancient Tomb? Sneak Attack? It's happening.
All right, yeah, let's just go for it.
Yeah.
It's not getting much better.
Yeah, with Spell Pierce, Force of Will, and Emrakul, like...
There's also a percentage of the time your opponent is still playing Storm, so you just really want to do something.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Ancient Tomb means that we can't actually have Pierce up, but maybe we drew another blue card to pair with...
Also, we can't sneak attack them this turn. We don't have like 2 red. We don't have like 3 red.
Okay. Well, in this situation, I'd probably just play the sneak attack anyway, since we're not guaranteed to have red next turn, a red next turn.
And the off chance that he is not playing Storm and then like can Snapcaster his Thoughtseize like you talked about before.
Yeah.
But then we go just like leave up like a counter like thing for it. But then you're like, since you don't have the other, well, you have a Scalding Tarn rolled up too, right? Like you brainstorm. So it could be possible that you just pass and then you could just have up like soft counter Force of Will for anything they would do, just in case they're playing the unfair deck.
Right.
I actually think this is bad. Or I think this is not what I would do. Because like, if you leave up soft counter, double force, then you can also have soft counter, double force if they do nothing and you can protect this turn.
Okay. Very interesting. These duels are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, beautiful.
What does double Badlands mean about the deck, though?
Just Grixis control, no green.
Wait, that's an LED.
A Storm variant.
Okay. Rite of Flame?
Tess.
Holy moly. That was unexpected. Like, plot twist.
I didn't know they played 2 Badlands.
I don't know if they do. But, you know, to each their own. Like, you could vary the mana base. Mana bases are mana bases. Maybe there's, like, an extra Badlands in here over something else.
I've talked to AJ a lot about, like, the mana base, and I thought I understood it, so... I'm really curious about, like, both the list and what's going on. That is a really cool counter.
Oh, yeah. I actually didn't even realize that.
It has the 3 colors of mana and then Storm.
Yeah. It's an efficient way to do it, I guess, rather than having to bust out 4 separate cards with the many more dice. They play 2 Badlands now? Okay, I didn't actually realize that. Very interesting.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not up to date or I'm not a good friend.
And it looks like we're checking the sideboard, I did see Hope of Gear report, so they must mean there's like a Burning Wish or something like that. You know, Tess is actually really interesting because it is one of the decks that, like, is just so, like, dense in terms of, like, action spells that you can get away with not having, like, the preordains for the selection kind of deal, right? Yeah. You just go 4 Brainstorm, 4 Ponder, and I've even seen some pilots, like, board out a copy of Ponder.
So just in case, you know, people are watching and don't know, how is Tess different than Ant?
That's a good question. So Ad nauseum tendrils versus the epic storm. I think the biggest difference is one would play the card Rite of Flame, whereas the other plays the card Cabal Ritual. So it's just a difference in terms of like mana. What does this mean in terms of the deck? Well, I'm actually not really sure. I could just tell you.
So there's a few more though, right? So like Ad Nauseam's focus on playing Ad Nauseam. That's kind of obvious. And when they're playing Ad Nauseam, they're trying to just win the game outright. And they do that with a higher percentage of time as the game goes on. Then what Test does, and it's focused on like this Infernal Tutor to find Ad Nauseam and Pass in Flames and whatnot.
Yep.
And then it just has tendrils to win, and it doesn't access the sideboard at all. So the big difference is that Test will play Empty the Warrens, one empty main, with an Ad Nauseam still, but it's not focused on it. It doesn't play Pass in Flames. It sideboards the Pass in Flames, but AJ thinks it sucks, so it's probably removed from the sideboard by now.
The tendrils is also in the sideboard, right?
Yep. So because you have Burning Wish, you get to play Burning Wishes with like your Infernal Tutors and stuff. So pretty much you get to go faster earlier. So like you get to be like, hey, I have 6 mana, Burning Wish empty, 14 goblins. I know that this is enough to win over time. So it's faster sooner, but won't kill you that turn.
Okay, yeah. I do think Ant has a number of... I mean, not to say that Test can't deterministically kill you, but I would say that one deck certainly has more non-deterministic kills, and that would be Test.
Yeah, but Test gets to that point faster.
Yes. So, like, turn 1, like, 12 goblins, is something we would frequently see out of the Test deck. And while the Ad Nauseam deck is capable of doing something like that, I just wouldn't say that that's
it's capable of doing that more post board when it boards and empty the Warrens. And then also by being like trying to be faster, you're playing cards like Rite of Flame instead of Cabal Ritual. That's the more like point of contention. Also, Test is allowed to play slightly less lands because they're trying to go faster.
Okay.
So they play Chromox. So that means the times where they end up doing like an Ad Nauseam with low resources of like actual mana, they're able to hit Lotus Petal, Dark Ritual, and Chromox, whereas Ad Nauseam either doesn't play it or like sideboards it to be faster in some scenarios. But the time where they're doing a resource like Ad Nauseam aren't as likely to yield winning board states.
Makes sense. Is that a sideboard guide? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe it's just from the Epic Storm website.
Hey. All right, well, let's get into the post-board games. I'm kind of excited to see how these play out. We definitely did see Hope of Girapur out of the Storm sideboard, so I'm wondering if that comes in this matchup.
Yeah, the story with that one's pretty funny. So, like, Hope of Girapur, like, Bryant believed that could be better than, like, Xanted Swarm. So then he tried playing a bunch of Hope of Girapur's main and Mox Opal. Then he's like, okay, Hope, like, isn't great, but like I'm okay sideboarding over Xanted Swarm, then we don't have to stretch the mana base for like green and stuff like that. And then the Mox Opals just kind of stayed after a while. Like, Mox Opals, even just with LED and Lotus Petal, were still enough. So then you just and Chrome Mox. So then you would see some Teslas that were just like playing 2 Mox Opals in the main with like Hope of Girapur.
Yeah.
Like. So some are, cutting the Mox Opal, some cut the Hope of Girapur and go back to Xanted Swarm. But I think having a more stable mana base is really good in this meta game, especially because you're going to see more Wastelands with Ren and 6 around.
Yep.
So you don't want to be as dependent on getting your green sources against decks that might be wastelanding you.
Yeah, I hear you for sure. Okay, let's see. So...
I do the same thing. So when either my opponent or me mulligans with the London Mulligan rule, I take out a die and I start on 6 with how many cards you should end up with.
Okay, that's smart. But that does mean that the Sneak and Show player has gone to 6. And what's really interesting is that the Test player has a duress and opted not to use it.
I think that's really interesting. So that means A, you're okay with duress trading with a Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce type of effect. B, it means that you understand that Sneak and Show is a slower deck. So if you're trying to stop them from comboing, you want to wait a little bit longer. That way it gives them more time to like That way you have more information for what you should be taking.
Mm-hmm.
And it could also mean that your hand isn't as well set up to develop quickly, to do a lot of things.
Okay.
Like to put a bunch of goblins in play on turn 1 or 2. Like you're just not well equipped for that if you're not playing the duress there. So it means a lot of things. It's really interesting. I think turn 2 duress is generally better because you don't mind trying with Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce, so you're gonna have to play into later.
Yeah. I think that that's an important point, right? Like, ideally, you want to be able to cast your discard spell as closely as possible to the combo turn as you can, just in the sense of being proactive, right? Because that way, like, there's a smaller window for your opponent to top deck cards like Force of Will, Flusterstorm, Spell Piece, interaction, basically. I mean, also it goes the other way around too, which is like your opponent is also a proactive deck, show and tell, and you want to be able to mitigate them from comboing off on their critical turn or whatever. So that's sort of like the weird tension between duress, right? You don't want to use it too early, you don't want to use it too late, because you want to
if the guy doesn't go off next turn, I'm gonna be kind of disappointed because like you exactly allowed Brainstorm to interact with this duress, which is the worst case scenario,
right?
So I think this better mean that he goes off next turn.
Yeah. So it looks like the show and tell hand is pretty powerful. I saw Flusterstorm, a Forcible, and a Gristlebrand. This is an interesting question, actually. Who do you think is the control in this matchup?
I'm pretty sure a later game advantage is Sneak and Show.
Okay. I would think I'd be of the same mindset, too.
Plus, they can generate more board states where they have like more things that they could draw over time. So, Ant usually plays more cantrips than Tess does.
That's pretty brutal. This is the turn 3 show and tell, and obviously Tess is not known for Flusterstorms and Force of Wills and counter spells, so
yeah. So I think like what I said still stands in that if you weren't going to go off on turn 2 or 3 there, you should play duress on turn 1.
Okay.
Because like the duress might have taken this like show and tell, but like the fact that he kind of just like drew and passed a few times could mean that his hand was 1 card off. But I don't think you can play with that sort of probability when you have like duress in your hand.
Yeah. Is that a Grafdigger's Cage?
Some people don't know the difference between Tess and Ant. So like Tess doesn't play Past in Flames, or they used to play it on the board, and then AJ laid out like a really long thing as to like why people shouldn't play it, and now they're willing to cut it.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
I'm also of the opinion that it's not necessary. Oh my God, there's a Veil of Summer in his hand too, right?
Wow.
Which is pretty terrifying. And I think at this point, Gristlebrand is connected. I might just call it lights out. I mean, even Gristlebrand just entering play kind of makes it tough. Yep. But with there's a Veil of Summer at the very, very, very end there. So yeah. Yeah, it's pretty over here. Veil of Summer actually does a lot for Sneak and Show. One of the things that you mentioned earlier that I really did like was just like how you leverage it as like a pseudo silence kind of. I do want to see that play happen a little bit more in Legacy. I feel like people just haven't played with Overmaster in like quite some time, so they just forget how hard it is to play counters against Overmaster. Yeah, but I also think that there was a cage, which doesn't technically do anything, but still
it doesn't.
When you're this far ahead, I guess perhaps it doesn't matter.
The list of 1-mana artifacts that do nothing against Tess are kind of funny. You have Grafdigger's Cage, you have Pithing Needle, like all these cards just don't do anything, but people bring it in.
But sometimes when you've got a 7/7 lifelinker in play that also happens to draw cards, they play Echo of Eons. Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. We haven't seen much 4-color red and 6. Have we seen a single red and 6 resolve today?
No, we haven't even seen a deck that might have it other than that 4-color guy.
That got just obliterated by depths?
Yep.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Huh, I wonder what that means. Okay, so here's Sneak Attack. So I'm assuming we haven't attacked yet.
Yeah, I think he might be able to figure out how to win.
I would imagine so. Veil of Summer is kind of cool in this situation because it does protect your Emrakul and Gristlebrand from bounce spells.
Yeah, so like Chain of Vapor.
Exactly, or Echoing Truth or whatever it might be. Pro Blue. Would only be for the Gristlebrand, but yeah, this looks like it's game and match. These matches are starting to get a little bit faster as we go on.
You're saying unfair decks are more likely to do well in these events?
Something like that, yeah.
Come on, give me one more Hogak depth stack.
One more chance at Hogak here.
That's what I want.
Yeah, let's see it. All right, so this is going to be the final round of the day. I think top 8 will start a little bit later. I think they've also got Vintage probably going on as well. Eternal Weekend, right? But I don't know what the scheduling is for that. But I heard the top 8 is going to be played separately. So we don't actually have the top 8 right now, but we'll figure out a time that's in the future to cover that. That being said, as we go into the last round, what were some of the things that we enjoyed watching today? Like just in terms of like what we think did well in the tournament, and then actually we could even take a look. I wonder if the top 8 is posted somewhere, like in terms of decks, and we could make a guesstimate at like what could win the whole event, get that juicy Bayou.
Yeah, let's see what happens here first.
Mhm.
I'm really excited. Like, it feels like every time we're watching new matches, it's like having a mystery piece of candy.
But it does look like one player did take a mulligan. And Mox Diamond. Okay. The percentage chance is real.
Hogak.
Yeah.
Yes. Please play Seder Wayfinder. No!
Just pass. Ooh, Waterlogged Grove. Okay. Wait, what?
Is that Infect?
I see Recruiter of the Guard.
Wait, is that a Lauren though?
I think so.
Not the
Spell
best
Pierce?
I've ever seen.
I'm unsure. Very confused, actually. But then again, when you have 4 colors in a deck, right, you could actually just be anything, so.
I'm willing to place my bets on the Lauren if you saw Recruiter of the Guard.
Yeah, so, with Force of Will in the main deck, though. That is interesting.
Wait, I thought Lauren always plays Force Will in the main deck.
No, there used to be some 4-color variations that relied on Cabal Therapy, and they would, like, board into the Force of Wills or something. But here, I like this a lot. I like this Force of Will on Vampire Hexmage a lot. I'm not sure. It varies. I think at this point, though, from our perspective, yeah, Allurin would be the takeaway here.
So I saw someone play Lauren recently, and they played Watcher for tomorrow. And
Yes, that card is not available. Device, okay. No, I think that card is very good. It is a little bit awkward because you could have your draw engine get destroyed by removal spells when typically Allurin has had some sort of immunity to that, but it is like not color intensive, unlike Baleful Strix and Charless Agent, and it is also what's the word that I'm looking for? It's cheaply costed, 2 mana.
Well, it also digs deeper when you're setting up your Lauren loop that isn't deterministic, right? So like sometimes you would have to use Charless Agent to hope to like hit into like cavern. Like if you have Cavern Harp, I don't know. It helps you find Parasitic Strix,
Yes.
and it helps you find Cavern Harpy.
Mm-hmm.
Better than like
The other options.
Charless Agent and sometimes Baleful Strix. So
Yeah, I definitely hear you on that.
I mean, it probably plays both. It probably plays Charless Agent and this isn't good.
Yeah, I guess the out here we're maybe trying to draw into like Baleful Strix, like chain a couple of those together. But this is typically what we're seeing, right? Like this is a recurring pattern where Merit Lodge is like, wait, that's a Plains.
Yeah, so he's just playing Banta Lauren.
I knew that. There's no black in this deck, so maybe we're looking for Swords to Plowshares on the bluff. Okay, nope, called it.
Yeah, that was good.
It just kind of feels like these super fast 2020 decks they've been crushing this event actually, like have we seen...
the one that lost was the one against Yuta.
Yeah, but and that was also, I mean, we don't even know if that was a loss even.
Oh yeah, like it could have been a draw, and Tom, you and I were kind of confident that the player could have made some slightly different decisions that would have yielded like that one turn where he went for the 2020 and Yuta just had the card from Brainstorm left and just happened to be Swords to Plowshares type of thing.
Right.
So
yeah, so I'm kind of excited. I don't really know what White Allurin brings to the table for this kind of matchup. I would imagine maybe some variation of Hate Bears, but we're playing White, so we probably have Swords to Plowshares.
yeah, maybe just side and source of plowshares. He might have a Caracas on the board
Mm-hmm.
because once again, I think Southeast Asia is also known for having sneak and show.
Yep. Sneak and Show and Eldrazi are the two decks that I would expect to see a little bit more often than not. But all right, well, no, this is interesting. Just not even using the playmat. Turn 1 Flooded Strand into Ponder for game 2.
Yeah, it's just like under the play.
Yeah, right. It's just like,
The cards are like slightly, not straight on the deck, and then cards under the playmat.
oh
This
my
guy,
god.
This guy knows. This guy plans to have everything in play by turn 4.
Right. Wait, this is absurd though. You see, like Mox Diamond is so good in this depth deck. Just like it's actually absurd. Turn 1 Reclaimer probably means turn 3 combo, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's very surprising to see this deck do so well in the
See
face
so
of
many-
Red and 6.
What's with all this allure and draw go stuff? Start doing that.
Wait, is that a Teferi? Did I see that right?
3 that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I did see that. We just need to make sure we get to the mana first, but like I mentioned earlier, I do think Teferi's pretty good. All right, so waiting. I guess I'm not even sure. Well, Allurin, the problem with the deck like Allurin in this kind of matchup is, right, you're the namesake of the deck is really slow. So I'm not really, I mean, that must mean that you have to pivot what your game plan is in this matchup. Now that's exciting. Dark Confidant. I have not seen that card in a
That
while.
is slow depths, right? If I recall correctly.
Yeah. I feel like Dark Confidant has slowly gone out of flavor because of cards like Red and 6, but
Yeah. Maybe it's just sideboarding them.
what's up?
Maybe it's sideboarding them.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, maybe it's in the sideboard for this kind of matchup where you're not really expecting to, be paired up against the red green planeswalker.
So, what card should we be looking for besides the deck's namesake from the Aloran? Like, he might have access to Recruiter. So, is there anything besides Aloran that would allow him to interact nicely with this board? Like, playing the Teferi this turn isn't very good because, like, if you bounce the Dark Confidant, then you just lose the Teferi to the Elvish Reclaimer, and they still make a 20/20.
Exactly.
So you can't really play Teferi here. So I'm just trying to wonder what he can have, and if not, what he would recruit her for. Also, all these snow lands make me think he's playing Icefang Coatl.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, that's a temporary stopgap to this 2020. But I mean, what comes after? Maybe we're trying to curve out.
Ooh, is that Caracas?
Oh, that's a very good one.
Uh,
It looks like it.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks old enough to be the capital of Venezuela.
Yeah. I was gonna say like the coatl into. Okay.
Okay, this play has to mean that he's winning next turn. If he can't win next turn, I'm gonna be very disappointed.
Oh, we're unsummoning too. Wow. Okay, power.
Well, I don't think you can play that not unsummon because it goes to 5, then it takes 3, or dies if he could put enough lands in the graveyard. So like,
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. The lands in the graveyard thing I didn't think of.
well,
But yeah, this multi-mode of being just like a 3/4 combat attacker is just like crazy to me.
But like, even if he doesn't get 3 lands in the graveyard, which isn't like the most probable, it would take 3 and go to 2, and then Teferi can't even bounce anyway. So he has to bounce that turn, which is why I said he better be able to.
Yeah, win next turn.
Yeah. Or have a bunch of Icefang Coatls.
Yeah. All right, well that's the grip. 2 ballistas. 2 ballistas.
Is that a Hydroid Crisis? Food Chain?
I think we may have read this entirely wrong, but wait. No, Recruiter of the Guard can't get Mist Hollow Griffin, right?
It can still be Food Chain because you can.
No, it definitely can't. I knew it that. Okay, what am I saying?
Wait, yeah. It cannot, right? It can't get Miss Hollow Griffin because Recruiter gets 2, right?
Yeah. Both of the recruiters are 2 or less. So
Yeah, but
Griffin being a
power
3/3 is a no.
Yeah, I think it might be Food Chain though. I wonder if there's just like a different punchline that was introduced.
So I guess the Caracas is maybe.
You can recruiter for Fierce Empath? No, that doesn't. That only gets big things though. I wonder if there's a new big thing you can get. Maybe you can Recruiter of the Guard into Fierce Empath and then play Hogak. And, I don't even know.
I thought about Manowar, but what does Manowar even do, though? You know what I mean?
Well, Manowar's already in Legacy though. That's not really.
Now that's interesting. So they play the Walking Ballista. The Walking Ballista. Kill the Hex Mage. Do you kill the Hex Mage there, or do you kill the Confidant?
Well, if you don't kill the Hex Mage, then
Just play with this deck.
that's
because
one
it's
way you can make it 2020.
one of the best decks in.
No, it doesn't matter.
Legacy.
You have Caracas.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The Caracas kind of. I mean, you probably have to plan for if the Caracas dies, but
I either want to kill the Bob or the Reclaimer's a 1/2.
yeah, it is. That's why it's so good.
I would probably kill the Confidant.
Okay, yeah.
But like now I just don't even know what our opponents or not my opponent. I don't know what my friend's playing.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, I mean, this is like round 10, right? So this person must have done very well. What's up?
Whatever. Yeah, he's probably X1.
Yeah, playing for the top 8 with Hydroid, Krasis, and Legacy. That's nuts. Dude, that's insane. Uncounterable draw and life. It is life gain too, right?
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the punchline. That you can Recruiter for Hydroid Krasis and just make a large enough Krasis to hopefully get Miss Hologriffin.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know. I'm still working on it. Well, also, if you play Recruiter, okay. I'm starting to piece it together. If you play Recruiter with a food chain out, you can play another Recruiter, and then all your Recruiters, if they find Recruiters, that's a Dark Ritual or +3. It's like a Cabal Ritual, right? So now you
Okay.
have 6. And maybe there's a punchline you look for with 6 mana. If your Recruiters just find Recruiters.
Okay. Could you can't chain Hydroid Krasis into Hydroid Krasis. That doesn't work.
Yeah, so the problem is like when you remove one of them, it'll be 3.
Yeah.
Oh, chat says they could play Squee.
What
Squee-
the?
Yeah, Squee the Immortal you can look for with it. And
Okay.
then you red covered because it's food chain.
Okay, well, we saw the Mist Hologriffin. And Veil of Summer and Food Chain. Okay.
Okay, I hate it when people do this.
Yeah.
I just don't like it when people reorder cards in their deck.
I hate
Like-
it. It just feels weird.
Well, it's also like technically against the rules, but not really. So
Yeah.
it's kind of annoying. Because search your library shortcut for look at the top X cards of your deck, where X is the number of cards. And if you look at the cards, you can't rearrange them.
Yeah.
And then it just so happens you shuffle afterwards. But tangent, it's fine. Okay, so we confirmation he's playing food chain. I'm glad that we deduced it before we saw the deck.
Yeah, wait, we're tapping Caracas here. What? You're scaring me.
He has to need double white then. He's looking for Coatl then.
I guess Recruiter can, yeah.
But if he gets Coatl, yeah, that doesn't work because the opponent can get Sejiri Step with the thingy. What is it called?
The Reclaimer, yeah.
Yeah. So like I think he has stage and 2 mana up or whatever. So he can just make 20/20 and then use Reclaim, or he has Hex Mage, it doesn't matter. So then he can use then he can use Reclaimer to get Sejiri Step, assuming he plays it. We know that the Hogak deck plays it. I'm just assuming that this deck plays it too because of crop rotation or Reclaimer.
Right. Alright, this one might be over then. Assuming that this card is not Sejiri Step, like Dark Confidant theoretically could have drawn the Sejiri Step.
Yeah.
That would be pretty tragic. Or maybe this is sort of like a... Ooh, there's a Manipulate Fate. Okay, draw a card. Sure. And then... Okay, we took the Recruiter. Recruiter is scary. I mean, like in this sort of deck, I do like this, but the brew aspect of it all, but...
Oh, yeah. Chat's right. The Sejiri Step thing doesn't matter. If he draws Sejiri Step, he just plays it for turn.
Yeah, but duh. Okay, yeah. Come on, Anurag. Yeah. All right, so it looks like that's the play here. Get the Sejiri Step, and then... See, here's the thing, right? I appreciate that we have a number of devoted black-green mages in the chat, because they're able to correct us. So, okay, so we're going to transition here. I think we got the link with the top 8 earlier. So let's take a look at this. I don't have a translate button. Darn it. Sorry, so I take it you're able to see what I'm looking at, and you also have the link, right?
Yeah, I'll click on it.
Okay, cool. Where's the? Okay, there's the translate option. Cool. So I don't know why I switched back here. Actually, I should just translate. Okay, so let's see.
So we have slow depth is the first one,
Mm-hmm.
and then just green black depths, whichever one that means.
Darkness of darkness. Okay, yeah. So 2 depths decks.
Sneak and show,
Okay.
slow depths,
3 slow depths.
red prison.
Okay.
Hogak
Hogak depths. Okay.
Yeah.
4.
It says Hogak Vine Fury.
I this might be like the modern port. The modern port of Wait, what
Well,
the okay, I'm just gonna assume like Vengevine. What is this card? I don't know.
I'm gonna assume it might be Hogak Depths. I mean, I don't know.
Alright, I'm gonna open this to okay, well I don't know what that card is. Does anyone know what this card is? Is this actually the card Fury? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that might be Anger. It's a 2/2 with haste.
Okay,
so
okay. Yeah, then
Anger.
just give all your creatures haste, yeah. And then here,
A red painter.
okay.
The painter servant.
And that's it. Wow.
So no miracles, no delver, no control decks.
Basically just depths took over the whole event.
Yeah, so a bunch of depths, prison, sneak and show. Was that it?
And then you got Painter, that's kind of cool.
And whatever we think the Fury deck is, but probably just Hogak.
Worms and Tuna Engine, I like me some of that.
I like Horse the Torak.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
You look at Shoto Spookies.
Oh man. Okay, well that's kind of interesting. Wait, oh, there's Arkham's Astrolabe in this
Wait,
deck?
that's what that meant? I wouldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, me neither.
Wait,
Celestial
I'm
Ceremony.
trying to find on my screen. Is he second from the bottom?
He's on the very, very bottom.
No.
Okuno Atsuya.
Oh, I guess it's good with Welder.
Yes, that makes sense. This could be like a Goblin Engineer deck too, right? That card is really, really good in this deck.
Yeah.
Being able to like leverage Welder and Engineer together to get like crazy strong artifacts into play is pretty terrifying, actually. But
Well, so under that guy, besides having access to Wormcoil Engine, his second to last question says, "Please let me know if you are particular about the deck." It says Scarecrow.
yeah, I don't know. I read that and I was like, what does this mean?
What if he's playing Scarecrow or whatever it's called, like the Scarecrow card? I don't know. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I guess we can even take a look at the deck lists here.
Oh wait, where's that? How did you get that?
I will post a link in the chat. Painter is a Scarecrow? That's actually funny. Wait, but it really is, though.
Yes, it is. Okay, so the first one's just depths. That's kind of boring.
Mm.
Second one's depths, kind of boring. And then we have the sneak and show guy.
What is Compulsion? Duress, okay. Thought Wall?
I just decided to leave
Just
in
play with this
Japanese,
deck
and I'm
because
just
it's
highlighting over
one of
everything
the
that we don't
best
get
decks
misplaced.
in Legacy.
True. Okay, so... Huh.
Oh, the third one's playing Light from the Loam. That's kind of cool. Or the fourth one? With him to Torak, too.
Okay, so that's much more of like a... Hold up, where is it? The Hogak? No, not the Hogak Depths, is it?
No, our screens are different now, so I don't really... Whatever.
Yeah.
Can't be that.
The link is there. Okay, let's take a look at this one.
The prison guy's playing Season Pyromancer.
No way. That's not so. Hold up, where is it? Red Prison. No, this is Black Green Depths. Come on, Red Prison. Anu, you can do this.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh, there it is. That's crazy. What? I guess it is technically a 3-mana red spell.
Chandra 6. Like other Chandra 6.
Awakened Inferno?
Yeah.
Yo, this card is terrifying.
It's terrifying for you.
Yeah, the uptick is so it can't be countered, and the uptick is you take like it gives you the emblem with take damage every turn.
It gives you Curse of Pierce Heart.
Jeez.
Yeah. And then,
Okay.
the Hogak Depths.
So let me ask you this question:
Mm-hmm.
who do you think is going to win this tournament?
I'd have to see the bracket.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, that guy is playing Hogak with anger.
Well, he really is.
Yeah, second from the bottom.
Yeah, I see the anger right there.
Yeah, it's just Hogak with anger and Vengevine.
Okay, as a one of, and then you've got your Altar of Dementia as well to just end games.
And Bridge from below.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't know what will win. I want this deck to win.
Yeah, but that's kind of surprising. I guess the reason that we didn't see as much Hogak in the feature matches is because they were too busy winning with their 2020s, and then also because like I guess later on in the tournament some of them were like locked for top 8 already or something like that. So
you're right. The Painter deck is playing Goblin Engineer.
yeah.
Oh, I forgot what this card is. It's like, what does it do? It's like a mirror that you can sacrifice something and do a thing. Oh, I don't even know.
All right. Well, I know Twitch chat's going to tell us what these cards are, but you're talking about this, right? The 1/4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually. There's the Astrolabes. There's the main deck Pyroblasts. Okay, Grindstone, Blood Moon, Bridge, Karn, and then Torch of Defiance. Where is the Welder? Yeah, that's actually a really good point. I don't see the
playing Goblin Engineer.
yeah, just Goblin Engineer.
Goblin Engineer swaps artifacts too. They just have to be tiny.
I gotcha. Yeah.
Let's see. Twitch chat says that. Okay, Mirror Welder. It has imprint, and you imprint it by tap, exile, target artifact card from a graveyard. Then it gets all activate abilities. So what artifact would you want activate abilities of by tapping? Probably just Grindstone.
Exile an artifact from a graveyard.
Doesn't seem very good.
Let's see. Well, if you exile like a painter, that's kind of cool that you've got synergy with Karn, right? You can exile an artifact and then buy it back. It's cute.
Maybe that's the punchline.
Has all activated abilities of all cards exiled with it. How do you exile more than one card with this card? Oh, you just keep tapping it.
But I'm trying to figure out, like, yeah, you can copy like Tormod's, like you can copy some of the cards in the sideboard, but then you would have to untap with it.
But I still think that's kind of cool that you've got like a 1 mana. I mean, it's a very durably resilient card. What's up?
It's 3 mana.
Yeah. You've also got.
It only imprints artifacts, yeah. And it only gets activated abilities. There has to be something I'm missing.
You don't get Karn's exiled cards. No, I'm just saying like you can exile a card with the. I'm saying you can exile a card with the imprint and then buy it back. Can you not use Karn's -2 to buy back the card?
You wouldn't want to do that. It's not imprint anymore. Oh, I forget how Karn's phrased.
I also don't know how imprint really works.
They change how witches work, right? So I'm assuming Karn's only outside of the game nowadays. I feel like that would have come up by now.
No, it's also in exile as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Okay, but the grindstone interaction does make sense. So you can have like turn 2 painter, and in a world where you have Chalice in play, you can still grindstone. That does make sense. This is an interesting take.
You can.
I wonder if this deck is any better than just Red Prison though, but.
Well, it gets to play Red Blast. It plays 6 Red Blast main. It's pretty good against the Hogaks, right?
Mm.
And the 2020s.
Damn, Spell Slip in the sideboard. Love me some of that.
Spell Slip? What?
Yeah, Spell Skite, sorry.
Okay, I thought it just translated that.
Ooh, this has Retrofitter Foundry as well. Okay.
Yeah. So then you can imprint on that, and then you can pay 3 mana to untap it and imprint something else.
Okay, I think we're getting somewhere. You can buy back the card with Karn, but that feels like a lot of work to do to get it. Okay, so you do lose the imprintability on the mirror if you. Okay, I didn't notice that. That makes sense. Okay. Well, that's just like a lot of resiliency, right? Like when they killed the welder, the mirror welder. Maybe it's a misprint. Maybe this is supposed to be Goblin Welder.
I'm willing to believe it's engineer.
No, not Goblin Engineer. The mirror welder could maybe be Goblin Welder.
Oh. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
I don't know. I want to see it tomorrow whenever the top 8 goes by or whatever.
Yeah, no, that makes a ton more sense. Yeah. It didn't even occur to me that both these cards were called Welder.
Yeah, exactly.
The one before is the one I want to win. The Hogak.
The Vine deck, yeah.
Hogak, Vine, Anger deck is the deck I want to win.
Damn, this is very interesting. I wonder if there's like more deck lists to look through just to see like how the standings turned out. Top 8 player profile, round 10.
Oh wow, the Hogak deck's playing Hole Breach. I haven't seen that one in a while either.
Is that like artifact enchantment removal?
Yeah, you could just think of it as Wear Tear. Like you choose one or both.
Oh, do we have Hex Drinker in this Rug Delver deck?
But yeah, I've seen that like being a possibility.
The level up is okay. All right, cool. So yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see. It just seems statistically likely for like some variation of depth. Now, this is cute. Look at this guy. He's so cute. Oh man.
Oh, you mean the monk token guy?
Yeah. That's adorable.
No, Chad said it, not me.
Oh, okay. Well, props. All right, I'm gonna transition back. So we're gonna wrap up here, I guess. This was pretty exciting. It's very interesting, the results that we're seeing here. It looks like a lot of Hogak and a lot of depths in the top 8, which, I mean, technically it makes sense. I wonder if this is a precursor for the Grand Prix coming up in Atlanta soon. Are you going to be playing there?
When is that?
It's at the end of September, or maybe in the middle of September.
So I just started a new job that's like could be kind of demanding, so I'm like clearing all my schedule except for Pro Tour Richmond. So
okay,
maybe if I feel like things are going well, but like I'm probably gonna skip it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that makes sense.
Are you gonna be there?
I will. I did buy my ticket. I booked it already, so I'll be there. I wanted to do like some sort of coverage aspect for it, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be an opportunity, so I might just end up playing in the event then.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. But I was really looking forward to doing some sort of. Oh, did we take a look at the? We already talked about the metagame breakdown. Yeah, we did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I was kind of looking forward to.
Well, there's a lot of Stoneforge stack, like whatever that wet Stoneforge, like White Rock.
Yeah.
And then we just didn't see a lot of it.
Yeah, we didn't see a single. We saw the Death and Taxes players play the Stoneforge, but that's about all we saw.
But there's a separate thing for Death and Taxes, right?
Yeah, you're right. Down here, Death and Tax down here. So, very interesting that how the results played out. Very, very excited, and I know some people will be very interested in the results of it. Yeah, there was a lot of depths in the top 8. So cool. All right, so we're gonna wrap up here. I got nothing else to say. We'll probably do the top 8 some point either tomorrow or the day after. Just follow us on Twitter. You'll find out for sure what we're gonna be doing there. I want to say thank you to everybody who came out, and I want to say also thank you so much to Jonathan for being here today. We trekked through a bunch of rounds. 10 rounds or so, and I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad that we saw a variety of matchups, a lot of different types of games play out. I'm glad that both you, May, Chat, we got to learn a lot of things. We got to learn a lot of things from people playing. I remember we saw some tight Death and Taxes playing. We saw a really good match between that Miracles expert and a Death and Taxes guy. And like the standstill match was really cool. With Sneak and Show, where like
ninjas.
Yeah, seeing ninjas was like definitely a blast. So there's definitely like a nice variety of gameplay. We got to learn a little bit about how I like to approach Magic and like thinking things. We could talk about the Delver puzzle thing later. And we got to leverage your Miracles expertise like quite a bit. Like I think we saw it 2 or 3 times. So
yeah,
that was pretty awesome. And thanks for having me. I really appreciate you reaching out to me to help you out with this. This is
Yeah, I think for me, like it doesn't matter what matchups we saw today. Like it's nice that we got to, because like I've spoken with you a couple times before, and it, like when I'm usually like pretty like, yeah, I'm not gonna try to say like judgy, but like I know when someone knows their shit, you know, and that's kind of just like the category that you fall into. Sorry, like that was a little, but yeah, like, and I'm glad everyone else got a little bit of exposure to that, because you know your perspective on Magic is very exciting, and like also just like I feel like we were able to learn like certain ways to think about Magic like in an elevated sense. I know I definitely learned a lot, so I'm hoping that, you know, chat also got it.
Yeah, like my goal is to teach people how to fish. I don't want to just give people a fish, whether it's commentary, actually helping people out, or talk to people. I want to improve the way people think. That way we're just better thinkers when we tackle more problems, and we could talk at a higher level later on once everyone's thinking in a very like healthy way.
Yeah. So on that note, everybody, you know, give Jonathan that follow at WatchWolf92 on Twitter, at WatchWolf92 on Twitch.
Just everywhere.
Yeah, stay tuned for his content whenever it comes out. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm going to follow on both platforms. And, you know, same here. If you enjoyed the content, like, follow, subscribe, yada, yada, yada. You know the drill. We'll see you soon for the top 8. I'm not sure if I'm streaming the challenge tomorrow. I probably am, but my mom's in town, so I might hang out with her instead. So we'll see, you know. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us, and that's it for us. Bye.
Bye.